And we're now officially live for another episode of Good Old Fashioned Lore Ramblings. Hey there, everyone. The name is Adam.
And I'm Tech Priest, and tonight we have something kind of special. We're finally getting back to Battletech. I know that some of you really enjoyed the streams we've done before, both Adam having aneurysms and discovering the joy of very old source books talking about things like, a mutiny over not getting burgers. And
Paychecks as well.
yeah, no, they were getting paid. They were getting paid just fine. It was that their contract was with that they'd get a free meal weekly from Federated Fast Food. And they, because of the siege of the planet, they couldn't get their exact order. So they went over there and they're like, "Where's the pickles? Where's the lettuce?"
They literally
And
pulled because I remember there was a great news story where like a crazy customer got arrested because she threw a fucking fit over not getting her chicken nuggets.
yeah, it was like that, except with a bunch of mercenaries. Yes. Uh,
By the
and
way,
what's funny,
hey there, Jim. Hey there, Coyote.
uh, you also get the fun stuff like you found your favorite little chicken walker,
Oh yeah, the little I think he's called a locust, didn't he?
the locust and the raven. You like the raven a lot,
Raven's cute. Raven's
which was
cute.
the House Liao attempt at a mech, which for intro tech is pretty shit. The second that mostly because it's too slow, but the second that Lost Tech comes around, the Raven comes into its own with the 3L model. That's the one where it's like here's a tag, an ACM, an active probe, a narc beacon, basically everything you need to be an annoying little asshole. As someone once said, quaff the Raven, arrow fours.
Also, by the way, Jim is upfront telling me to not blame the clan for being a bunch of mentally challenged LARPing idiots who was led by a furry and
Blame
whose
the
entire
writers.
society, whose entire society wouldn't work. It's the writers I should be blaming. Well, yeah, but it
Yeah,
doesn't mean I'm gonna like them. I'm never going to. I can't treat them seriously. Look, I know Operation
dare
Klondike was
you?
was written by like WizKids or whatever, but
It was written.
When Nasheed and the lads from Letterkenny with their fucking Molotovs and goddamn mortar they strap to a truck can almost beat the pinnacle
You
of
can.
space armies.
The funniest thing is that you can legitimately model those units in BattleTech and have them fight giant stoppy robots. It's quite funny.
Yeah, and
Somebody
that's
did.
what the Clanners almost lost to. They almost lost to like Sean and Patrick in their fucking truck with a goddamn bottle mortar system set up in it. That's what they almost lost to. I can't treat them seriously because of that.
BattleTech is ridiculous sometimes. You have to roll with the punches.
Con Wolf is pretty good. There is nothing you can say in
You,
anything.
I highly recommend though you do read the Blood of Kerensky trilogy. They're classic '90s cheese.
Like you can
Like
say
that's
that
the
all you
one.
want, but if you have to use
Look, it's a
novels,
novel where you have
you have to use novels. If you have to use novels to try to fix your fucking garbage ass faction, then you have failed. You have fucking failed. That's like some guy going, "Oh well, if you look into the expanded universe, it perfectly explains Emperor Palpatine's tax schemes in order to build his." I don't care.
His
You don't
name
need
is
that.
Sheev.
You don't need. I don't need to know how she built his gigantic death weapon. I don't need to know that.
I mean, part of the thing is that to remember the clans is that they were introduced in the '90s,
I don't
and
care.
there's a
They
lot
have
of
all the plot
'90s
armor
still
of
about
Storm
them.
of Chaos, and that
They
makes
kind
me
of
not care.
they legitimately do, and it's been
I
a
can't
complaint
care.
about them
I
from
can't
the
care.
fucking start, which is part of the reason why everyone fucking loves the Battle of Tukayyid, because Tukayyid is where the clanners get slapped, and they get
Speaking of
slapped
which,
hard.
here's the cover of the Battle of Tukayyid book, which I'm angry there are no chicken walkers on here.
This is the new cover art, by the way, that they did for this is fantastic. It's the
No, it
Battle
is
of.
high quality, and I do like you see the little. I think that's one of their elementals down there.
Yes, there's an elemental hanging out in the corner there.
A
There's a
little bit
stone
sad he
rhino.
doesn't look like a giant gorilla a la Heinlein Starship Troopers like the old ones did.
Yeah,
Tech
I
showed me
mean,
original elemental art, and very much Heinleinian Starship Troopers, not Verhoeven Starship Troopers, where they're dressed like the Gestapo or Orpo.
Actually, I don't think that there are elementals in this. Oh, there is one of them climbing up the leg of the.
Yeah, that's who I mentioned.
Yeah, he's just trying to get up the leg of that Black Knight, who is sitting there like a Chad.
Oh wait, no, there is a chicken walker. He's just really bulky. There he is.
Yeah, that's a Nova, I think. Giving
I like chicken walkers.
looks like an exterminator a bad time.
None of these mean anything to me. They're just gooble
But yeah,
gobbles.
we'll actually get to see some of the mechs towards the end of the book, and they give some of it. These are all, by the way, that they're fighting the Clanner machines are all old Star League machines, because that's what the Comstar opened up and rolled out with. Like it's been in storage for 500 years. Let's fucking go.
Honestly, that just reminds me of insert current joke about Russian logistics current event.
Funnily enough, the first bit of fiction in this book mentions logistics. And what Comstar does to the Clanner ones. But yeah, the fantastic art on the front is followed up by the rear page, which is pretty good. It's got a nice little Phoenix Hawk. Some of the art in the book, it shows like what it's compatible with.
I feel like this model of mech here might have been part of a lawsuit.
It was that the Phoenix Hawk is based off of I think from a cross.
Yeah, that's why. Harmony Gold tried to death war over that, and it destroyed their company.
Yes, it did.
That's what it reminds me of. Yeah.
Mind you, most of the clan machines that came out, you've got to understand that before the clan machines released, there was not a lot of what you'd call robot-y robots in Battletech.
Okay.
One of the reasons why the clans were so neat for a lot of players is that their designs were completely unusual for the period. This is before you had sort of the more realistic-ish, I guess you could say, like tank-style mechs in the West. And Battletech is really kind of the pioneer of that style in many ways.
I don't really know if you can call it pioneer if it literally just stole from how many sources?
I mean, yes, but remember, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Is it really imitation though? If you legitimately just pull like an AT-AT walker and say, "Look, it's the."
Look, they only did that once, okay, and that was a licensed design from a Japanese show.
Look, all I'm just saying is,
and it's not that
trace. If you just trace like Starscream from the fucking Transformers or Zaku 2. By the way, I'm not going to let Transformers get away with it, because remember, they also stole like from 3
Transformers did a lot of that, yes. A lot of the
Shockwave was literally just some fucking gun they found in a Japanese toy store that turned into a robot, and they're like, let's incorporate him into the toy line.
But yes, the next page for art though is the cover from the original Battle of Tukayyid scenario book, which I absolutely love.
I like this one a lot more.
Wait,
no, look, copyright theft. Harmony Gold, sue them.
Where?
It's what the elementals are. Those are GOGs. Those are GSM 01 GOGs, the first aquatic unit built by Xeon during the 1-year war. Those are fucking GOG. It even has the plasma cannon and the damn claws. That's either a GOG or a ZGOG, but that's looking like a GOG.
If you take a look, they're actually they're distinct enough to be
X-Wing commander outfit.
Yes, they do have that. That's probably a mech warrior on the run from the clanners here, because it's like, well, once you're out of your cockpit, elementals are absolutely terrifying.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're terrifying regardless.
Yeah, I mean, anything that can take basically a tank shell point blank range and kind of shrug it off and come at you is pretty fucking terrifying, and that's an elemental.
I must confess, I am kind of just shitposting, but yeah, that is legitimately just a GOG from Gundam, just shrunk. I'm just fucking with you a bit there.
Yeah, but yeah,
it's cool. I love this I love this cover a lot more, to be honest.
They're both very good.
I mean, one is like really professional. It looks okay.
And then this one is just like classic 90s.
I don't know. I think this looks better because it just.
There's a lot of heart and soul put into this. I'll tell you that.
There's more heart. Yeah.
You can see, like, if you zoom in on the Stone Rhino there, which is the big mech that's shooting the other one. You can see that it's got the name Jaws 33,
Oh yeah, there he is.
and
Jaws.
that's the number on it. And it looks like it's a Jade Falcon mech because it looks like it's a Jade Falcon with shark teeth, no
And
teeth
just
on the
and
front
just
there.
as a rebuttal, this is one of the faults I kind of have with newer model sci-fi. You don't really get those little personal touches. Like you see the Black Knight, like they have the unit number, but they don't really have that many personal touches on it.
They do include them on some of the more detailed models. It's just that this is
Well, on the
the
models, but I'm talking about the cover, dude.
on the cover. I mean, there's the number on there for the mech. There's the Comstar logo you've got there. You've got the unit insignias
It
and
just when I
flashes.
see stuff like the Jaws, it reminds me of Aliens, where if you ever look at the documentary behind the making of that movie, there's
Yeah,
like a bunch of stuff that you barely see. Like the little lander they have, the Cheyenne dropship. If you
yeah,
actually look, there's a logo on it where it's like some ground boots squishing an alien cockroach, and it's called Bug Stomper,
yeah. There's a lot of like little details of that on
which
these
it's
mechs in here.
nice.
Blake's wrath is painted on the thug's little arm there for the PPC, which is a neat little touch.
But
Uh,
but for what I remember of Tukayyid, this is the okay. What happens is clanners prove why they should have gotten killed by Minashid with an IED in this fight, because what happens is the only competent German in the Scotch-German Mercantile Corruption Society is currently working for IT Taliban. He's working for the IT Taliban, and what happens are these weird furry larpers who are pretending they're military, written by people who don't know about military, are doing dumb challenges and using literal plot armor to destroy you. And the German's like, ah, yes, I know how to counter stupidity by using their stupidity against them. So he challenged them, uses their dumb lingo, their cringe lingo. He gives them a Batchall, and he tells them we're going to style and profile on this planet named Tukayyid, and he does it in a bunch of contests, and he rigs it so that he tries to win, and he does pretty good. I mean, he kicks several of their asses. I think he wins kind of all of them, but the last one like just barely.
uh, that's not a bad way to put it. There's a good way to put this is that you got to
Basically,
remember that.
clanners prove that their society should have died centuries ago, um, and the only competent German in a country full of incompetence beats them using the IT Taliban's powers.
While playing Dink Nasheeds, yes.
No, he's not
The
playing Dank Nasheed, because if Nasheed was there with his IED, or Sean and Patrick with their IRA mortar truck.
But they are. I don't think you get quite what fucked the scale of everything until you start getting into some of these details where it's like, yes, if you want to field a group of people with technicals that is totally suited to the Battle of Tukayyid, they did shit like that. The Tukayyid is basically the closest equivalent of, I think, if you're looking at Gundam, it's the Battle of Odessa, right? It's where Xeon's massive technology edge runs into the meat grinder.
Uh, Honestly, that's a little bit unfair, because Odessa is the first time that actually it was a big mech on mech engagement. The Federation
Yeah.
did actually have mechs at the time.
Was there another big battle before then where Xeon runs into the meat grinder?
The first big battle where they kind of meet ground. Let's see. It's not the Battle of Lum. They just stomped a mud hole in their asses using nuclear exchange. Um, I mean, technically, you could argue that things ground down because their logistics trains essentially collapsed. The big thing in the 1 year war was actually that Xeon was massively outnumbered. Yes, mechs are a super force multiplier, but do you want to know how many troops Xeon had compared to the Fedis? I think it was something like 20 to 1. So you kind of need troops to keep the land. They didn't have them. Yeah, mechs
Welcome
could
to
smash them apart, but you can't
welcome to
really
the
hold it.
clan problems. Uh,
You
they
wish the clans were as smartly written as Xeon. You wish.
it's worse for them. In any case, when we get into
Oh no! I'm completely incompetent, Coyote. Oh, you mean the other guy? Do you mean the other guy?
Oh man.
Because there's two. I think there's two Adams you're talking about. Do you mean me? Because I'll own up to being an idiot.
Yeah.
So the lessons of war near
Yeah.
Dinju Pass, the Dinju Mountains, Boreal. Wait. Does that mean the Blood Ravens are canon too?
Blood ravens have come. They shall drop from the skies, brothers. They shall call this tactic steel rain.
You know, unironically, if you told me that Tukayyid was just Indrik Boreal, like killing half of his goddamn unit,
That kind of happens. uh, the funny thing is that
because wasn't one of the
Comstar
I vaguely remember there's like 5 clans he challenged, and I think one of them specialized in
7.
drop troopers or something.
7. And Novacat is the one that decided
Yeah,
to
I
try to
vaguely
do
remember. And what happens is
their most stylish maneuver, which is legitimately a good tactic for deploying from dropships as speedily as possible, which is you have the dropships hover and you have your mechs jump out of them.
oh, Coyote, you
for the last, like, 100 meters.
Anastasius's Fox dead name. Come on.
Friedrich Steiner is such a fucking German. How do you take a man seriously named Friedrich Steiner? Like, I hear that and I think of some German, like, fat German kid with a pretzel going, oh no, I've spilled my.
No, that's Augustus Gloop.
It's like an Augustus Gloop style of name. I'm sorry.
No. When I think of Friedrich Steiner, I think of like this imaginary buff German in a Prussian officer's uniform that Hitler's like like in the midst of a
General
insanity.
Steiner's counteroffensive shall just save us. Yeah. In the end, it does. Hilariously enough. But yes, the lessons of war. This is actually a fun one. So they. This is a bit of an example of the sort of the way that the clans think about fighting here, which is that the.
Oh no.
Which is this is a group of the Jaguars that are fighting through the trying to basically make the Comstar leave a position so they can get into the pass to approach their objective.
Man, Legends of the Hidden Temple went downhill.
Yeah, then it goes into this the next page. I love this bit where it's like. Like, this is an insult. You should have challenged him to a trial of refusal. The comm guards won't attack this target. And it's like, that was precisely what I told him. What was his reply? The comm guards have destroyed 2 of them. Destroyed? Because the comm guards did something that the clans generally don't do, which is that they attack the logistics train directly.
A reminder that these mentally ill, furry LARPer trash losers used to be part of the fucking military.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
They considered this underhand behavior.
I don't know how to express my words on how I want to legitimately. I feel like if I was a mech pilot, I would be angry enough after getting shot by the element. I would punch through the goddamn plating and strangle them with my bare hands as they torch me to death. God.
Based? You would be welcome among the Curitans.
I don't know.
Clanners fear the samurai. The clans fear the samurai.
I would be so angry, like local man too angry to die.
There's a few mech warriors like that that fight the clans. I think the winner.
Fucking Christ! Like
I
you were part of a military. This is. Oh my God! This is dumber than the guy who wrote Victoria, 4th Generation Warfare, which is the Turner Diaries equivalent to a fucking strategy book. Oh God.
Okay, but yeah,
God.
The fun bit about it is that he lures the guy into this Star Commander in a Warhawk, which is a pretty fucking devastating mech, into a duel with him just so that his hovercraft can paint him with aeroform munitions and fucking rock him. which is absolutely fucking brilliant.
Oh
And of
god, that
course
made me
they get
sick.
they get melted. So they give the next section is actually pretty decent. It's a summary of what happened kind of before during the lead up to all
Oh,
this.
okay, so Jim, if you're wondering how I'd fix the clans, there's two ways you could have gone with it. The first is remember that they started life as a fucking military outfit. And have their big flaws be inter-service rivalry, and that's why they're called clans, because essentially the regimental commands broke down eventually into a tribal confederation. But at the end of the day, they still treat it like a stratocracy with cratocratic elements. That means it's a rule by the military with the strongest, which is kind of what they did, but in the dumbest way humanly possible, because you have to I would have to actually either go into Russian or German to perfectly invent the word I'd need to describe the sheer level of fucking incompetence. To go, what? He attacked my supply train in war? That not honorable.
A lot of it's because the clanners had so few supplies. Attacking it would be like suicidal. You'd be capturing it. Yeah, that's your objective. You're not destroying it. That's horrible for everyone. Don't destroy it. Capture it instead. Fight somewhere where we won't destroy our the vital fucking supplies we need to live out here in the middle of nowhere, beyond the inner sphere.
That's their goddamn fault for not remembering what a quartermaster's supposed to do.
They legitimately gave their quartermaster corps fucking conniptions during Operation Revival.
Oh, is that the part where they almost lost to Nashid with a fucking IED? Okay, so to give you an idea on why I can never treat the clans as a serious military force,
It's Operation
admittedly,
Klondike.
Operation Klondike's not a fair example, but when you are at essentially your peak in terms of what military hardware you have available, and in terms of the actual knowledge of waging war, given that you just survived one of those fucking things. In that circumstance where you have actual veterans who served in a military that have an actual military structure, and you have not only that, but massive technological advantages. They were fighting dudes with goddamn AK-47s. They almost lost against that. They almost lost against that.
Yeah, this was under the WizKids license that Klondike was written. Uh,
I don't care.
Catalyst did write it, but it was under WizKids.
I don't care, because that means Catalyst still wrote it, which means it's still technically canonically the clans are so fucking garbage. Are so fucking garbage that you could just take a fucking nugget, you could take one of your Mosin Nuggets, and you'd somehow manage to single-handedly stall their fucking offensive for like a year. I can't take them seriously after that. That is more mentally challenged. To compare this, I'm going to compare them to another very badly written antagonist, the Azanians from Victoria, who also had a technological advantage and who also effectively lost to a bunch of dudes with fucking rifles. Look, technology is an amazing multiplier. I'm not saying that you're always guaranteed to win, but those with the best toys have a very good chance of it. But not if you somehow manage to be so horrendously dogshit with your strategy, tactics, or operations that some dudes in the desert with equipment that has no right. Like, to give you an idea, if they had elementals, at no point, and even if they didn't, it doesn't fucking matter. The material science, they'd have like personal protective gear. The
They did,
motherfuckers
but
they almost died against didn't even have industrial mechs because they
no,
just survived a climactic cataclysm.
they actually did have quite a lot of stuff. If you're talking about the Babylon campaign, they did in fact have
That's
a
the
fuck ton
other
of.
campaign that was a lot more believable. No, I'm talking about Space Afghanistan, which recently survived a cataclysmic fucking climate shift and
Oh,
was
you're talking
reduced
about
to fucking muskets. This is
which
another
one was that?
campaign, and this one they actually struggled with harder, by the way.
I think you're talking about was that Babylon?
No, if it's, I think Babylon was the one where they had like an actual space station and shit. Because there was
No,
like 5 planets in the Klondike campaigns, or like 5 major like serious battles, and
yeah.
that one was the least stupid of the 5. I'm talking about there is a planet that's like 80% desert, and it was essentially space Afghanistan.
God, I'd have to take a look at some of these. I'd have to take a look through that book again, and I'm not sure if I want to.
The moment I saw that, I was like, I can't take them seriously anymore. I can't take them seriously anymore because this is dumber than the time stormtroopers lost to literal teddy bears, because at least those motherfuckers were tribal cannibalistic weirdos. Also, the Empire at the time wasn't planning on just bombing it to death with a goddamn Star Destroyer run, which is what they could have done. They could have done that. They had a space navy. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
It's not like that planet was fucking marginal for life anyway.
It's literally all they've got. Gotta go boots on the ground, man.
Even then, like, you're really telling me
We
that
we need an excuse to
they
to
literally
make the next
just
fights.
fought the Amarans, the Amaris guys, the ones who also were masters at fucking fighting and partisan warfare. They fought in the goddamn periphery. They literally have the best minds in dealing with counterinsurgency operations. And you're actually going to tell me these motherfuckers can't stop Nasheed with his IED? Not even like a sci-fi IED.
They did manage to stop them. They did manage to stop them.
Barely. They almost died. That's why no matter how high you tell me their numbers are as a mech unit, I don't really care, because I'm going to instantly subtract like double that because of how smart they are. Oh, well, this thing has an autocannon of 20 and a laser fire of 20. It can fire all of its guns and only emit enough heat that it might need to stop after 4 rounds. Well, okay, then the problem is you put a guy in there who is so brain dead. He'll instead of using his amazing firepower, he'll just run up screaming and punch them, hoping that his super giga fucking Shad armor will survive him.
Funnily enough, the clan mechs generally aren't that great at melee combat because they don't have fists. So that's one of their weaknesses of a faction.
I'm just pointing. I'm pointing out just how fucking garbage they are.
Seriously, somebody did some mathematics. If you can send a bunch of chargers against like 80-ton clan mechs and beat them to death, it's genuinely easy. A company of chargers, which are the shittiest assault mechs in the game, can 1v1 a star of clanners and probably win if they can get into melee.
You know what'd be great? Is that literally is what happened on Tukayyid.
That is actually partially what happened on the Battle of Luthien, which is the prelude to this. So you remember how I was mentioning how the clans fear the samurai, right? So the Draconis Combine,
oh yeah,
they had their capitals.
Didn't they have an Afro samurai that wrecked their shit in?
Yes.
So I remember this guy.
Yeah. So the Draconis Combine has a bunch of chargers.
They had a bunch of punchy boys and sword boys.
They've had them for forever because the thing is that the charger was such a shit mech that the SLDF, who was in massive graft mode, took a look at it and went, "What the fuck did you give us?" and shelved their entire rest of their order and said, "We're canceling this." Then the Succession Wars happened, and so suddenly there's a bunch of these mechs and an intact factory because no one bombed it, and it's in Kuridan space. So Kurida goes, most honorable mech. And
the Kuridans go, well, this factory is intact. The mech's crap, but it's a mech. That's better than what many have.
It fights with the soul of a samurai, by which it means it's gonna get a lot of pilots killed.
I keep forgetting that is literally their logic of how they don't care. I keep forgetting that.
This is the group that came up with the idea of let's just spam shitty mechs at them until they die.
I keep forgetting that these weird Swedo-Japanese LARPers who consider themselves the heirs to the Emperor literally operate on Tang strategic victory concepts.
They kind of do.
I keep
Kirita is crazy
I keep
like
forgetting they actually have the greatest strategist of all, Zap Brannigan, commanding them.
that. Them and the Capellans are both famous for it. So are the Lyrans to a greater or lesser degree.
Well, no,
Uh,
the Lyran. Okay, if you told me that like it was the Lyrans that were doing all of this threat, and they were like the most dumb people to ever exist because they do like this honorable battle challenge crap, I'd believe it. Because the whole point about them is their military is stodgy and incompetent. Of course, they'd be
yeah.
using like 18th century goddamn line tactics or whatever. That's fine. That makes sense for them. But this is the remnants of an actual professional military force led by an
It's
army
been
reformer.
that's been reduced to like a fucking shadow. Yeah. The fun
Now,
thing
the
about the
second path.
battle
No,
with you
actually, I just remembered. I never said what the second path you could have done.
was
This is
military juntas.
no. The second path that could have maybe explained the clans, or like you did the culture. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is almost certainly what the writers did. Actually, now that I think about it. So Kerensky's successor, his furry son, who's in his wolf
Yeah.
costume, saying that he has 5 wolves, all of them screaming inside his soul.
Yeah.
Anyway, that guy, he comes up with the idea to make the most martial culture ever to ensure that they always keep their edge. So what he does is he combines the worst aspects of the Aztecs, Spartans, and the Prussian military system together to create an army
That
with a
is
state.
legitimately what he did. Yeah.
That is what the writers wanted him to do. But then when you see it in reality, and this is the faction that you're going to try to sell on us, well, I mean, you guys, more you guys than me. Like, this is me looking at this going,
What the fuck is this shit,
why don't I
Larry?
just steal the fucking mechs and just ignore that where they came from?
Thank you, Clan Sea Fox. Thanks you for your purchase.
No. No, you see,
They'll sell you them.
here's the problem with that logic. That assumes that I even acknowledge their. I'm going full like Damnatio Memoriae, like what Indiana Jones is going to do to their titular character.
You have embraced what the word of Blake wished to do, which was to genocide all clanners.
No,
That was
no,
their objective.
That implies that they still exist. No, Damnatio
It implies that
Memoriae.
they're a legitimate culture. That implies that they're a legitimate culture. That
No,
should
that
be
implies they
recognized. Yeah,
actually
I should've-
exist. No, you don't understand. I'm going to erase the
Holy
concept.
shit.
They don't exist. They're the Skaven. They
The
don't
master
exist.
welcomes you, brother. Take this red hand and place it upon your mech, for we shall be the hand of vengeance of the Star League upon those who have strayed. The jihad beckons, brother. Shall you answer its call for Blake's holy word?
You're joking, but unironically, I much prefer them over the fucking clanners.
I love the word of Blake. They're so good.
I'm not kidding when I say up
They
front.
did nothing wrong. The Blakeists did nothing wrong. I will stand by that.
I'm openly of the
Everything
opinion.
they did, the great houses also. Yeah.
I'm openly of the opinion. You can unironically just erase completely. I don't give a shit how many plot holes it are. They never existed. It was a big psyop by word of Blake. The clans don't exist. It's a big psyop. That still would be better. I just
You just don't like them. I get you.
any potential interest. I know Operation Klondike is very unfair to them, but it was the Space Afghanistan. It wasn't the prior ones. It was Space Afghanistan.
Yeah,
As
the
we
prior
were
ones,
reading
it was
that,
like, yeah, because it was the prior ones. You're like, oh, these have actual weapons, and they might not be
well,
great,
first off,
but they're
they
still
have
putting up
actual
a fight.
weapons, and B, while they're fighting stupidly, whatever. Like they're fighting something that could actually explain why they're struggling.
Yeah.
They don't go into details like, oh well, we ran out of supplies. Many of us are starving. Or we're at the end of our like. They don't explain that part, so I'm not like because of that I can't.
You're
really
not
use that.
assuming it, yeah. Because if the clans are also working on a shoestrings logistics budget, it becomes like, Klondike becomes much more like understandable.
But they don't bring that up. They never.
But they don't bring that up, which is the problem.
And on top of that,
if
they're
it's
not
like
fighting like a military.
They are fighting like a military, just not a very, very experienced one, which is, I guess, part of the problem.
Which okay. Here's my thinking, right? if the clans were described as literal fucking conscripts, like child, not quite child, but like teenage,
It's like whoever we have that we can fit in a mech.
and Kerensky drags them away because like that's all he had left as he left.
Yeah.
I'd understand why the fuck they act like they
Or
did.
if it's like you're fight to remember we're also fighting. We have basically green troops against veterans that while they don't have the best equipment against us, they know what they're doing, and we have to try to count. And we're working on a logistical shoestring to try to win this.
If they describe,
that would make sense.
Like if after the first battle you have Kerensky's successor in his wolf costume, because I'm sorry, he's a furry to me from now on forever. He's in his fursuit, and he's like, yes, we've conquered the planet. And then you have the logistics officer go, I have horrendous news, and he hears about how they've literally run out of all of the parts for like half of their fucking mech lines. And they've lost so many pilots that they have to drag people from the infantry in an emergency crash training program.
That happened, I think, during Klondike. They sort of half
They don't
mentioned
explain that at all.
They half mentioned that like the concept of the word cast was so fucking fluid at the time that it was just like, yeah, you had people that were doing stuff like that.
They explained it in social mobility was quite flexible at the like that was expressed as a good thing. That wasn't expressed as, oh my fucking god, we lost a lot of our pilots due to just bad luck or just due to the conflict. Like they don't go into that. If they just wrote it like, yeah, we lost.
If they rewrote Operation Klondike as like the most brutal like partisan struggle of all time.
And if you had them like lose most of their actual trained officers, like your brain trust when it comes to tactics.
they kind of did.
You're justifying something that they barely talk about.
They do barely talk about it, but they do mention that like most
they
of
do
the
barely talk about it. But no, that doesn't work like that. That means they failed. That means they failed at showing it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they didn't fail at showing it. I'm saying that it's there. It's just very poorly presented.
It's there, but I didn't notice it when we read it initially.
To be fair, you were really fucking mad at that
By that point. But that was what, after the third or fourth battle where it's like, how did these motherfuckers even...
How did they survive? How did they get here? Why is this all like really shit? Yeah. Anyway, with
that in mind, I would treat them somewhat more seriously, but for the fact that they're supposed to be from a fucking military.
Yeah.
But for that's the biggest problem.
Yeah. So
again, if they were conscripts led by a furry who invented his own society, but they're not. They're hardened veterans, mostly a combination of NCOs and goddamn enlisted, maybe some junior officers. There is losing the ability to know how to operate on a strategic level using large forces because you lost your generals and your commanding officers. And then there's, I'm going to turn them into Legends of the Hidden Temples teams, give them knives and tell them how to invent conlang so they can fight like an honorable combat. There's a difference between that.
Just a second.
It's a cultural thing you'd have to actually show off, like during the campaign, which they didn't do. So, how many veterans died before Operation Klondike? Well, here's the thing. If they were doing it correctly, like they were kind of using the Long March as an example, Jim, it would be quite a bit. And I would have understood if they talked about that a bit more. Like, we ran out of mech.
They do talk about that in this history section where they're like, half of the Exodius fleet that got there was dead by the point of the start of Operation Klondike.
It's a damn shame they didn't put that in the Klondike book, huh?
They did, but it was not exactly like a stressed part of it.
I don't know why they wouldn't have stressed that, because that would actually really show you how bad they were in that situation.
Yeah, like the Exodius fleet.
It would tell you exactly why.
Yeah. The clans are founded by basically like a few hardcore ideologues looking for any solution to a situation where like half of everyone you have ever known is dead. That you know from this trip, everyone you knew back in the sphere is likely dead. It's a deeply traumatized society from the very get-go.
It's almost like they should have put that in the Operation Klondike book.
Yeah, but that was 10 years ago compared to this book.
I don't care. They had the lore already. I know they did. I know they already had that lore. They just didn't fucking put it in that book.
They didn't, because they assumed you were reading other books.
That is the biggest,
I
stupidest thing they did.
know.
That is.
I know it's stupid.
That's why.
I know
That's
it's
why.
really stupid.
That's why entertainment companies are eating shit financially right now.
Yeah.
Like
It's also why
in tabletop books, like I don't like in minis and tabletop books. That's a bold fucking strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it turned out for them. Oh wait, they got shuffled by 3 different companies. Jesus fucking Christ. Woo! All right, so the centuries in the making. This is just kind of summarizing. I want to actually get into the part where they talk about that.
They get the ensuing civil war was, the resulting Exodius working out poorly. The SLDF demobilized most of it. However, the former soldiers did not take well to colonial life, and then violence started to spread, and unrest and devastation killed a third of the residents of the worlds. By the time when Operation Klondike has happened, it went from like 50% casualties of like everyone who had actually left the sphere. And then they talk about how the
No, the Pentagon worlds are from our Operation Klondike.
Yes, they are. So this is what they say, a third of those on the Pentagon worlds, by the time when the Exodia Civil War kicks off, the Exodia Civil War itself killed a third of the population. They were already at 50% by the time it was over, like overall.
Which they don't go into details about in Klondike. Although that's partial. Although I'm going to assume that's mainly because Klondike was before it.
Yeah.
Okay then. By that, okay then that makes their struggling against space Afghanistan much more pathetic then. Because this isn't after the Exodus Civil War; it was before then.
No, it was after that. Okay, so here's the timeline. They leave on the Exodus. Exodus Civil War kicks off. Kerensky grabs a bunch of people. Nicholas Kerensky grabs a bunch of people, and he goes away from the Pentagon worlds. With very small amount of people that he can. The Pentagon worlds blow the shit out of each other, and Kerensky while he's got the lion's share of warships, really doesn't have what you'd call the lion's share of weaponry. That's still back on the Pentagon worlds.
Stupid.
Most of the stuff that was on the Pentagon worlds, admittedly, wasn't exactly in pristine condition after about 2 decades of civil war, which killed half the population.
Wait.
And the clans aren't exactly in a good spot either, because they're stuck on a decent-ish world, but not a lot of stuff to go around.
Wait, so Operation Klondike was them retaking back their fucking schismatic. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was the end officially of the Pentagon worlds war, the Civil War.
Fuck me. I'm saying that because I didn't get that at all from that fucking book when I read it initially. I'll admit I was getting angry by the end of it, but remember, I think for about the first third of it I wasn't. Maybe about the first half.
Yeah.
The most I remember from the Operation Klondike book was they had the equivalent of like the revolt of the Kronstadt, where like some of the ships rebelled.
Yeah, that would be during the Exodus jump. That was the first sign of
before the Exodus jump, and they don't go into the Civil War. They didn't go into the Civil War.
They did, but they didn't. Basically, that's one of the things about Klondike that I think Klondike tries, God bless it, but it's not very good.
Okay then, so we know that they were at the end of their rope and that they unify. Oh my fucking god. That's so I don't have words. Okay then.
So basically, Nikki makes the clans out of what's left. Basically, The clans also left a bunch of. He also left a bunch of stuff, and he's a weird guy in
I've already
general. He's a
mentioned
he's
that
a
I see him as a furry, so yeah.
yeah. That's a little bit of it. He likes his steak. He likes his steak well done. He doesn't like being touched too much. He's genuinely got some brain damage from probably just or at least something's fucking off with the guy.
I think they did say that he did experience a head injury when he was younger.
He had he got an illness that caused brain
Yeah.
swelling.
Yeah, I remember that part.
Yeah. But he always had sort of a magnetic personality. He was able to convince people to do things already before that, and I guess all you needed was that to create basically the equivalent of Hong Zikwan.
Okay. I mean, the problem is we don't really see him actually being charismatic.
Yeah, it's just stated because it's a source book. It's not like the actual fiction.
I'm aware.
Stuff.
It's just it feels. It's more the ritualized combat that doesn't make a lick of goddamn sense to me.
Let me explain this to you as simply as I can. The reason why the ritualized combat arises is entirely Nikki K's autism.
I'm aware of that part.
The other part of it is that this is a way to try to allow basically a fight over resources without destroying those resources in the process of fighting over them. It's the rough equivalent of like you get your buddies in a group and you go throw spears at each other, and the one that runs away, then you get the cattle that you're fighting over. It's like that, except people actually die. Clan trials are very much lethal. They are to the death a lot of the time between warriors, because that's what's considered honorable and supposed to do, because the weak don't survive. That's part of the eugenics attitude of the clan. Like, if you died, you weren't good enough, and you're better off dead because the rest of us get stronger.
This is just. I think they're in a catch-22 because the more you explain their culture, even with the logic behind it, the more I just find it as lame as the fucking Salal from Green Antarctica.
Yeah, they're a dystopia.
This is just as goddamn lame as the Draka from the Drakaverse and the Salal from Green Antarctica. They're fucking lame. I'm sorry. They tried too hard and it's lame. If I want evil, I'd just go with my evil Capellans or my evil fucking Caridans.
They're evil in a different flavor, basically.
They're evil in a boring flavor.
I mean, you can have that opinion.
Now
they're interesting because it's like, to me, they're interesting because they're basically the idea of the Spartan like rework of culture taken to a logical extreme.
You know it.
Also because of the mechs, but that's the other thing. Anyway, we get.
I don't think I'm sorry. I just don't think I'll ever find them interesting.
Okay, but let's try to get through this now. We spent an hour bitching about them.
You're the one who decided in his giga-brained fucking idea to bring up another Clanner book. Yeah, they get wrecked, but you knew what you were getting into.
Fair enough.
For those who aren't familiar, we did read Operation Klondike. I was screaming by the end of that one.
So mad.
So you can kind of understand, like, well, I think you can kind of tell that I was screaming by the end, given how virulently I am against the clans as a concept. I think it's because it hits every aspect that I hate when it comes to writing an antagonist. Because, first off, they have plot armor. Literal plot armor in the form of having better mechs. Is it explained? Yes, it is. Which makes it slightly better than the time that GW did well, everyone else dirty by doing Storm of Chaos. Does it still make them interesting? Not really. Second, their culture is just kind of intrinsically a bit on the edgy side in the way that it's just like you're trying too hard. And on top of that, it's kind of dysfunctional, and at the end of the day, it would just dissolve into them killing each other until there's basically nothing left. I don't care if it's done and ritualized.
That's what happens during the Wars of Reaving.
No, the problem is the Wars of Reaving should have happened. Well, To give you an idea, let's compare them to another society that's just as brain dead, the Aztecs. They were close to collapse when Hernan Cortez found them. They were. They were actually in the middle of essentially a death war with the Tlaxcalans and an entire federation against them. That was within less than 100 years, by the way. I just don't buy that a society that brain dead could last for 200 years. For fuck's sake, you know the Spartans that they're trying to base them on? That big, cool eugenics program? They had to legitimately compromise and break their own system. I think, what was it, 3 or 4 times to even last 300 years? Because their citizenship fell apart? Again, you knew what you were getting into, Tech, when you suggested this book to me. Kind of. I mean, I think you were hoping that I'd actually be more interested in learning about good old Fock and his big day.
Yeah. Well, we're getting into that. We just went off on a complete tangent for like half an hour.
I like the Wolverines because they didn't have plot armor. Didn't they get all killed?
They basically got wiped out, but they
only
didn't.
good
They managed to
Clanners are dead
migrate through
Clanner.
the sphere. They got wiped out in clan space, though. No one knows where they went. They showed up in the Dracona's Combine, kicked some ass, took a bunch of shit, and moved on out of the sphere again.
I think another reason I'm not a fan, since I'm bringing it up, since it gets brought, it will probably get brought up at one point. They kind of fucking won. At least at the moment, they kind of fucking won.
Yeah, the Clan Wolf became a clan, all that. It's been like 2 years since that fucking happened. Anybody who's complaining about that, like, what the fuck do you think the whole Dark Age plotline was gonna be? Like, are you serious?
That doesn't mean I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
Thank you, WizKids. Very cool. You fuckers.
Very cool. You basically pulled an Age of Sigmar. Actually, unironically, they pulled a goddamn end to fantasy in a way.
They did, because they literally jumped past this event that there was like a decade being built up to, which is the Jihad. They skipped it, basically glossed it over until like almost like a decade later, where they finally start releasing some information about the Jihad and like what actually fucking happened, because everyone's like, why the fuck is this happening? Why is there a new faction in the middle of the sphere? Why is there this? Why is there that? Where is Clan Diamond Shark now? What's going on? And they eventually had to explain all that shit, and then the Dark Ages. There's a reason why no one likes the Dark Ages, in terms of like plotline. None of it makes sense.
And on top of that, they had their oh so cool antagonist they brought for a season 3 Transformers upgrade, so that you can pay more shekels, fucking sheep.
Yeah, let's swap over to HeroClix instead of the classic Battletech tabletop. Let's see if that works out. Oh no, it didn't.
I want to vomit blood. I want to vomit blood.
So now Catalyst has had to, and they've done an admirable job at trying to pick up the fucking mess that they were left with this. It isn't perfect. Don't get me wrong, it isn't perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than what FanPro and WizKids did to it.
Battletech went off the rails long ago, and you can't change. Oh no shit! No shit. The moment you basically pulled an end of Warhammer Fantasy by having the fucking Sparta Boo Flower Wars LARPing furries win.
Yeah.
The moment you had that shit happen, oh, I want to vomit blood. Unironically.
Oh yeah, they restored a bunch of the old Star League stuff, and it makes no fucking sense. It's like, it's legitimately Hour of the Wolf is basically like, we gave this to BLP. We don't like BLP.
The Wolf?
The Hour of the Wolf. That's the final novel of the Dark Ages.
They stole it from George R.R. Martin.
No, the hour of the. Okay, hold on.
That's what they called the fucking time Creek and Stark.
The hour of the Wolf.
That's literally the time Greg and Stark.
No, the hour of the Wolf is actually a Swedish horror film from 1968.
They both stole it from the Swedish horror film. There we go. I
Russian
wish I was in a
phrase,
Capellan
apparently.
re-education center. It'd be
It's
better
apparently
than
a
this.
Russian phrase for like the end of things. It's the hour of the wolf, which is dumb, but there we go. All right. Anyway, there's now an ill clan and an ill Khan. Fuck it. Purple Bird is now back together. Fuck you for what you did to them during the fucking jihad. Purple Bird's strunk. Alaric Ward is not my first lord. Praise be to the Marek.
This is
Regulans did nothing wrong.
This
Nukes are acceptable uses against clanners and clan accessories. Thank you.
This is dumber than 10th edition Warhammer.
Look. The Dark Ages are like are just bad. They're just bad.
You know what you could have done instead? You could have just been like, lol, this never happened.
We try. Why do you think no one wants to play in the Dark Era for mech design? It's like, let's play 3050, let's play 3025, let's play 3063 or whatever. Because those are the time periods that people remember as like, oh yeah, that was good. That's when like all the classic mechs are around. And
Aren't they still releasing for that time for their new no one plays this crap time period?
They're doing both, but they're advancing the timeline and they're giving like updates to all the mechs that were old because they're releasing new stuff that are in that timeline, like the clan invasion stuff, and they're saying, and here's a bunch of configurations for if you want to play in the new era, but you don't have to.
Jihad's an unfortunate tale of real-life problems. Also, let's hire new writers with no ideas about the franchise for early Dark Age novels. No, it's even dumber because remember, they fired all the original novelists.
They fired all the original except for Michael Stackpole, who wrote the first Dark Era's novel, which is not bad, but it's not great either.
I thought it was during the Civil War of the Federated Commonwealth. Oh yeah, that's another
Federated
ball.
The Commonwealth Civil War was a giant idiot ball plot, but like
it was an idiot ball plot to pull the dumbest thing since the time GW had to teleport an entire Chaos Army right in the middle of fucking Altdorf just to see it get wrecked by orc players who were mad.
It's a gigantic ass pull, and it was like literally so we can have another big brouhaha in the sphere happen. Is literally the entire justification for the FedCom Civil War.
You could have just had the big inner sphere war just be between, because didn't the other three ally against them?
They did and didn't, and it's weird. Now, a lot of this comes down to personal preference, but I think that there's certain parts of the Civil War that are fun, but it's more like out of coincidence than actually the plot line of the Civil War. Which
honestly, whenever you try to play devil's advocate, I just have an image of you.
No, like the parts of it that are fun are like the Capellans stealing everything back. Like that's the fun part of the Civil War.
I'm aware. I'm just pointing out that at times you give me the vibes of like a guy reading out all of the obviously traitorous things they did after he spent time in Lubyanka, getting beaten with Bibles hidden in sacks. Like yes, the FedCom Civil War was a good thing. And then like one day later they'll find your body in the river, in the Dnieper River, after it was shot in the basement of Lubyanka. Like same energy.
Paste.
I'm sorry. It's just sometimes when I think you go to devil's advocate, I'm just reminded of like essentially Zinoviev or Karl Radek, like broken and staring with like his teeth missing after getting the shit rocked out of him at the Politburo, revealing all the horrible crimes they committed in the greatest televised trial in the Soviet Union.
Jesus. Okay. Can we continue? Can we move on? Please.
I don't know. We might not be able to.
All right. So there's
Fox
Luthien.
time.
I think we got into this because Luthien is, as I mentioned, is where like we had the Chargers and the glorious Cretan suicide pilots just running with their arms outstretched like behind them, like fucking Naruto running into clanner machines to destroy them and hand.
Okay, that unironically is funny.
like chargers are fun machines. If you get them to work on the tabletop, they're a blast. But the problem is that it's you brought a charger.
No, no. All you gotta do is just whenever some clanner asshole is like, okay, here's my charger armor, die.
How many chargers can I bring bring all the assault mechs you want? I'll bring in equal BV and chargers. Editor's note: chargers are only 600 BV or so because they're so garbage. Actually, what is the charger BV? Hold on. I want to say they're around 700 BV, but
I'm very happy I chose the title.
981. That's so for roughly every actually decent clan assault mech, you can bring about 3 chargers.
Just Naruto. They can't get us all.
That's literally the plan. That's the plan. We're gonna zap Brannigan them for the combine. For the coordinator, gentlemen. The Emperor will honor your sacrifice. We are samurai warriors.
It unironically works though.
It did work. They punked Smoke Jaguar, which is really, as I mentioned, Smoke Jaguar is the really pissy Crusader clan. They're real assholes.
They got trapped by the temple guard in the shrine of the Silver Monkey. That's my other problem with. I'm very happy I named the title "Clanners Get Kriffed" because that is, I think it earned the title.
As I mentioned before, the main reason why the clans have the most initial success in the invasion is that nobody's expecting nobody's expecting an invasion of this scale from the northern part of the sphere, which is where like all the second line units are. This is all in the backwater, so they blow through basically everyone that's sent there because there's nobody good there to fight.
Fair enough. Like I said, I'm making fun because after that it's plot, but you know.
After that, they start to get into actual knockdown slug out matches with intersphere forces. Like the Battle of Rosselhog is pretty nasty for the clans. They take some serious losses. They don't it doesn't slow down as badly as it could, but it does somewhat. There's incidents like Luthien, for example, where it's like, oh shit, and then there's like a counterpunch that happens on Twycross where the Jade Falcon loses the entire Jade Falcon guards, mostly because of one crazy asshole who blows up his mech, but still.
Not only his mech, but like he also didn't he also like trick them into a suicide run?
Basically, yes. So he issues his challenge because he's like, oh shit, they're gonna flank the entire force. So he runs down into this pass that's been wired to blow. And the problem is that elementals got to the teams that were supposed to detonate the charges, right? In case of reinforcements. Well, his giga brain idea is I'm going to set my mech's reactor to overheat, and therefore the ammunition I have on board is going to detonate, and the sympathetic explosion will therefore set off the entire charges.
Yeah, I remember, and he manages to wipe out pretty much all but the very fewest in the back of the elite guards, which made their clan leaders scream and poop himself.
An autistic fury, and degrade the Falcon guards from the most elite unit to absolute trash was sent there afterwards until Tukayyid. Until after Tukayyid, actually, where the Jade Falcon guards acquitted themselves as basically like one of the only units of the Jade Falcons to do anything.
Don't worry, Jim. We'll get into the book.
We'll get there. There.
I have so much anger towards the clan.
We'll get there. We're like Mr. Incredible in the car. We'll get there when we get there.
No, it's like the Blues Brothers in the Bluesmobile. Like we'll get there eventually.
We'll land the plane. Don't worry about it.
We might accidentally run over every member of the Illinois Nazi Party, but you know. Wasn't the population of the clan are overall close to like 1 billion? Yeah. After each battle where they get wrecked like that, they can't really replace, except when the plot tells them they can.
Well, mind you, they do have cloning technology, basically.
Which is why I compare them to the Azanians in William Lynn's hit piece, Victoria.
Fucking Christ, Victoria. Don't read Victoria. Just don't. Seriously, just don't.
The only reason... it opens up with them burning an Episcopalian bishop at the stake. And that's all you really need to know about that book. Oh, it's also written by a guy who, on some levels, knows his really bad take of maneuver warfare would lose against the U.S. Army, so he doesn't actually have them face the U.S. Army. Like, it's such a bad book. Like, it utterly reveals what a joke he is. And
it's so bad.
I can't help but compare Clanners sometimes to, well, the strawman enemies that he has them fight.
And also the protagonists of
Yeah,
that.
on every level. On every level, the Clanners look like a book that's so bad it makes the Turner Diaries look like fucking Lord of the Rings.
Anyway, so the thing that happens is during the clan invasions is that there is actually a Russell Hog pilot that suicide runs the clan or the main clan warship and manages to hit the bridge and kill the Ilkhan
Yep,
at the
I
time,
remember
which,
that.
as I mentioned, that causes a year of peace, which gives everybody time to get ready to fucking actually do something.
Which is also a case of the writer. Which I should remind you, this is the writers going, what's a cool military? Oh, I know, the Mongolians. Remember when Ogedei?
Yeah,
Ogedei?
when Ogedei died, like this is a totally logical system for a space military to have. Meanwhile, Adam is just trying not to kill himself in the background.
Adam Steiner or Adam me, both.
So
actually.
their plans, by the way, to.
By the way,
so
the
then,
cursed thing is, just as a
what?
very quick side note, the electing an Ilkhan like that does actually kind of make sense if you factor it as a military and there's all this inter-service rivalry, right?
It does, because the clans have an objective of making themselves the most powerful clan to take back Terra and become the Ill clan.
The
So they
problem
all want
is
their guy in charge or someone that politically supports them in charge.
the problem is they're not acting like a military. I can't. I have to keep bringing that up. That's my problem.
Yeah. So, and it's also partially related to like the clan eugenics program and all that, but that's like background stuff that you don't need to know to get the gist of the story. It's important, but it's not that important.
Like maybe have most of the have the leadership and good portion.
That's basically what happened. The leadership are the ones that went back. And with the leadership gone, the rest of the clan, like the commanders that are left behind, are basically under strict orders not to advance, because that would deny the glory rightfully observed to the true-born warriors of the clan, with blood names, which is basically their equivalent of like, if you're important, you have a blood name.
I wish I was reading Karen Travis's Republican Commando series right about now.
Anyway, so the clan, so Focht comes up with this idea, right? So he contacts Comstar has been helping the clans out because they're like, oh, these guys are from old Star League, aren't they? We can use them to get rid of the great house. Yeah, we can use them to get rid of the great houses, then backstab them and take over the sphere. It'll be easy. Then it turns out that they want Terra, and Comstar does not want to give up Terra for very obvious reasons. So basically, Comstar then negotiates a trial for Terra, and the idea is, well, what about a proxy battle? Because obviously, fighting on Terra itself will be incredibly destructive, which is why that if we were going to fight on Terra, we'd fight on South America.
I just realized they spelled Ilkhan incorrectly to avoid the spelling. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I wish I was getting mind scrubbed in a Capellan
It's so that it's
center.
easier to read it. It's so that it's easier to read it. Just anyway.
I'm sorry. Oh fuck me.
So, as I mentioned, originally the clans were like, logistics is for pussies, whatever. Then they get better by Tukayyid a little bit. They actually have the brilliant idea of sending their reinforcement stuff onto the battlefield in this battle. That is where Fox fucks them. They got slightly better. I know, they improved. They actually somehow fucking improved, barely. This is in the book. This is stated in the book. Look, It's in the book. It's right here. The invasion of the Inner Sphere had corrected a few of these poor clan practices. 2 years, they taught them not to expect simple duels in simple terrain, but also they get improve their logistics slightly to know that battles can last a while and take lots of ammo. They realized this. They did nothing to correct it.
Oh,
so Fox shows up and is like, "Hey, you guys want to fight? You guys want to fight? Here's my plan. Here's my plan. We fight on this shitty backwater world called Tukayyid.
It's not that backwater, but yeah, it's pretty backwater.
It's pretty backwater. It has a population of about 4 million people.
Which ain't bad for like a marginal world.
I mean, it's mostly used as like it's got a lot of water. It's pretty hot though. Like the equatorial regions are basically uninhabitable because it's just so fucking hot.
Yeah, I'm noticing 40 degrees Celsius at equatorial. It's
a
little
bad.
hotter. No, it's a little hotter than Earth.
Yeah, 60% surface water though. It's pretty good.
A little drier than Earth, a little hotter. That's fine.
Their technological
given
levels
how
ain't bad.
no, given how bad Battletech worlds usually are in terms of like you're not finding a ton. This is perfectly fine.
Yeah. And the thing is that the Fox manages to negotiate. By the way, his original plan is we win, you just stop invading entirely. The Khan at the time basically goes, that's not happening. I can give you 15 years though, which is about a generation or two of clan warriors because they burn through fast.
So what was the exchange? So the exchange is if you win, you get.
Fox demands this. All right, okay. If we win, if Comstar wins this Batchall bullshit, you will stop at this line marked by Tukayyid on the map. You can't go below this line. Any of your forces. You can take the worlds above this line, but you can't go any further towards Terra. The thing then is that the clanners are like, that's acceptable. That's not too bad. But what do we get if we win? So Fox says, okay, if you win, we just stop helping the Inner Sphere. Like we will not do anything more to interfere with you whatsoever. We'll help you out even more.
Oh wait, there's volcanic mud fields. I think we'll get into that.
Oh yeah, we'll get into that. Now this is a pretty appealing from anyone that understands even the vaguest idea of Comstar, which is because Comstar has all of the intelligence ever.
Here's my problem with that. This is the clans.
This is the clans, mind you. This Khan is from Clan Wolf, and therefore he's actually semi-intelligent. He's smart enough to realize.
The writers like Clan Wolf the most.
They do. It's pretty blatant.
I'm going to. The screaming will begin now. You explain to the viewers.
All right. So, with that in mind, they then negotiate down a little bit more because, obviously speaking, the idea of stopping forever at a line marked by Tukayyid because of a single he's just screaming of a single line of just marked by that is no clanner is going to accept that. So he says, okay, 15 years. Now, something to remember is that the Wolf Clan didn't actually want to invade the Inner Sphere in the first place. So him accepting this as Il Clan is essentially.
Don't worry,
he could have just said no. He could have just said no and not fought this battle, but he accepted because he just didn't want to invade the Inner Sphere and wanted to go fucking home.
Who wanted to go home? Sorry, I was busy actually screaming into a pillow.
So essentially, the thing to remember is there's two divisions among the clans politically. There's the Wardens who think that what the clans should do is stay away from the Inner Sphere and ignore it unless it needs help. And there's the Crusaders who think that is their Kerensky-driven glory mission to go take everything and take over the Inner Sphere in a glorious name of the Furry Man.
Where the fuck did these politics come from? It's not your fault. I was literally screaming into a pillow. So if you explained where they came from.
Well, they came from the interpretations, respectively, of Nicholas Kerensky's statements and Alexander Kerensky's statements, which is like the reason why, like, Kerensky says we left the sphere. Alexander says we left the sphere to protect the sphere. Therefore, what we should do is we should stay away from the sphere unless they actually need our help. The Crusader one, which is we will return someday. And the houses are all degenerates who will destroy themselves in savagery. So we should return and stop them from destroying everything and take over and implement the clan way of life for everyone because it's obviously superior.
They only have barely 1 billion people across 5 worlds, and from what I'm telling,
it's more than 5 worlds. It's more than 5 worlds. They control about 40 to 50 at this point in the Kerensky cluster.
Well, that's a testament of their mismanagement if they're barely able to get 1 billion on 40 fucking planets.
A lot of these are very marginal worlds.
I'm aware. I'm just pointing out that it's still a testament that they're that fucking awful. I will say, however, that from that point of view and understanding the population pressure, I understand why the Crusaders won. I can
Yeah,
compliment writing when it makes sense, and it logically makes sense that at that point when they're at because of their planets being shit and they're desperate and they're getting overpopulated, of course the Crusaders are going to win because otherwise they're going to go through a Malthusian collapse.
which they kind of do in the Wars of Reaving.
That's their damn fault. But I'm pointing
Yeah.
out that this would have happened even like if they didn't, if the Wardens won.
Yeah.
This is writing I actually completely understand. That's actually good writing too, by the way.
Their compromise is that like
Don't forget who's in second in charge. I don't know who any of the Clan Wolf motherfuckers are.
we'll get into that eventually. Clan Wolf comes last.
I think I scared Tech off from doing too many of the Clanner books because of this.
Oh, you definitely have. We'll probably at least cover Reunification Wars. Those are fun, and the fight to liberate Terra. Because look, somebody turned the solar shade around Venus into a sun laser. That's cool. It didn't work, but it's still like the kind of crazy shit that I like.
That's good old Clan Amaris. Anyway, here's I love that little Tukayyid, man. That's cute.
Yeah, their flag is fun.
I like that.
It makes no sense, but it's fun.
Oh, I thought they were going to show cities, but they show all these cringe furry larpers.
Well, this is where their objectives are on the planet, basically. Because they wanted to give you an idea. There's actually a better way at the end of the book. There's a better show of like where they're actually fighting. Like way at the back, like the end of the PDF, it gives you an actual map of the planet.
So
last page.
They make the gambit. And
so the gambit is simple. For one thing, Clan Wolf kind of their leadership didn't want to invade the sphere. They're wardens. So what
you're saying is they're perfect in every way. Oh god, I hate them even more. Okay.
But the Tukayyid basically is partially the machinations of the leadership of the clan to try to stall the invasion out so it will end. Because he's like, we're not winning this. We're not winning this at all.
Slight observation. What is it with like really cringe and pathetic writers and wolves? They're just shaggier dogs. Chill out.
I don't get it either. I really don't.
Sorry, I just had to point that out.
Like I understand the appeal of like the werewolf archetype, right? Like the savage man that, all that sort of shit. Like I understand the appeal. I do not understand what the obsession is with like all of the wolf symbolism for everything though. Like the space wolves.
They're shaggier dogs, god damn it. That's all they are.
They're bigger, nastier dogs in many ways.
People don't obsess over coyotes because they're like little trash
smaller
dogs.
Little scavenger dogs. There is actually in fact a clan coyote. Because coyotes, for whatever reason, they had a few on the Exodus ships to build ecosystems, and it turns out that coyotes fucking thrived on these marginal worlds.
Aw. Trash dogs.
So yeah, Clan Coyote is actually one of the
Clan Trash Dog.
Clan Trash Dog is legitimately like the scientist clan. They make up all the crazy shit. Like they just get into a room and do a bunch of coke, and they come up with, let's make an Omni-Mech. What's an Omni-Mech? I don't know yet, but we're making one.
Okay, let me correct it. It's not Clan Trash Dog. It's Clan Meth Dog.
Pretty accurate.
Meth Dog.
Meth Dog.
Okay, so let's actually get into the campaign.
Okay, so as you can see, here's like the description. So it's changed hands quite a few times. The main problem that Tukayyid has is actually a labor shortage because there's just not a lot of people on the planet. There's a few monasteries.
Sorry. We're going into that. Sorry.
There's like all this sort of stuff, and the infrastructure of the planet is actually pretty intact compared to how it could be like for a lot of planets during the succession wars, is that their infrastructure got either destroyed during the conflict or degraded because the technical know-how to maintain some of this infrastructure just wasn't available. So Tukayyid actually survived pretty well. If it had a large population, if it had, for example, maybe 100 million people, it probably would have burgeoned to maybe 500 million by the time of the end of the succession wars because of the industrial boom the planet would have gotten as one of the surviving manufacturing centers. That didn't happen, though.
Well, it didn't happen for two reasons. I'm looking into it. So Tukayyid, first off, it was colonized late because of a misfiling due to charting. Basically, it was charted
they thought it was a shitty world, and turns out it's actually pretty good.
That's problem one, and problem two is it was only starting. It was recently starting to be colonized by Asami at first. I think they got
Yeah,
interrupted by the Koreans. Another company, another corporation bought them, started to populate, but then the wars happened. Succession wars happened, and while it didn't get bombed, it was just recently colonized, so they had. So it needed jump ships to bring people there. Those were all blown up.
yeah. Fun fact about the Azami, by the way, they're actually a Muslim group. They're a Muslim sect that
Which
is
is
like
why
space focused.
it's named Tukayyid and why it has that kind of
Yeah,
color and capital. Yeah.
which is kind of neat, isn't it?
Yeah.
The history is actually quite good for this. So technically speaking, it's like a constitutional oligarchy
Yep.
with corporate ownership determining leadership.
It didn't experience a societal downgrade, but it's pretty It's pretty boondockish.
It's pretty boondock. It's pretty like as when Fox looking at worlds that we can fight over that really the damage isn't going to matter too much. Tukayyid's pretty much top of the list when you think about it.
Yeah, it has good. On top of that, it has a good road system, which means you can resupply quickly. And he knows the clans barely understand that.
They've barely learned that a logistics train is something you actually bring to the battlefield.
And guard.
And they're still working on the guarding part, but they've learned that they actually need to take it with them.
Yeah.
So, yay, clans, you get a sticker for being a good boy.
That doesn't make up for the 800 stickers you lost, but
that doesn't make up for the 5 tons of paste you ate, but still.
That's an insult
You
to the
get a
United
sticker for
States Marine
being-
Corps, and you know it.
No, the United States Marine Corps is I'll have you know that they only eat the finest Crayola crayons. Paste, on the other hand, that's for the Canadian Marine Corps.
Don't insult the Canadian Marine Corps.
They
They're
don't
smarter
exist.
than the.
Actually wait, no, there are the Royal Canadian Marines.
There
Never
is
mind.
the Royal Canadian Marines, and they are just as crayon happy. Paste is for like the Russian VDV, and you know it.
Paste is for the Russian naval infantry who don't even have them. They're not even technically Marines, but they must consume something to do with construction and craft work for kindergartners.
They're going to consume bullets as they're sent to Bakhmut.
Have you seen the amount of suicide videos that have come out of Russian conscripts in the trenches? It's absolutely becoming a phenomenon there. They're just like, fuck it, and just offing themselves.
Oh.
Yeah.
But yeah, on top of that, Tukayyid does have a small industrial capacity. It's not great, but you can.
Yeah, they can maintain themselves. Yeah, they can maintain themselves. They can build vehicles.
They can build the technicals that Fox uses.
They can even build satellites.
They can build satellites
and
they
launch
also
them into
have
orbit.
They also have industrial mechs, which sometimes are useful.
Yeah, and they also have a bunch of fresh water. Like a lot of fresh water is on this planet.
So it's pretty darn good, especially since, remember, clanners come from shitholes. They don't really have a lot of water.
Yeah, Tukayyid to them looks like, this is a pretty nice place that we're fighting over. Is this like Terra? This is a lot like Terra, isn't it? That's why it was chosen.
Yeah, it's a little hotter. It's a little. It's just a bit drier too, but not by much. It's a little. Gravity's a little heavier too.
Yeah, barely.
I prefer the bears. I don't like any of them. The ones I like the least, the ones I hate the least though, go to the shark. What is it? The merchants, the shark boys.
Clan Diamond Shark, later Sea Fox, but like, well, Sea Fox, then Diamond Shark, then back to Sea Fox, because they've basically went like, well, we're calling ourselves Diamond Shark because the Diamond Sharks ate all the Sea Foxes. So
I merely slightly dislike them. Because they're kind of interesting.
Yeah, they're basically like, what happens when the merchant caste ends up running the clan? And the answer to that is they do an actually good job.
And that might be why I find them not intrinsically a titanic ball of failure and embarrassment.
They literally came up with the idea of like investment banking and shit like that among the clans and how to exploit that for maximum profit.
See, here's the thing. If the clans were a little bit more diverse in terms of like that sort of thing, they might actually not be an embarrassment. Diamond Shark, you're the good ones.
Diamond Shark and Goliath Scorpion are the good ones. Goliath Scorpion because they just get fucking high on scorpion venom and go on vision
I like
trips.
You, Clan Sea Fox. That's why I'll kill you last.
And Goliath Scorpion also, after the Wars of Reaving, fucked off from clan space, found a bunch of Spanish people, invaded them, took them over, and merged with them, basically. And then they went out and beat up a bunch of merchants that were fucking with their shit and took them over and became the Scorpion Empire. And they're hanging out in the periphery and told the Ill Clan to fuck off.
See, that's another thing. Some of the clanners are. I think that might be my problem. Is the innate culture that they start with is just so embarrassing.
Yeah.
I'm.
Anyway,
I know. It's just this is going to be a problem. I got my venting out. Let's go into
let's
it.
go. So this is the start of like a chaos campaign. So you can actually have a couple of ways to do it. So here's your like stuff: a unit, a force, op 4, all this, and this goes through like a campaign system tracks, which is like various scenarios you play, and then campaign accounting with a map, so you can actually track like, okay, here's what this clan is doing, and here's what that clan is doing, and along with like what people get over individual bits. So the better you do war
this
chest
is a
stuff,
series of battle campaign. Okay.
yes, this is what they do is they say, here's how you can actually make them playable, and here's how you want to play a Tukayyid campaign. Well, here's how you start up, and here's how you go. They then suggest here's what you do for like the setups, the balancing, and they're like, they do not need to start a complete star or level 2. They can be drawn across their entire campaign force, and like you can deploy a smaller force if you want to. You don't necessarily have to build like a full one, and like also momentum. And momentum matters for who's the attacker and the defender.
Oh yeah, campaign momentum. Here it is.
Yeah. Usually the clan force starts as the attacker because they're landing on the planet and they have to take the objective, right? However, with enough victories, Comstar might be able to start attacking, which is, for a clan player, this is what I can call is very bad TM, because a Comstar player can bring way more units than you, initiative sink you to hell, and then just be like, oh yes, I've moved all of my hovercraft, now my actual mechs are moving. And
Yeah,
you've had to react to all the hovercraft.
The clan basically, they need to at least win every other fight.
Yes. They need to keep winning, and they need to win decisively. That's one of the things about clan mechs and clan battles is usually that they're the best if you can keep the engagement sharp, and decisive. If you can run your heavily armed mechs into the enemy, blow them away in a couple salvos, and keep moving, you win. The problem is that requires you to have very good pilots and a bit of luck.
And the problem is these guys have a lot of men.
Yes, it's the classic quantity versus quality fight.
Which traditionally quality usually wins.
A quantity has a quality all of its own.
Well, no. In real life, traditionally, if you send like you see that as a reference, you see that in Russia already, where they're busting out T-54s now.
Yeah, it's not going great for them.
Quantity does have a quality all its own, but 9 times out of 10, it just results in horrendous losses. It's really replacement, to be honest.
Yeah, like if you can keep up the replacement at the same quality that you had before, and it's a good enough quality to kill them, then yeah, quantity is fantastic. Yeah, because remember, Comstar's breaking all the SLDF caches.
Yeah, so they're actually only slightly worse in some respects, and that's just because they had to replace some broken systems.
Yeah, and they also took a look at some mechs and they went, you know what? We can custom build them to fight the clans in certain ways. These are known as the clan busters, and they do their job, which is that they pick something to be good at and they do it and they fuck them up. And they go and like, here's how you do this. Here's all the rules that you need for like war chests and like.
And they also advertise a bit. I'm not gonna really knock them on it. They're advertising their battle mats, which if you're gonna do a Tukayyid campaign, why not give them money?
Why not have like this?
Which is why I did link, and I actually make a point to try to link as often as I can the books in our description. I'm sorry I don't bring it up as often, but you can feel free to get from Catalyst Games or Drive Through RPG in the description. I gave links to them.
Yeah. Then they also say we've also got some Battle of Tukayyid map sheets that you can use as well.
And just to give you an idea, on average, you're outnumbered 2 to 1 if you're a clan player. I've noticed in terms of multipliers.
Yeah, base size force multiplier. Yeah.
And on top of that, remember the Comstar units, they're going to be cheaper than the clans, so it's more like 2.5.
Yeah, your main advantage is skill. Clan players we're going to get into the talk, so they go through like the Alpha Strike guidelines for Alpha Strike, which is their quicker like direct line of sight style of gameplay. Sort of more like 40k, but
Also, there's destroyed versus truly destroyed because there are with war
Salvage
chest.
rules.
Well, yeah, there's
Yeah.
war chest step too, where basically, yeah, you can repair stuff. So,
Yep.
a clan, for example, they might have lost mechs, but as long as they can fetch their pilots, they can also fetch them back if they technically win.
Yeah. If you win, you get salvage, and salvage is very good.
Very
You
useful for
want
clans.
salvage. For the Comstar, it's also very useful. Like if Comstar is winning a lot, I'd say here's the thing. As a Comstar player, I'd say there is somebody in your technical field who has managed to create a quick field swap in like a couple days of like all of your pick a weapon system. It is now the clan equivalent.
Yeah, like because that's another thing. These are the people that can crack open and rework up as SLDF shit.
Yeah, if it's a lighter component, put in like 2 if it's like a missile system or whatever else. Yeah,
You
your
can
mech's probably gonna run
unironically
hotter, but
if you can unironically if you win a couple of times, it would not be unfair for you to pull out 1 or 2 clan mechs onto your field.
yeah, to salvage like a lighter clan mech, or to take like say I'm piloting a Warhammer. I want to make this a Warhammer C, which is the clan tech refit of it. And I'd say, okay, as a GM or someone that was
Because I
playing
was
against,
able to disable it, didn't
I
blow
was
up.
able to disable a couple of machines with large pulse lasers or blow up them, and now I can fetch them from their fucking
And
corpses and slot them in
yeah,
there and
there's
improve
enough
the
there to
armor
make
plating on
one.
my mech.
Yeah, there's enough to
And
make one.
there's enough to make one mech that is better. Like let's say I can slap on an extra pair of I can slap on a pair of large pulse lasers and an extra 2 heat sinks in there for that. It's going to run a little hotter, but it's still a better machine than a base Warhammer.
Also, notice that once we're in the actual nitty gritty, guess what?
Yeah,
Book's fine.
it's a lot
Actually,
better.
the book was no. Actually, the book was completely fine because it gave the whole give you an idea on what we were rambling over. It was just setting up the situation as far as you needed to know for Tukayyid.
Yeah,
It became complaining about the clans because they don't make any. They do not make sense. It's like Chewbacca living on Endor. That does not make sense.
the Chewbacca defense. Yes. So they then go to the victories, right? So
Yep.
the campaign progresses through 5 regions, including repeats at the same
Field
region without
management,
a victor being
ammunition,
declared.
yep. There we
It's
go.
a draw. And they basically go like, so what's actually what they're talking about is when they treat it as a single trial with 14 objectives. The clans would have to claim 8 or more to achieve victory. It did not matter which clans took it or which clans or which order or whatever else. But the thing is, the clans, being the clans, immediately separated themselves out into these drop zones and decided to fight it instead of as, despite Ilkhan Kerensky basically saying we need to fight as a unit. They're like, no, fuck you. You're angling to make Wolf Ilclan. Fuck you.
And they were because and it proves out they were completely right, and that's another reason I hate the author. Anyway, not the author specifically, just I don't like author pets. They're usually kind of lame.
Yeah.
But basically what happened is they did exactly what Focht was predicting they would do because
Yes.
he saw how they fought. They don't fight like armies. They fight like batches of idiots.
They fight like war bands, basically. Right?
I mean,
They
batches
fight.
of idiots. Like they fight worse. I actually think they fight worse than.
Oh, fuck.
Look, I don't care how good your armor, your armament is. If your tactics are, I'm sorry. I just got to point that out.
Yeah. In any case, then they give battlefield support guidelines. The answer to this is: Are you playing clans? You can take elementals. Otherwise, congratulations, comm guards. This is where your real strength comes into play. Hello, yes, I would like 30 jump infantry platoons.
Yeah. Oh yeah, combined arms. Because here's the thing: you can bring in mechs, but it could also work. The lads with a bunch of fucking technicals too.
Yeah, you just bring in your lads technicals, bring in your VTOLs with Gauss rifles, bring in what you want to fight with.
Admittedly, yeah, they'll die like frogs in a blender, but see, if you can get like 20 of them to fire at once on a target, isn't that like the equivalent of AC-20 essentially?
Some mechs like there's LRM carriers which are absolutely terrifying as support units because it's like, hello,
Yeah,
yes,
but
I have.
since they're cheaper, like you can get a bunch of them to fire at once on the
Yeah,
same guy.
yeah, you can. This is one of the advantages of vehicles is because usually they're cheaper. You can bring more of them to the field. So this means that there's also certain vehicles that just because of how vehicle rules work are more heavily protected than equivalent battle mechs. Mind you, once that protection is gone, they die instantly, but they're harder to chew through to kill.
And on top
which
of that, if you play the system where you have to have line of sight and shit,
they can hide behind objects. They can dance
yeah,
around. They can do a lot of. You can do a lot of very very interesting things with the vehicles.
and that is
One of the
part of the things that good old Fakta did.
Yeah, one of the distinguishing vehicles of this era is the Demolisher, which is an 80-ton tank, decently well armored. But the main thing it has is two autocannon 20s. This is the time, aside from Gauss rifles, is the only weapon the Inner Sphere has that can instantly kill a mech if it rolls to hit the head.
Oh yeah,
Again,
Coyote was thinking in the same brainwave. Demolishers and bushes waiting for your mechs to show your torso.
yeah, Demolisher, like if you're playing with double blind rules, suddenly a Demolisher rolls out from behind a woodshed and just fucks you up. Like,
Unironically, the thing I remember most when we first talked about Tukayyid was there was one of the set piece battles. I don't remember which clan got wrecked by it, but where the mechanized force essentially hid underneath the river.
they didn't hide. That was a mercenary unit during the clan invasion where they hid in a pond because they survived the initial clan assault wave, right? They'd gone to ground out in the hinterlands, and they're like, we need to get the fuck out of here. So they raided an HPG network, sent out a fake signal, sent out a signal in order to lure the enemy to send their dropships there, ambushed that force, stole their ships, and escaped.
Yeah.
That was
Fakta did all these things too, sort of things too.
Yes, Focht's plan was, well, you know that city over there? It's not actually a city. All those grain silos aren't real silos. They're full of either explosives or tanks or whatever else.
He legitimately built a Potemkin
fake cities.
village.
Yes,
A Potemkin village.
He built fake villages and cities and hid mechs and shit underneath them. They created like underground tunnel networks that they could smuggle infantry units through. Like they went like here's the thing. Focht had 6 months to build up Tukayyid.
Because that's how arrogant and stupid the clans are. I'm sorry, I have to point that out. They gave him 6 months to build with a carte blanche from the Comstar. Comstar funded this.
He had all the money. He had all the money in the Inner Sphere and all the time he needed to just go like, okay, so we've agreed on the objectives or ahead of time.
I've built the Maginot line around this city, but if you breach it, don't worry. The city itself is filled with explosives and urban mechs with AC-20s on them.
Basically, yes. There's the. You're not wrong. That would be a completely legitimate force to bring for some of the battles. Would be like all of a sudden you encounter an urban mech company
hiding in the city and disguised as buildings.
Yeah, like this is a legitimate
and on
scenario
top of that,
you could play.
Guys in technicals with like AC-10s or like just gun emplacements. Yeah,
Hetzers, which is like a little wheeled tracked vehicle with an AC-20 on it. Little nasty little buggers they are. They move as fast as a heavy mech.
Under highway overpasses and cities, and on top of that you have mines,
aerospace assets, whatever you want to bring as a Comstar player, bring it. Bring your Manticores.
EJM explosives to fry communications.
Bring your artillery pieces and make clanners regret ever bringing elementals because
like we've taken the city. The Battle of the Somme begins around them.
Basically,
because they've been encircled with artillery.
This is legitimately one of the anthology things that was released around this time. Focuses around a Comstar long tom unit, which are like long tom shells in game can instantly kill mechs because if they do like 30 damage. So like a light mech getting hit by a long tom is basically fucked. It's the same thing with like other artillery, but the long toms can have like an absurd range and they can fire tactical nuclear ordnance if you want to. There's rules for this, but otherwise they can fire laser guided munitions, which is also incredibly deadly because it's like, hello, yes, artillery support directly on these coordinates. So Comstar broke out all the Arrow 4s, the long toms, the copperhead shells, the DICPM.
He also, I think, cracked open a tactical nuke or two as well.
He did not. No, they did not. They didn't need to break open the TAC nukes, and breaking open the TAC nukes would have opened the clans to use their warship fleets. Which
Fair enough.
No, they don't want to do that.
Fair enough. I thought, but basically, he had carte blanche or anything short that would invite that.
Short of a WMD, yeah. And mind you, massed artillery is effectively a WMD. Just not exactly in the way that people expect it to be. So full battlefield
Scorpion trap scenario. Yeah, that's basically what the whole system is. And they go into details about like how all of these have like here's the combined arms table value.
Yeah, so then here's your cost for units for clans, and you can see clan units cost a lot more than the
And
inner sphere
reminder,
ones.
you have half of what the other guys already start with before your pricing
Mind you, your
begins.
pilots are so good, they're probably always going to hit with their shots compared to the Comstar guys who are like, I barely know how to read.
Yeah.
So you can field quite large forces for Comstar that are
Oh, here we go.
basically
Force building. Here you go. Here's the force size table.
yeah, unit cost tables, force size tables, random assortment tables,
Combatants. Here's the unit costs.
and then their experience rating. So basically, a regular unit, it's a 4 and a 5. So here's how BattleTech works in mechanically speaking. So the piloting skill and the gunnery skill work like this. I'm rolling 2d6. I need to roll above the targeted number to succeed, and plus modifiers. So for a gunnery skill of 4, for example, if I'm a gunnery skill of 4, I'm running. That makes my number a 6 that I need to get above, and they're a long distance away from me. That's a 10. So that would be
What dice do you
roll
use?
2d6.
Okay. Okay, so it's okay. I know what you're going with there.
Yeah, so you need to roll like long range shots while you're running as your regular pilots, which is most of the inner sphere forces, not very good. Clan forces start out as veteran because they go through very intense training and are expected to be, kind of good.
Well, I mean, it's either that or die.
Yeah. So they start with 4-3, which is actually a pretty big advantage.
Noticeable improvement, yeah.
To
give you an idea, on average, that improves their chances by I think a further 8% each time.
Yeah. Now a lot of them that are on Tukayyid are elite.
Which, I mean, with the running capacity, they only need a 4. That's on par with a regular standing.
The 4 for a target that's at close range that's not moving themselves. That's not bad. And heroic would be like I am.
I'm the crazy Scottish lady who led the Night Watch. That was
the
also
Black Watch. Yeah, like
Watch.
I am the Jade Falcon Guard. I am like the. I am the
can't
guys
be them.
that
They got blown up by a man.
Well,
they're all dead
yeah,
now.
these are like the legendary pilots, and the clans can bring a whole unit of them. These are the guys that like, how the fuck are they doing this? Like this is a whole unit of chars basically that are rolling at you, because with pulse lasers they can basically say like, I don't care what range you're at, I don't care what your mech's evasiveness is, I'm hitting you, you little shit.
The problem is that it'll run into the same problem that Xeon historically did in the 1 Year War, which is
like let's say that we're bringing a frontline group of heroic assault mechs. That's 35 point cost for 5 mechs.
You're saying that, but okay, this is a rolling series of campaigns, right? Let's say you decide that you can't, if a unit gets destroyed and the pilots, you can't bring them back, right?
Yeah, so you have to buy weaker pilots as time goes on, especially for clanner players if you're trying to replace losses.
Which is actually what happened to several of the clans on Tukayyid.
Yes.
In fact, I forget which one was it. Was it Novacat that lost basically their entire warrior cast by the end of it?
That was Diamond Shark. Diamond Shark had like 5 survivors.
Yeah, that's why they became mercantile, and that's why they became interesting.
Luckily for Diamond Shark had an interesting system.
Well, they had a less mentally challenged system.
Yeah,
let's be
fair. For clans, it's an interesting system. Essentially, usually what happens is that clan warriors are either shuffled off into labor caste, or they are offered the chance to become Salama, which is basically like suicide grunt warrior units of older clanners, usually in their 40s to 50s, that are essentially they're expected to throw themselves away in combat, like suicidal attacks with infantry and all that, which is dumb. But what Diamond Shark does is that they usually attach these guys to merchants as escorts, or they allow them to join the merchant class as reserve warriors, and as needed for exercises.
They created a national guard, or the Swiss militia system.
So, like, for example, lower scoring warriors would just be filtered out into that. But in
rather than getting killed,
you're still technically a warrior, so we're bringing you back into service.
Yeah, that's the thing. Rather than getting killed, Diamond Shark had the Gigabrain strategy, this amazing genius thought. What if we just throw them into a reservist system because they're weak, but they're better than pure grunts?
One of the cons of Diamond Shark, after the Tukayyid disaster unfolds and the current Khan gets killed in a trial, trying to defend what he did. The his replacement is actually like is relatively old for a clan warrior, in his 60s, a reservist who beat the former Khan in combat.
Which that is a testament to how fucking incompetent that Khan is. No
Yeah,
offense to the old man, he had a lot of experience, but still.
but still, and he did it in a Rifleman 2C. Which is like, if you know clan mechs, it's a Rifleman 2C.
That's
There's
the
a
one
reason
that
why he
that
won.
cooks you to death after you do your one thing, yeah?
No, Rifleman 2C is like, hello, yes, I have large pulse lasers. How many? 4. Fuck you. Um,
I
Clan's
forget.
large
What's the
pulse.
one that cooks you to death after doing
That's
your
the
one thing?
Hellbringer. That's the Hellbringer. The Hellbringer is, hello, yes, I want to explode after an alpha strike.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking of.
I love the Loki. The
But
Hellbringer
if
is
you're
also known
wondering,
as
just to
that.
go back to Xeon as an example, so throughout the war, they did. It's a nod to what the Axis powers did with their ace pilots in World War II, where they just kept them on the front until they died. By the end of the war, at what's called a Boa coup, which is their equivalent of the Ardennes offensive, they were literally throwing in green pilots that just got out of flight school into mechs. Like, yeah, they were.
Hey,
Hey there,
we're
Biggs.
talking about Mecha. Can I talk
Yeah,
about Mecha? I like Mecha.
we're
We're
talking
talking
about
about
the Battle of
Mechabiggy. We're talking
Tukayyid.
about Tukayyid, which you still haven't played the campaign, which I built like 5 lists for you. Fuck.
I know. We rarely have to do that sometime, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Well,
I created
if I remember correctly, I believe I'm Smoke Jaguar.
Well, you'd start out as Smoke Jaguar. I created clan lists for basically every clan.
Jesus.
Yeah, I did a full TO&E. I was bored.
We were just doing the Smoke Jaguar clan, man.
So,
Well, I also created like a bunch of stuff for please no bully.
yeah, Biggs, we're talking about Tukayyid. You missed me essentially venting
Having a
my
shit fit. Yeah.
fury at the clans as a concept because every
Hey,
aspect
don't worry. Sure, they got their ass kicked, but Clan Ghost Bear, baby, let me tell ya, they went with style. And
the problem is I think most of the clans are intrinsically trash until the moment they make their cultures less mentally challenged.
Usually by integrating with the inner sphere in
Either
some form.
integrating or having good ideas like what Diamond Shark / Sea Fox did, which was, maybe we have society that care about thing like money and not throwing people into blender. Little ideas like that.
Uh,
and guarding
Clan
supplies.
Clan Diamond Shark also has the clanner equivalent of 4chan. Known as the Chatter Web. They'll shit talk other clans on it and invite them on and basically oh yeah, there's a big trial going on. We're putting bets on here. Like Smoke Jaguar winning, implying, like that face with no elemental GF, that sort of shit. That's definitely on Clan Diamond Shark Chatter Web.
They should have been Ilkon, not clan normal dog, but Shaggy.
I would fucking have loved it if it was Diamond Shark out of nowhere to become Ilklon, which would have been amazing. Either that or Jade Falcon wins, but basically destroys himself in the process to the point where it's like, yeah, you won.
That's one of two ways you could have, but unfortunately, the writers,
unfortunately,
like most hacks,
Wolf
like
has
dogs.
to win. Wolf has to win because it was set up for so long, and now it has to happen.
It wasn't set up. It's because it's the problem with Chaos and Warhammer Fantasy, where they were destined to destroy the world. And they forced it to happen, and it was the lamest way possible.
But yes, so then they go into the battle point value for here's how many things you can
I was
build.
going into, but yeah, by Aoboa Coup, they had this thing called the Gelgug. It was on par with the Gundam in terms of specs. It's essentially clan mech versus clan mech. It would be the equivalent, like if Comstar shot out a horde of them, but if Comstar also had to send below regular at them.
Yeah.
And the other guys were at elites,
Yeah, hold on, Biggie. I think you've got the book already, but I can give you.
I don't think I do, but yeah.
I swear I linked it to you like 2 years ago.
You probably did.
I should also mention too. Who dumped money for the new Kickstarter because my retarded ass did.
I did too.
Kudos to you guys on that.
I mean, look. I wanted the swag patches. Okay.
Fair.
The swag patches are good.
Which ones did you
That's
get?
perfectly fair.
Which ones are you going for?
I'm probably either going to do Kellhounds. There's no Black Omen, sadly. If there was Black Omen, I'd go for that. I might do Blue Star regulars.
Hello, Jimmy Jones. How are you doing today? Thank you for acknowledging me. I appreciate it. I'm rarely on here because I have to deal with work now, unfortunately.
But yeah, we were going into the experience rating table.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll because I also invested in another Kickstarter too, actually. And that's also mecha related.
No, did you
know what you're talking about.
the heavy gear one or whatever it was?
I did.
Oh no, Bicky, why?
Because I love mecha.
Okay.
I love my mecha.
And he likes the big stompy robot man.
Yes, sir, I do.
And there's also battle value and point value. This is an optional rule.
Okay, yeah, this is for I want to play a more balanced style of game. Which is that I want to use the rules that are in Total Warfare or Alpha Strike, and it's like, okay, so estimated size of your tracked force is 4,000 to whatever, and then here's battlefield support points. As you can see, clanners don't get that.
Because clanners didn't understand what a baggage train fucking is.
Clanners didn't really bring support vehicles. They brought some strike.
When you have a warship in order to bomb your enemies from orbit, you really don't need all that other stuff, man. All you just have is the superior firepower. I mean, what? You think the Xenosphere Scum are going to be able to do tactics and shit like that?
To give you an idea on how good the clans are written, in the book that describes how they were at their lowest point and it was this great triumph for good old Nikki Kerensky, I honestly thought they were at their full strength because of how it was fucking written, and they were struggling against Nasheed with an AKM.
In reality, they were also Nasheed with an AKM, just a slightly less shitty AKM.
The problem was the book was so magically written that it doesn't clarify this. So yeah,
it's a cripple fight. Cripple fight.
But yeah, Comstar organization. Here you go.
Yes, this is going to sound really weird, but if the clans can get rid of their dark cast, what hope do they have to beat the Inner Sphere?
Exactly. That's what a lot of the wardens were saying. How the fuck are we going to beat the Inner Sphere? How the fuck are we going to actually do this? The answer is it took over 100 years to do. And they had to get very lucky.
In multiple times.
And a Jihad and an Age of Darkness.
Yeah,
there's a whole lot of other stuff.
Yeah, there was a lot of things that allowed them to actually finally do that, and
because
it's probably only going to last 100 years. It's
Man,
implied that
Clan Coyote, don't you have your pants between your legs right now?
Clan Coyote, they're currently in the homeworlds, I think. So who cares about the homeworlds?
It's a joke. It's a joke at the warning clans that didn't go out for their crusade because hey, we did it eventually.
They didn't actually leave. There's a bunch of clans that just didn't leave.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying they should have gone
They
out
fought
because,
to do it.
They
decided that. Remember this. They expected that 2 clans could take the Inner Sphere. The Wolves convinced them we need at least 4, and they immediately regretted that because they were immediately assigned to actually be part of the invasion. Then the clans fought for that, and then they added, because somebody else had a brilliant idea of, what if one of the clans eats shit? Shouldn't we have a reserve clan? And so that's what Steel Viper then fought to win, and then there were 2 other ones that were called in later, which was Diamond Shark and Nova Cat, who won rights to come in.
To win. Jesus
they were stupid. They were incredibly stupid.
Come in.
Blood Spirit did not come in. They fought in the Great Refusal, but they did not fight in the clan invasion.
The more I learn about clans,
there's a lot of clans out there, unfortunately.
And all of them too.
All right, let's
except Diamond Shark and Coyote.
Sorry for disrailing. Well, Glide Scorpion is also pretty cool too. They just like doing drugs all day.
Well, what happened?
They do drugs. They go find.
They rejected clan LARPing bullshit. Embraced Empire.
Embraced Espanol Empire.
Embraced Spanish Empire on crack.
Unironically on crack.
No, I can respect that. I can also respect mercantile. That's the. It's like the core of my complaint right there.
They're also obsessed with Star League artifacts to the point where they'll go to the Inner Sphere, challenge people for them, take them, and then leave. No explanation given.
That's like at the core of it, that's my biggest problem is they only become interesting because they adapt and change, but their initial opener is just so awful.
Yeah, like Diamond Shark, like Goliath Scorpion will unironically be like, yeah, it's an old SLDF mech with some clan tech weapons on it. Fuck you. I'm not driving a new Omni mech. That's not in the spirit of the Star League. This is in the spirit of the Star League, is they slap this old shitty machine that no
All
one
right.
has used for 3 decades.
I have horribly derailed this conversation. Let's get back to what we were
Right.
reading now.
So we get the optional battle point value and all that, which is on the next page, and then we get into how the fuck does Comstar actually organize their forces? And this
There
is
it
actually
is.
pretty interesting. They work on a base 6 system. So 6 units adds to 6 units of 6 units of 6 units. So they're basically like on the clans work on 5s. Comstar works on 6s.
So I know in Universe this is the first time Comstar showed their hand, but also too back. God, when did the clans come to retail? Was it in the 80s or was it the 90s?
Very early 90s. Like
Early
When it was in like the
91,
90s,
91,
was this the
92, I
first
think.
time? Was this the first time too? Everybody was seeing like the players, that is, the phone company basically busting out the heavy equipment to go kick
Well,
the ass.
yeah, they were busting out the heavy equipment. Yes, there was already implied that Comstar had stuff like this, and
Because
we're
every now and
using
again
it
you'll hear
occasionally.
rumors prior to it, like
Yeah,
the Black Knight mech was an example of that.
Like the Black Knight is mostly a Comstar mech at this point. Why is there a white painted Black Knight that just showed up and beat up a bunch of
Like
people near an
occasionally,
HPG
yeah,
network?
there's hinted, and the players suspect they had some old SLDF stuff they can maintain.
And it's stated that they're controlling the Inner Sphere from the shadows in weird ways. But it's not outright stated that that the Comguard have like a bunch of shit yet.
Then the most embarrassing parody of a military I've ever seen in the history of ever attacks.
Comes in and steamrolls a bunch of people
Now,
who just are not expecting
how
them.
they succeeded initially makes perfect sense because there was a war going on, and this was from literally no one expected.
Well, it's also that no one wanted to take troops away from the other people because the war could restart at any moment. This is a period of relative peace in the Inner Sphere in terms of everyone's preparing for the 5th succession war, and when the clans roll up. So there's a bunch of immediately like the units that are on these northern periphery borders are not very good. It's a lot of mercenaries.
They're
It's
like
a lot of like second
and shit like that.
Yeah, there are a lot of second line forces that are expecting to deal with at the worst pirates.
Peripheral states
really,
that are too big for their britches, that sort of shit.
Yeah.
Really, you could have just called the 5th Succession War the Commonwealth versus everyone.
Yeah, it would have been 4th Succession War Mark II, this time even bigger. With
so
Comstar,
them rolling in fair, they did get some pretty good initial victories, but then the thing that the remnants of the military force that somehow, I guess, killed all of their quartermasters and just shoved their ears into their head going la 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 when asked about things like baggage trains, they understood, oh God, there's this thing called food we need to bring to our soldiers. And oh God, there's this thing called bringing ammo to the front. And then there's also, wait, these savages actually have mechs that are Naruto running towards us and punching us in the face.
God bless Kirita.
And then, and on top of that, they're fighting dishonorably, as in they're actually fighting a fucking war. This isn't how war is fought. War is fought by flailing at each other in glorious 1v1 stupid combat.
This is how the Star League fought, right?
Worst and first impression I've ever had.
Yeah. Then Comstar rolls out and does this. So the thing that happened.
Fox Big Day.
Fox Big Day. Well, big month really. Comstar's basic organization is a level 2, which is 6 mechs, combat vehicles, infantry level 1s or fighters. Level 1 is a single battle mech, a vehicle, fighter, or 36 conventional infantry troopers. So basically a platoon. Comstar usually would mix force types. This is because it's based off of the old SLDF air mech lance, where basically the idea being that you would have 4 mechs and then 2 aerospace fighters attached to them on a Leopard dropship, and then that would be your basic unit of like 4 flexible tactical deployment.
It also in game means that you have more units. So, the Sky destroyed like a couple of because they're hitting all the time. Does it really matter when I have like 50 dice aimed at that guy?
Yeah.
Because yeah, the troopers suck and they die like frogs in a blender. But if you give
But
them
they hold the
decent
line.
kit, yeah, if they hold the line and have enough kit to threaten a light infantry, light mech, does it really
Hey,
matter?
somebody has to grab the. Hey, somebody has to nab the objective.
Somebody has to sit on the point. Yeah.
Especially if I hid Urbies inside the city as disguised as grain silos or put
Yeah.
explosives.
Or
in
if
there.
you've got jump jet troopers involved.
Just
At which point,
have them jump jet at the cockpit with explosives.
That's from above. That's from above. Never heard anybody. Well, anybody you meant to.
Like I said,
yeah.
I do like this book. I spent an hour bitching, but it's not because of this book at all.
Yeah.
I read through the
So-
overview like as I was complaining. It's
Yeah,
a very
and then
good opener, and this goes into details about how they exactly fight. Clan
how they
organization,
organize,
as
yeah.
mentioned. Here you go.
And then unit composition. So like if you're level 3, which is basically your battalion level, if it's an alpha, it's mostly a mech force. If it's a beta, so on, but down to omega, where like there's barely any mechs in it, and it's mostly infantry.
And this is why I think Nikki is a furry.
Then we get into the clan organization, which is a fucking mess.
Yeah, they all have their own types because as you do. In this case, it's fair since they're independent, so them having their own composition, that's fine.
They'll have their own like this is what we usually use for formation types.
Which
Because
is
certain
fine.
clans fight in
They're
different styles.
Yeah.
Yeah, they fight in different styles. So for example, Clan Ghostbearer usually doesn't do like certain things, but they have like a claw, which is basically like an extremely fast Nova, which is their like infant elementals integrated with battle armor.
Nova, is that a? I'm dumb.
A Nova is it's right
Oh,
here
it's
on
right
the
there. Yeah, okay.
a mech star plus a battle armor star. So basically 25 elementals and 5 omni-mechs. That way that the elementals can ride into battle on the omni-mechs, jump onto enemy mechs, and start ripping them apart while your little fast boys just zip around and shooting them in the back.
I'm just gonna point out that again, military convention, another example of that being pissed on.
Yeah, because the stars, because we're Star League. Fucking Christ, Nikki.
I actually think the Waffen SS was more organized than these guys.
Himmler and his obsession with Aryan tomboys or whatever the fuck he was into.
He sent researchers to Tibet to find the legendary Aryan bussy. There's something wrong with him.
He's still a better organizational expert than Nicholas Kerensky.
I know. I'm so glad I named this
about it.
episode "Clanners Get Kriffed" because it's just like on every level humanly possible.
So full galaxies are only deployed in battles like Tukayyid. The clans bring a lot to this battle, like a lot.
Because
like
all of them
the majority
have things
of their
to ride on, yeah.
Yeah, the majority of their elite forces, aside from a few left in the homeworld, in case some other invading and some homeworld clan gets cute and tries to take over their stuff. And
essentially, this is the battle for Terra. If they take this planet, the one who wins the last objective, that's like the super glory.
Yeah, if you win your objectives, well, we'll decide who gets Terra later. We at least get to be able to get to Terra first after this, because now Comstar will help us. So whoever does really, really well here is going to get a lot of people that want to become warriors of that clan, and will do trials and stuff like that, and whatever, to surrender themselves, to become bondsmen, to become whatever. Clanner society is weird. Anyway.
Clanner society should have fallen apart 100 years before they invaded.
Yeah, so they go into like this. So like, for example, Diamond Shark, basically they call Cruiser a heavy striker. Like a heavy striker star is called a Cruiser. There's a Phalanx star. Now, like Clan Jade Falcon has fucking bird names for all their shit. Talon, Beaker, Beak, Com, Mix, Eye, Probe, Sweep, Strider, and Wing. Clan Steel Viper also does the cringe. The very cringe. Where they call them Krites.
What about the
Broas?
What do they call
heads,
the beak?
Mamba. They have a Mamba star.
Mamba mia.
Kobe, no. No. Not Kobe, too. Cobra, Viper, a Molt. which is an infantry formation, which admittedly kind of cute on that one, and then a Rattler, which I actually do like the name of.
I mean, it's better than Nova.
Yeah, because it makes sense because those elementals got to be like bouncing around on the outside of that, like just rattling around out there.
Just
they
know that with every member of Clan Wolves, they all have 3 wolves inside them, all of them sniffing their own ass.
They have 3 wolves inside them. All 3 are very gay.
Yes.
They are gay.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Why are you running? So yeah, you got Novas that are attached to your command stars, all that. Usually the clanners don't bring in aerospace assets that often, which is stupid, but that's just how they roll. And then we have random assignment tables for if you wanted to roll your very own stars.
I used to be a military. I threw out all my airplanes. What's combined arms? What's logistics?
So
if you told me Nicholas Kerensky was like actually working for Amaris all along, even in death, I'd believe you.
He was just a clone of Amaris that Nikki K was brainwashed into thinking was his son.
No. He actually is a pro Amaris supporter, and this was his attempt to ensure Starleague dies forever.
Starleague has fallen. Billions must die. You know that it's like that's literally it. Starleague has fallen. Billions must die, but it's just Nicholas Kerensky instead of the fucking Shud face.
It's Nicholas Kerensky. It's is this
To
smarter or crazy?
It wasn't Kerensky per se. It was his shithead son that wanted to do this whole plan horse shit.
Yeah.
It's his son. His son is a secret Amaris supporter.
The good name of Kerensky, I'll have you know, he was a man that wanted peace. That's why he fucked off from the inner sphere. I'll have you know.
No, I'm pointing out that his son, though.
Kerensky, peace be his name.
Alexander Kerensky did nothing wrong. Nicholas Kerensky did everything wrong.
Nicholas Kerensky is actually a pro-Amaris supporter whose whole purpose was to destroy and crash with no survivors whatsoever.
Crash what his father built.
Yeah, everything. He wants to guarantee Starleague stays dead. He's doing it for Amaris. This is on par with my Emperor's actually one of the lost Primarchs.
He's fucking Kylo Ren to fucking Amaris' Vader.
No, he's Count Dooku. He's trying to.
Count Dooku is too elegant for Nikki K. He's Kylo Ren.
Kylo Ren in a fursuit.
Yeah, like that is 100% Nikki K is Kylo Ren in a fursuit.
What do you think, though, of the idea that that's why the Clanners Society is so dumb? It was an intentional attempt to destroy the only
we have trained our soldiers wrong as a joke.
No, not as a joke. I trained them wrong on purpose. Hail Amaris.
Hail Amaris. It's like the Hail Hydra reveal, except it's
even more shittier.
Even shittier, yeah. Anyway,
how would you feel if that conspiracy is true? Like they find out that this is his attempt to destroy Starleague permanently.
Why not? Fuck it, the jihad happened. Who cares? So we have light mechs, which is fire moths, falcons, whatever.
If Fasa-nomics is bad in the inner sphere, clan infrastructure and organization is made from pure demented unobtainium. No, it's literally loot. To give you an idea, an Orc Wah in 40k knows how the logistics, knows how to get the bits to the front better than the fucking clans do.
Then yeah, but yeah, they go
orcs.
Through. Here's your
fucking orcs.
Here's your available units of like frontline Omnimex. The supplemental book has a lot more stuff.
Yeah,
like if you want to bring like, hello, yes, I want my obscure fucking mechs from like the early eras of the clans that someone dragged to the fight. Here you go. Here's your coyotes. Have fun.
They got adders.
Yeah, adder is a fun little mech. We'll actually cover some of these mechs later on. That'll pop up
Shadowcats,
with their
Grendels, Huntsmans.
The Grendel actually gets its trial by fire in this fight. It is the first battle it will actually fight at. It was originally called the Mongrel, and then it got called the Grendel by the Inner Sphere forces, and then Clan Diamond Shark, sensing a great name to sell it by, just stuck with that one from then on. The Grendel's a great little medium mech. Shadowcat, Nova, Huntsman, Black Lantern, Stormcrow. You get the heavy mechs of the Mad Dog, also known as the Vulture. Ebon Jaguar.
Of course, the wolves have their own wolf-based.
The Timber Wolf. It's also known as the Mad Cat. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I'm just making fun of
the wolf theme. It gets worse. Trust me. There's some worse wolf mechs later on in the setting.
dire wolf.
You can the dire wolf was literally they wanted to make an assault mech.
Can I go back to the Capellan Re-Education
Look,
Center?
it could be worse. You could be the Turkina, which is named after the bird of the founder of Jade Falcon. That was the name of her falcon, was Turkina.
Can I be sent to a Korean penal legion to die honorably?
Die honorably for the coordinator. Funnily enough, the Howler is not actually a Jade Falcon mech. It's a Clan Fire Mandrill. You think the clans are bad? Clan Fire Mandrill is everything bad about the clans, dialed up to 11.
Hey,
They are
Hellbringer. I see him.
Yeah,
Now
Hellbringer.
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Did any of the houses participate in Tukayyid, or was that
Mostly Comstar.
It was entirely Comstar plus some mercenaries plus a single star of Goliath Scorpions, who were tagging along with Steel Viper. So yeah, they all died.
There's the Battle
yeah.
Tukayyid supplemental. There's a companion PDF that.
Yeah.
That is something I will point out that Catalyst Labs is very much. Here's more stuff you can purchase and consume, but that's fine.
But that's fine because it's like, hey, here's a bunch of stuff where it's like, if you don't have enough miniatures, just use stand-ins.
I'm only pointing it out because that's the second time that they did that.
Yeah.
They
no,
that's fine.
go.
It's purely based on a battle map, and I'm not gonna critique
it's like,
something.
You don't need it. They literally say substitutions are just fine. Yeah. Just make sure everybody knows what's there.
It's just telling you up front. Here's a way you can get it, and it's just kind of right there. And besides, I make a point in every video. I don't mention it as often as I should, really, that I give links to the PDF so that you too can support them.
Yeah. Some of the mechs in this are actually fucking fantastic. We'll cover some of them. The Stone Rhino is a legitimate, like, oh god, in terms of battle value. It's like a base 3,000 battle value mech. And it's considered a Clanner's second line unit because it's not an Omni mech.
Yep, there it is. I could see it's like number 1 up there with the Atlas there, I see.
Yeah, 100-tonner. It's pretty nasty. Then we get into Comstar, which this is just a sample of the Comstar mechs that they dug out. They went all out to produce models.
Hey, like there's the Locust.
Yeah, there's the Locust, Crab. Stingers, Wasps, and then Crab. Crab is a fun mech. Crab, this is the classic Crab configuration, so it actually has ferrofibrous armor. Its only downside is that it doesn't sink as much heat as the Royal variant, but I think that there's ability to upgrade it to a Royal variant. Thug is a fun assault mech. Thug is basic. King Crab, the Snibbity Snab. There's 2 variants of King Crab. I think this is the one with the Gauss rifle that they're showing off here. But like the baseline King Crab is 2 ultra autocannon 20s. Admittedly, they only have 5 rounds of ammunition each, but it's still 2 autocannon 20s.
So the following tracks are common to all clan campaigns. Additional tracks unique to each one is included in their respective section. So.
Yeah, like recommended terrain, damage rules, like all that, and then here's your tracks. Like here's your generic battles,
like assault,
breakthrough, flank, a meeting engagement, pursuit, a pushback, a recon, a retreat, a strike, or supply.
Because let's be fair, retreats will happen sometimes with the clans because Fox big month.
Also Comstar will be retreating because the clans overrun positions or we need to fall back to the next defensive line.
Yep, that'll happen quite a bit. Strike and supply. And here we go. Clan Smoke Jaguars campaign, The Blaze of Glory.
How could it come to this? As they're fighting in a fucking swamp. The supposedly impressive comm guards had folded like so much prairie grass when they'd smashed the division during the landing. You know, like they'd bodied almost an entire division while losing like 2 mechs.
Just as planned.
Just as planned, legitimately just as planned, because they didn't actually shatter. No, they did exactly what they were supposed to do, which was scatter and start going into the swamps.
Into the swamp. Yep. I could tell because don't get me wrong, the clan mechs are improved and they're much more likely to hit and all that. So I can
Yeah.
believe they could wipe out a division, but if they stood and fight, they'd probably lose at least double that mana mix.
Yeah.
They'd have
Filthy
to
free,
repair some of it.
like there's a Conrad's formation at reference whatever. Deal with them. Yes, my con. It's like then like scream back and then like the small vehicle sped towards the water, scant 70 meters away. Tiny turret swiveling in direction. What hope could an insignificant free birth vehicle have against her behemoth? And then the water exploded scant meters away from position, and then behind, and at a dozen points in the immediate area. Because it was spotting for artillery.
On the one hand, this is Clan Smoke Jaguar, so this type of delusional, idiotic arrogance is about right, especially since they become the clan of entitled piss babies with razor wire up their rectum.
Well, they don't survive the clan invasion. They get fucking wiped out afterwards. The Intersphere travels to clan homeworlds and specifically goes to where the Smoke Jaguars are and wipes them the fuck out.
That's the clan that constantly read and acted all razor wire up the asshole.
Yes. Yeah? Yes. I mean, Jade Falcon did too, but Jade Falcon at least was more angry at other clanners rather than the Sphere for what happened.
So, from that point of view, it makes sense, but it's just that kind of contemptible arrogance. I don't know, like it really does kind of explain the writing and why I'm not a fan of them.
Yeah.
Like it is virtually satisfying to watch. It feels like one of those, those hate fics where you like legitimately write a character as stupidly as you humanly fucking could.
That is Smoke Jaguar, yes.
It has that same energy.
Clan Blunt Kittens. Smoke Jaguar.
So yeah, they're arrogant. They get lured into the swamps where the Somme.
Yeah, it isn't just the swamps.
Inhibit their movement, by the way. That's
the point. which is the point. Suddenly, the fact that clan mechs are faster doesn't matter shit if they're bogged down in the water. When you have free-sided artillery,
they move just as fast as our mechs now.
Yep, and we can fight them in low combat,
and they're
basically.
Moving slower, so we can use artillery. They're not gonna know how to fucking. They
When
don't have artillery. They didn't bring them. They're stupid.
They did bring artillery mechs. They just said that fuck it, we don't need them.
They're stupid, so they didn't bring them. So they can't counter battery. And by the time they get close-ish, we'll just reposition our fucking artillery.
Clan Wolf was the ones that forced a couple of warriors to go like, okay, get in the fucking artillery
Clan
mechs,
Mary
Shinji.
Sue. God, I hate them.
Yeah.
They're probably my least favorite, even compared
to... They were your favorite when we first covered the clans, which is really funny.
It's because I learned more about them.
Yeah, they sounded like they're the competent ones.
And then I learned they were the writer's pet. And notice how quickly my mood dropped.
Yeah, it went nuts.
Because it's one thing if they're the ones with the least amount of brain damage. That's one thing, right?
Yeah.
It's when they always win. That's
so clan, by the way, after the fact that they lost on Luthien, the Luthien was because they fought actual combat soldiers. They thought that they lost because, okay, they were roughly, they weren't better than us, but there were more of them and they were at least somewhat skilled.
There's more of them, and this was actual soldiers, not dregs.
Whatever the fuck this is. Yeah, like the people that are pretending to be Star League. Come on. So they leave a galaxy, an entire galaxy behind. They say that no, we're not going to need that. And they go down to the planet, and they then also say that like, you know what? This is going to be so quick and decisive. We don't need energy weapons where we're going. Load kinetics.
Can you understand why I hate clanners, by the way, Biggs, with this type of logic?
If it's a short and victorious campaign, we don't need to worry too much about resupply.
Okay, to go back to Victoria, Lynn's horrible, far-right, insane book.
Look, if there's like one thing, like if it's...
Sorry.
If they did like one of these things, okay, but the fact that they're just doing all these things to fucking get themselves.
See, here's the thing. Originally, when I read the original
thing,
with Clan Wolf, I was like, okay, they're the least stupid because they're actually trying to be like a military. It's when they always are in the right, essentially, or they always have things going for them. With Clan Razor Wire up the butthole, as I'm going to call them, because they're going to be dead soon. The arrogance of not bringing a full galaxy. Fair enough. They were stomping shit. Okay. Limiting yourself further. That's... Oh, God.
Oh, actually, 50th did get annihilated because they landed right on top of them, so they couldn't get artillery support, and they're a completely green division against like the best mech warriors the clans have. Yeah, they got fucking wiped. Mind you, the survivors did do what they were supposed to do, which was run into the hills and start, sounding the alarm of they're here. We need to buy some time.
What was that on about besides that?
So basically, Alpha
Oh
Galaxy.
yeah, I was comparing them to Lynn's horrible. The self-inflicted restrictions that Smoke Jaguar did here.
Yeah.
I have to compare it to the time that the U.S. Army sent an army of gangbangers armed with just Glocks and just them up to Maine. The Numero
Victoria
Uno
is a stupid
division.
book. Let's not talk about Victoria. Let's just not talk about Victoria. I want to forget that book exists.
I'm sorry.
It's
It's just
that bad.
if you're gonna fight on par with that horrible book, I have to compare you to it. If you are dumber than that book, or as dumb, I have to compare you to it. And Clan Smoke Jaguar earned that. I'm sorry, it's just you don't bring a full galaxy and you're gonna throw out all of your potential weapon options.
Well, they still
Okay.
had some energy weapons, but they just preferred kinetic loadouts because that's Smoke Jaguar.
I mean,
Fuck you.
if they preferred it, that's fine. But it's just that level of arrogance is just so Oh God. I yes, I get it. It's so that you appreciate them getting stomped in. It's just
I really appreciate them getting stomped on. It's really funny.
is it really though satisfying when the dumb, evil kind of strawman antagonist just casually gets wrecked?
It isn't really casually. It's pretty seriously that they get wrecked.
Fair enough. It's just I don't know.
I quite enjoy what happens to Smoke Jaguar. It's really funny.
Well, yeah, because they're actually infuriating. So there's like a visceral satisfaction in watching.
Oh, it is. There really is.
But like I understand the point. It's just like from a writing point of view, it's like holy shit.
Yeah, so by the way, the Elemental Bolin of the Six Jaguar Dragoons is the first clan warrior to land in Tukayyid, which is quite, considered,
Oh, here's the
because
little
remember, the
map,
clans
by the
assume
way.
they're going to win, so being the first one to land there is important. But, yeah, you're like a few pages ahead here, because you're just going through. But
I don't know exactly where in this particular story.
I'm at 41. I'm right at the beginning. I didn't even move on.
Oh.
Because you went on your tangent. So I was waiting to actually explain what happened in the battle. You fuck. So they get the first guy drowned, and by the way, he lands hard enough to break his spine and puts him out of action. But he's like, worth it, because I was the first to touch the soil on our inevitable victory. Not worth it at all. He fucking just.
I want to convulse on the floor.
Yeah. The
mental. To give you an idea, I'm just giving all of the clanners that. Yeah, I landed on the foot. Like they don't talk like
that's
humans.
not inaccurate to how this guy is.
They don't talk like people in my head. They talk like that.
That's probably how that guy sounded after hitting the ground at 300 meters per second. So
no, I got it. It's propaganda. It was Smoke Jaguar propaganda. In reality, he was just doing death gurgles. And they're like, no, we gotta write how good we were.
So they landed. They managed to scatter a division. The division starts pecking away as the other two divisions come in. And by the way, I love the Comstar division names: Uncluttered Speech, Courtesy Through Words, and Negative Communications.
Those are some terrible fucking division names.
Well, they're a telecom company. So the Dinju Heights is basically that there's a fucking box canyon that they have to get through to get to their objective. And guess what Comstar does? They lure them into a box canyon.
I love that. you got to remember this is the remnants of the Star League's military that are doing this.
Yeah, mind you, here's the thing, right? A bit of the smoke gyro forces managed to get to the canyon before everybody else because they were fast and aggressive enough to get
Well,
there
on
before
top
the
of
trap
that,
swung
like
shut.
there's deployment zone areas. I think that's where they landed.
They landed close enough to it, yeah, but they
Yeah, there
also
you go.
managed to swing through the canyon before Comstar could actually get their trap fully ready to go. So they were able to just punch through with enough speed and aggression.
Oh, so they
And
pulled the General Rommel. If you're wondering, why Rommel was so good in North Africa, basically here's what happened, right? The British
yeah,
commander's like, there's no way that like if his supplies are that bloody terrible, there's no way he'd attack. Lol, they don't think I'm gonna attack. Sir, we
yeah,
don't have any ammo in our tanks. I don't care.
I don't care. Go there. They'll run away. They don't know that.
And the British are like, what the fuck? Basically, he played the biggest game of chicken, and sometimes that works. It works here, and it makes sense, kind of. It's just I have to point that out. It's a stupid strategy the moment you actually run into fights, but you know.
Yeah. Then we get the so funnily enough,
The Rakis
they
River
block
Delta.
they get in there, which is where the other con nearly dies. So basically, Comstar goes full fucking in the jungle Vietnam style strategy in the River Delta, and completely block the entire timetable that Smoke Jaguar had because they thought that this would be done in like 2 days.
Oh no, Nasheed with the IED has returned. My one weakness.
Hold on. We need to play it. We need to play it for this is the song of Comstar. You here we go. It's from fucking Daily Motion because they got taken off of YouTube.
Oh no. Is it what I think it is? Is it what I think it is?
Hold on, I'm trying to see if it's the right one.
I think I know what's gonna play. So while that's going on,
Sorry.
let's think. You know an example of what the clanners basically are that was done a lot smarter?
Yeah.
Axis Xeon. Or the Oldsmobile Army.
Dank Nasheeds. Anyway, yeah, you'll find the dankest of Nasheeds, and that's basically the entire Comstar soundtrack through this entire battle. The as Don,
You're not gonna blare it through the speakers.
I'm not going to because I was like, that will probably actually get us banned.
Probably.
If this is all on Daily Motion, I think it's over. It's over. The billions have fallen.
So yeah, the River Delta, they go full Viet Cong on their ass.
They finally realized that, oh fuck, this isn't actually going to be like a trial. This isn't like a trial at all.
This is
fuck.
This is what the ancestors called battle.
War.
Right?
Yeah, and they're like, oh shit. So it turns out that where they're fighting has two massive benefits for Comstar. First off, it's relatively close quarters, where intersphere mech differences with the clanner machines doesn't really matter because clan machines have a lot of range compared to their intersphere counterparts. But well, if you're not fighting at long ranges, doesn't fucking matter.
The other basically, thing it's the knife fight where you don't have to worry about aim.
Partially, and the other advantage to it is that they're in a river delta, which means which slows the movement. So movement advantage that clan mechs usually have is gone.
Intersphere mechs also have close range melee options, which clan mechs don't.
That's one of them. The bigger one, though, and this is the biggest one, the most important, intersphere mechs often have heat sinks in the legs, where clanner ones don't. Being in water means that they cool down much faster.
That's actually clever.
So it actually negates a huge advantage that clan machines have by basically giving like a machine like the Thunderbolt. So the baseline Thunderbolt runs pretty hot, but it's got 13 tons of armor and it can pack a pretty much of a wall up. The problem is that it overheats very quickly. Same thing with like the Warhammer. Well, the thing with the Warhammer and the Thunderbolt is that
their heat sinks are in the legs, and they're in the.
They had heat sinks in the legs, yeah. So they get in there, and it effectively every heat sink that counts in the legs now counts as a double heat sink. So they each gain an additional 4 heat sinks. which for the Warhammer means it can just sit there and fire PPCs all day while its relatively weak legs are protected by the water. And it can just start slugging it out with you. For the Thunderbolt, this basically means that the Thunderbolt is now a fucking turret on legs. It is a brick that you will not be able to dislodge easily.
I get the feeling Focht put one of the objectives there on purpose because of the
Oh
river.
yes he did. He picked these objectives specifically because they would be tricky to take for various reasons.
The clans can fix spines. What they can't fix is stupid. No, they encourage stupid.
They encourage stupid because the survivors will, of course, have proven themselves through eugenics to be the superior warriors.
Well, the survivors of which were handpicked by a psychotic furry who was actually secretly loyal to Amaris, destroying the Inner Sphere all along.
Yes. So
I'm going
basically,
with Nicholas Kerensky is actually an Amaris supporter. That's my new headcanon.
Yeah. The comm guards basically wipe out the entire command structure of an entire galaxy in an ambush. The cost, of course, was pretty nasty because they were having to fight at basically point blank range with clan machines that are loaded for bear. That's not a fun time to be in.
Not a fun
But they
time,
still
but
won.
at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Basically, by day 3, the Jaguars are wiped out. They're no longer able to take their objectives. They're too disorganized, damaged. They don't have any
forget
supplies.
the hovercraft zipping around. Yeah, skippity scoopity. Here's some fucking missiles in your boopity.
Yep, we're booping the snoot with missiles. The collapse of the assault basically left them isolated. So several of them would take like days to fight their way back out of like basically.
A third of the Clan Jaguar warriors committed to the campaign were dead, and the only reason they survived was literally they didn't bring their whole fucking galaxy.
They lost an entire galaxy effectively of men. Equipment was worse. I want to repeat that. Equipment was worse.
And was looted.
They lost like half of it.
and
it was looted. They were still fighting out until about day 9, with a few of like the Jaguars doing I want to shit you not, a death or glory run through the same box canyon.
Which by that point they finished the traps on.
Yeah. They did that a second because they were like, well, fuck it. YOLO.
To quote that book you despise and wish to forget, this is as dumb as the time the Neo-Confederates tried to recreate the Shenandoah Valley campaign exactly.
Yeah. Now,
sorry, if you're gonna mimic the worst strategist on the planet, I have to bring him up.
So basically,
I do like this map, though.
It would take the clan years to produce. Yeah, the Battle of Tukayyid. The interesting thing is that basically it's implied here that part of the thing that Kerensky did, Ilkhan did, is he kind of let Smoke Jaguar just fucking murder themselves. He doesn't care.
Ilkhan was Mr. I like to sniff wolves, right?
No, that's a different Kerensky. Clan names are complicated.
I'm trying. Is the current Ilkhan part of the wolf thing?
Yes. He's part of the Clan Wolf, yes. And in any case, what's interesting about this is that
fart in your general direction. Sorry.
So you can see where the objectives are, which was the Dinju, which is the town of Dinju, and then the Port Recife, which were the objectives to take, the Dinju Heights and Port Recife. So the Giga Galaxy Brain
There's also
idea
Tamo Bunker, by the way.
Tamo Bunker was actually where, I shit you not, Focht was.
Oh.
So if the Smoke Jaguars had paid any attention, they might have been able to.
One-arm dude. I'll be mean. This makes about as much sense as Berlin by Night.
What, the Battle of Tukayyid in general, or just Smoke Jaguar campaign?
That's a good question. Just a little bit of clarification. This is Ulrich. You're fucking with me. His name's Ulrich.
Yeah, Ulrich Kerensky.
When was this written?
91 was the original writing.
Warhammer Fantasy introduced Ulrich was a wolf. Oh my fucking god! I fart in your general direction.
You want better? You want better? There's Phelan Kell, who becomes Phelan Wolf, who becomes Phelan Ward. Guess what Phelan means?
Fart in your general direction.
Wolf. Phelan literally means wolf.
Wolf.
Yeah, he became Wolf of the Wolf Clan.
I'm throwing bottle caps at you.
The wolf. Adam, why are you unhappy?
Fuck you!
Look how amazing the setting is.
Fuck you, you dog fuckers! You should have
Welcome to the
died in your
90s.
generational ship.
But one of the interesting things I really like is like in the Battle of Tukayyid on the Smoke Jaguar side, if things play out on the Smoke Jaguar's player's hand, it's basically said, "Oh yeah, hey, look, we found Falk in his bunker. How you doing?"
They don't.
Yeah,
they
it
don't
actually
deserve
applies a massive penalty to the Comstar player for every subsequent round if they win this.
Good thing the Smoke Jaguar is the dumbest dumb that's ever dumbed.
Yeah,
There was
so
oh my, who's that one Smoke Jaguar elemental that had like the tiny face that makes me crack up?
I don't know. It's the guy
Gonna
that hit
find
the
it.
ground on Tukayyid first, but yeah.
Con
In any
Wolf.
case,
I wish Alexander Kerensky crawled out of his coffin and
but yes,
lurched towards him and twisted his went full fucking mountain again and just fucking crushed their head in.
yeah. So then you get special rules for various
Oh, what
units
did I
if you
miss?
wanted to.
You missed me just virulently despising Clan Wolf.
And clans in general.
No, you also missed some pretty cool. We talked about some really cool shit though with the Smoke Jaguar campaign and the set for it, and how
Yeah, because
Smoke
remember,
Jaguar in its hubris basically guaranteed they got fucked.
they got fucked because they decided to land in the river delta as close as possible to the objective.
Which, to be fair, they didn't quite expect them to be that close, but it also immediately played into their hands.
And played into Comstar's hands. It was legitimately like, if you're planning a rapid, overwhelming assault on the enemy, landing close to your objective is not a bad strategy in
Also,
theory.
that's another fun thing. Anastasius Focht is familiar with that strategy because that's something the Lyrans did a lot with Atlases from orbit.
Well, in general, they did it a lot. It's kind of how the Succession Wars be
Yeah,
do.
Con Wolf, Wolf of Clan Wolf, my head hurt. I unironically, reminder that that's also the author's pet faction in terms of the clans. I originally I was kind of like, oh, these are the least stupid people. But then when you learn that fact, you go, oh God.
All I heard was wolf, 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 wolf,
Speaking of
wolf,
that,
wolf,
Wolf
wolf.
Slayers.
Yeah. So
These are all of their little units.
the White Eagles, the Pounders, negative communication, courtesy through thought, and they give you command abilities and what kind of their force composition would be for if you want to build a division
They
out
go
of
into
them.
details about the Delta, the Dingy Mountains, optional, and
Yeah.
Tamo, which is where Focht is, and if you win,
Yes.
you basically have crippled.
Though not an
permanently.
official target during the Battle Tukayyid, the Tamo Ridge was of significant strategic value. Hidden under Mount Klein at the eastern end, there was a command bunker used by the Center Marshal to coordinate the Con Guards. Had that facility been discovered, and it almost was, they stumbled on it actually until Comstar wiped out basically the lost star that had wandered into the area at significant cost, because it was like, it's a bunch of light security mechs, because they're like, there's no way that they're going to be dumb enough to come this direction. The objectives are completely the opposite direction. There is in fact a Smoke Jaguar dumb enough to go in that direction.
Imagine, okay, reminder, you got to keep in mind, every time you talk about the stupidity of the clans, you got to remember, this was once a professional military. And then you just want to strangle in your head. Just it's making me want to legitimately rip my eyeballs out of my sockets with a spoon.
By the way, we get the nice art of that Timberwolf there, with getting
It's a mad cat. I refuse
Mad
to
Cat.
acknowledge it. I refuse to acknowledge it by its crap name. It is a cool looking mech though.
Yeah.
I like him. I think it's just I genuinely kind of like the little chicken walker. He's not a little chicken walker, but it's kind of that
He's
style.
got the reverse legs, yeah.
It's they had 209, but with lasers, and I like him.
Yeah, and missiles and machine guns and more missiles.
I like him.
Then we get okay, so here's your
soft landing.
How we do
this is your
soft landing, which is the fight in the Delta.
Which isn't good for you because
the Smoke Jaguars cannot withdraw, therefore are not subject to force withdrawal for this track, which is both great for you as a Comstar player and really sucky because it means that they can actually fight their mechs to the death here.
Yep, and but here's the good thing for you too. if it follows the same rule system, your mechs basically play like you have double heat sinks.
Yeah. If you're in the right spots, yeah, you're playing with double heat sinks on.
Which is powerful for you. The end run is the battle in Denju Pass. This is basically the last suicide run.
Yeah, this is end run, which is them trying to go through.
At least a partial.
This is the first one. This is the first one, which is the group that was led by Brandon Howell, who was the head of the Jaguar Grenadiers, who actually had the brains to realize, oh shit, they're gonna throw a trap up here. We need to get through as fast as possible.
Wait, he did a thing called reconnaissance?
Basically, yes.
You're telling me that the people who ate paste thought of one of the most basic fucking things an army can do.
Yeah, he was ahead.
The remnants of an army thought about doing the one thing an army. Oh my god.
That's what he did. He broke through the valley before the full trap could be swung on him.
The eugenics program failed with him. He was clearly too weak. They gave him too many brain cells. He has a grand total of 3. You only need one. One needed to kill.
He was elected Khan of Smoke Jaguar. It might have turned everything around for them. And then they found one of the previous Khans that actually survived the battle, so he stepped down.
He was too weak. He has 3 brain cells. That's 2 brain cells too many. You only need one. One focus on kill, murder, burn, kill, take, challenge, Batchall.
Sorry, so that's end run, and the last one is Spoils of War, which is the fight for the bunker complex, basically.
Which this is literally, I don't know how you get this fucking lost.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's maybe what would make sense. Maybe have the stars realize, hey, we're getting weird transmissions or something. Let's check it out.
Yeah, let's check it. I think that was legitimately what they did. They were like, this is weird. There's a lot of radio traffic in this direction. Go look at it.
Which, hey, guess what? If that was explained, I'd be like, okay, they're not completely brain dead. They're only mostly. I can accept that.
Yeah. Then here's a nice.
Thought about recon once. They got a gold star. Yeah, one arm dude. They're at negative 798.
They used recon once. They get a gold star. Now here's a nice pattern. By the way, this is the paint job of Beta Galaxy, I think. On a Warhawk.
Also, the objective is, if you kill Falk, basically, you don't win necessarily, but they're basically.
But you do a massive damage to the future effectiveness of Comstar forces.
Yeah, do they explain
which is huge. They have to move first before you, which is a huge disadvantage in the game. Then we get the nice picture, and then we move on to Clan Diamond Shark's campaign.
Oh, is it the war chest? Is that what it means? Oh no, I'm just
no. That was listed right at the start of the campaign notes, where it's like, if you achieve both objectives, that you can move on to the optional objective of the Tamamo Mountains, which is where the Tamamo Mountains. Sorry.
I think I realized what happened to Smoke Jaguar. What happened is they executed all of their mechanics because, look, they screwed up the paint job.
You're not... Smoke Jaguar is famous for ending a rebellion over starvation by killing enough people that starvation no longer mattered.
They must have killed all their quartermasters.
They basically did, yes. So the next one is actually a nice little bit of fiction about a poor bastard in a Hussar, which is basically a light scout recon mech with a single large laser, who managed to basically punk Diamond Shark into thinking that there has to be more of them because why the fuck did this guy charge us? Like, holy fuck.
I'm actually gonna reference something really cool. There is a warship in World War II known as the ORP Piorun. It was a British battleship, British destroyer that was handed to the Free Polish Navy, and it earned its legendary title as a ship in Poland's history because it legitimately YOLO'd at the fucking Bismarck and harassed it for an entire day and night, essentially dancing around it and hurling abuse at the fucking ship.
This was more Taffy 3. Like,
yeah,
you have to understand how shit the Hussar actually is. It's not very good.
Yeah, it's a Taffy
compared to clan mechs. This is like Samuel B. Roberts taking on the Yamato. It's not an even fight.
This would be like you're about to see, you see the opening
This is a
column
rowboat.
of.
This is a rowboat with a guy with a 50 cal on it taking on a battleship. This is not.
I was thinking more like this is where you send out the British tank Mark 6 against a bunch of fucking Panzer Force.
Yeah. So Diamond Shark has this fun thing. Is that the first failure is that they basically have very little experience in fighting with the Inner Sphere, so they have no idea what to expect going into this.
No, kill me. I'm the coward.
Yeah. Basically, because he was the one that had to stay behind, right? Because he's the scout. He's the guy that's used as like a division backup command for relay. Which is the thing is that there's not a lot of other survivors of his division because the Diamond Sharks did chew through a division. Admittedly, they lost everything.
At the end of the day, though, you can replace a division.
Yeah, Comstar never truly recovered from Tukayyid in terms of numbers, though.
Did they also never recover? Did they also never recover from sanity? Because we all know, remember what happens after Tukayyid with them.
Well, they kind of have a little spat.
My rebuttal to that, though, is reminder that the clans at most have 1 billion. I don't care if they have clone vats. That's still energy resources that you don't have.
Yeah.
That might be true, but at the same time, too, when Comstar went ape shit, they had killer cyborgs.
Yeah,
and,
they did. They had an
are...
entire army of killer cyborgs. I love the
and,
word of
not all of them are accounted for. They're out there somewhere.
Yeah.
But you gotta love when IPs change hands and they just forget plot lines like that.
Yeah.
The Samuel B. and Johnson do not get enough airtime. The whole Battle of Samar needs a movie. They will, and then they're gonna find a way to screw it up.
I mean, the Midway movie wasn't terrible. I'll say that.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see a Battle of Samar movie. You know what would also be pretty cool? A sequel to Glory following one of the all-colored regiments in World War II.
That's never going to happen. It's because period movies are expensive.
And they're risky because, oh my god,
yeah.
it's not just IP that we can insult the fans and wonder why we lost $5 billion.
So Diamond Shark has the con of Diamond Shark that's ahead of this sees all this shit and goes, fuck it, they're free birth warriors and inferior to us. We can win this no problem.
Jesus
all of
Christ.
Our free birth warriors here can just stay back and let the Trueborns handle it.
So, this is Diamond Shark before their attitude adjustment. I gotta remember that.
Yes. So they have to take two towns at the end of the Kozaki Valley.
So here's my question. What did Diamond Shark do before then that led to this level of insane hubris?
Well, basically, they did nothing in the Inner Sphere. They fought a periphery world and won it. And that's their entire contribution to the campaign so far.
I was just wondering.
They were one of the reserve clans that were brought in basically by orders of the new Ilkhan because he's realizing that we need more forces.
Because the author wants to make the wolf ones the least stupid because they're his favorite, and he has 5 wolves in his soul, and all of them are.
To be honest,
bang, bang.
They mentioned I think Leo Showers was also planning on bringing in at least one of the reserve clans at the point where they were, because they were like, this is a lot of territory. We'll use them to garrison.
To be fair, that also helps a bit because the Inner Sphere is quite big compared to what they have.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they just suffered an interestingly crazy battle where they literally Naruto ran screaming, "You can't kill all of us." This humble one is known as Kurita, and just fucking charges at you.
Just imagine Chargers as the Chargers making the same noise as the Chargers from like Left 4 Dead 2, and it becomes 10 times funnier.
And they're Naruto running at you.
Is there like Naruto running at you? Like, like I don't have a soundboard for it. I wish I did because that sound is so distinctive. I've played way too much Left 4 Dead 2.
So yeah, the failure occurred before any Diamond Shark just set on foot.
Because he's like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to land here, and we're going to take the objectives, and we're going to set up a base of operations when we land. And the idea is
about the bidding war. This is something that we kind of skipped. Basically, they do bidding wars, and what they try to do is like the
person with the least forces that can reasonably take the objective goes down first.
Which is the dumbest thing you can ever do.
Yeah. No, we're never called the kind of smart.
And the Diamond Sharks won the second bid because they're like, oh yeah, we could just take our clone vat
We can take our
motherfuckers.
our good ones, and then we're taking an entire galaxy of second line troops, which would count perfectly fine for them. So
and then we're just gonna send all our good troops down there because honestly, we took like one peripheral world. If that's the best they can do, God, they're sucking.
this is gonna be easy. We're taking both our really good ones in one ship. This will be fine. So a mega galaxy is the free birth cluster. Con Harker is unique among the Diamond Sharks in that he really fucking hates free births. Usually the Diamond Sharks don't care too much about that.
If you're wondering,
After
free
all,
birthers are the ones where you touch people. Because remember,
you actually had to
Nikki's
fuck
a
to be
weirdo.
made. Yeah,
Nikki's a weirdo. He doesn't like
Nikki's a
being touched.
weirdo. Yeah.
So he's like, so what happened was he was like, my own clone. No, neither of us will be virgins. So that's why cloning was a thing. This is the secret history of Nicholas Kerensky, the greatest traitor to Star League ever known, because he was an actual Ameris puppet agent.
Yeah. So they start building their supply dumps. They order the Omega mech warriors out of their mechs to assist in construction rather than use the mechs for construction.
Well, you see,
because that would be a waste of time.
Well, you see, there's a perfect logic in here. You see, the logic is
fuck free births, yeah, basically.
Well, it's just to be laughably evil. That's what it is.
So here's the thing: Con Harker's plan is we take the first 2 days to build up our supply dump here. We then
wait. They are building a string of logistical dump points. No. They are building supply depots and inventing.
Yes, they're going to build a supply
transportation network that gives supplies.
Because remember, they're merchants. Yes, they're merchants. They understand that supplies are important. So we should spend as much time securing the supply base as possible, because what's going to happen? They're not going to attack us. We just landed. We haven't even engaged in honorable combat yet.
I was going to give them a golden star until you mentioned that part.
Now, yes, this
until
is where
you mentioned that part, I would have
stupid.
given them a gold star.
This is where the plan becomes stupid. So
they didn't lose a star though.
They're going to lose everything but a star at the end of this.
So I'm gonna have to add negative 500 points. Then got it.
So okay. Their plan is actually like let's go for attacking here and attacking here. We'll pin down the assault. We'll use the secure the road for ammunition transport and keep going. We're gonna set up a 2 days. We're gonna wait 2 days in our thing to get everybody planned up to speed, everything going. Then we're gonna roll out. The problem is that they set their landing point in a place where they're stuck in where they're actually stuck in along logistics lines, namely 2 major roadways, where they're going to have to go through them to go to make sure that you're not going to run into ambushes along the way. And they're also stuck inside of kind of a not really a valley area, but not a very great location.
Roughish terrain similar to Spain.
Yeah. The Comstar realized Comstar was like, "Oh fuck!" They landed in a different place than we were expecting. Oh fuck! And they rushed to the locations there, and then they realized they're not moving. They're just staying still.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? They're not rushing down the roads with light vehicles to try to secure to probe us. They're just sitting there.
They're not doing
menacingly.
Okay, I mean, if we got 48 hours to move our assets, then okay.
And 24 hours in, it turns out that the plan that was to unload stuff, they hadn't tasked any of the combat troops to do it, and they have mostly combat troops. Whereas if they had allowed people to use mechs to haul ammunition and supplies, they would have unloaded so much faster. So, they didn't do that.
Okay,
they got delayed to assault. So they unloaded a grand total of 14% of field fortifications and 3% of the ammunition stores.
Okay, so they did the exact reason why Russia is losing in Ukraine, which
they legitimately made a gigantic boondoggle. To which point that the Comstar finally realizes that that they'd abandoned a bunch of forward bunkers because like this is way too close to the landing zone. Comstar by the night of the end of the second day has already relocated to those command bunkers and are like, oh, this is gonna be fun.
They barely started to unload their ammunition.
Yeah, so the probing attacks out from there with basically like minimal like, are they here yet? Like we haven't seen Comstar yet. What's going on? uh, they meet and they fight out in the skirmishes, and basically the Diamond Sharks are stuck at their landing zone the entire time.
Reminder that this is used to be a military unit. I
All
have
because
to constantly remind
all
you of
because
that.
he insisted that no, true warriors do not unload supplies. There's a reason why Con Harker ends up getting fucking killed after the battle.
Reminder that one of the things that an army most needs is they need a long tail to handle their tooth, so to speak.
Yeah.
This is what fucked over Russia and Ukraine, and this is what's fucking over Diamond Shark here.
So essentially,
If you're wondering why, because you see, the troops need things like food, ammunition, bigger ammunition, replacement parts for their mech or weapon, and you need people to be able to actually distribute that quickly and efficiently. What Con Flipper Hands here did, because he's flipper handed and eats paste, is he decided to cripple his logistical supply train by refusing to actually get a thing called a quartermaster corps. Now, this isn't entirely his fault, because remember, clanners are stupid. But he made it worse because let's not use mechs in one of the many purposes they were designed for. You know, the industrial assistance. Because that's
well,
not what they're for. They're supposed to be used for glorious 1v1 combat as Kerensky intended. Hail the wolf furry man.
own a battle mech for home defense as Kerensky intended.
Unironically, I'd love to. That would be an amazing shit
A planet version 3 spheroids break into my home. Dare you refuse my Batchall? I shout as I go to the PPC at the top of my stairs.
He said the word.
Unironically, someone needs to write that
funny.
as a beautiful shit. That's a beautiful shit post. Someone
That
needs
is a
to
beautiful.
write that.
That is a beautiful copy pasta shit post. If
Someone
can
needs
make
to
that.
write it. Just as Kerensky intended.
Just as Kerensky intended. The last comm guard bleeds out on the floor before help arrives because advanced tactical missile systems are impossible to repair damage from, just as the founding fathers, just as Kerensky intended.
I don my
This is
elemental
so
suit.
shit.
I don my elemental suit.
And prepare my small laser. Just that is so.
Diamond Shark did get what they deserved, Jim. And from
did.
what I'm doing, thinking about logistics, that sounds like lower caste talk.
They did. Here's the fun thing: is that when they're breaking through, they actually start their logistics train to actually follow along with like supply dumps along them. The problem is that immediately one of the Comguard divisions manages to break through around behind one of theirs and cut them off. So they get completely bogged down along these valley roads and Spain style terrain, unable to retreat but unable to advance.
And also they're rapidly losing mainly bullets because their reactors
mainly ammunition. Yeah, but they're also losing mechs at a nasty rate as the Comguards are attritioning them
Oh
to
no,
hell.
the servo broke. Come on, we need to get the replacement. Oh, it's
shit.
back there.
It's back there. Essentially,
we'll have to use. Sorry, you're gonna have to die in glorious combat as a rear guard.
So yeah, Omega Galaxy finally the Sakhan basically goes, "You're a fucking retard" to the main con, and orders the reserve units to try to break some of these guys out, and then like attempt to help us break out, and then we're gonna retreat.
Reminder:
the
Diamond
thing
Shark
is
had as many advantages as he humanly could in this case,
and they fucked it all up. So
that is a testament.
By the way, so Omega Galaxy, basically
refuses. Walker. Look at him.
Yeah, that's a Battle Cobra. It's a fun little mech. It has 2 large pulse lasers, which means it's very based.
He has funny legs, and I like.
He has funny legs and a fun paint job. And look at that, he's got a little shark mouth.
Aww.
with the really retarded little discs for eyes, so he looks really stupid. Durr.
Grr.
Nah.
That's probably the Khan's mech.
No, the Khan was driving a fucking dire wolf, uh, with an ammunition-based loadout.
I'm trying.
Despite the fact
I'm trying
that
to
you
envision like where like the Sakhan finds them. He's like somehow gotten the dire wolf upside down somehow, like head first. Like it is
Yeah.
upside down, trapped in a ditch. Its legs awkwardly kicking in the air somehow.
Yeah.
Man,
So,
you really hate the clans.
but yeah,
No, I'm
the
making fun of the Khan of the Diamond Sharks. I actually out of the clans because they become the least stupid. These are my favorites.
Yeah, this is the reason why they become the not stupid clan is because this guy, by being a retard, kills off most of their warriors,
And what happens
allowing
is
the actually intelligent ones to take over.
the ones with double-digit IQ.
The ones with triple-digit IQ actually manage to take over.
Oh no. I'm not saying like like they have at least an IQ of 90.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that like their actual no, it's at least 90. They have
I
at
mean,
least a few dozen brain cells.
yeah. So they finally break out. Most of the Omega basically Comguard sends blood in the water and blitz this Diamond Sharks and wreck Omega Galaxy as they're trying to
And
hold out for the
forces a
last few
rout.
mechs.
Which
And by the way, the last few words spoken by Khan Harker on Tukayyid were, "For Freebirths, they pretended to be brave well." I want to know, they went on a suicidal run to break the Khan out of his encirclement.
there's
To
a
try to
reason
get
he was
somebody
killed
off world.
immediately afterwards.
Yeah, there's a reason why as soon as they got back to the homeworlds, someone immediately issued a trial of grievance for
The
fucking
Sakhan
the
of the
entire
Omega
thing
unit.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, not even the Sakhan of the Omega unit. She was in Beta Galaxy or Gamma Galaxy. The guy that challenged him, if I remember correctly, was a
Some old
fucking
guy.
reservist
Yeah, he
that
was.
had been reactivated, and basically just completely obliterated him.
He's probably like, I refuse to let an incompetent piece of crap like
Yeah,
you.
like crap run the clan anymore.
By the way, if you're wondering why the Diamond Sharks ate shit, look at their deployment zone.
Look at their deployment zone. Look at what they have to do. So their objectives are here. There's a main highway that's running down along between these two objectives, and it's relatively close to the split off. So they have to do at least 2 river crossings.
Which favors the Comstars guys because guess what? That allows them to cool.
Yeah. They have to do at least 2 river crossings. They have to also either fight over hills or along a forested roadway into a city.
On top
Either
of that,
way, it's not easy.
They're in the roughest part. Like it looks like they're in the Highlands or
They
no, they're
landed
in a
the
valley.
wrong. They landed on the wrong side to take the objective. Is the problem if you take a look at it?
Well, yeah, they have to
'Cause
do at least
They had to fight
one
all
river
across
crossing.
the road. Yeah,
Jeez,
they have to do at least 2,
a minimum 2.
and then seize a bridge. Yeah, not fun.
Now, if they landed in like the Kozis Valley, that would have at least given them something.
Yeah, well, that's where they were trying to break through because this valley. Main thing is that Diamond Shark kind of eats shit here, as I can say.
Deservedly, with the worst fucking commander I've ever heard of.
Yeah, I like some of these Comguard and unit emblems, like the steps on.
I like him.
Yeah, mech
Static
holding a
hurlers.
fucking knife. The
Lions
standing
of the
waves.
Periphery.
Yeah, Eyes of Comstar is a pretty great name.
Mhm.
Lions of the Periphery. Standing Waves is also pretty good. Clan Diamond Shark, by the way.
I like the Great White unit. Look at him.
Yeah.
I like that.
He looks
just floating through a diamond in space. I love it.
Yeah, and then there's the Omega Galaxy with the big 3 there, which is the 3rd Shark regulars.
Nice.
Yeah. The Frenzy, the Rippers, the Great White, Clan Diamond Shark must select 1 intelligence specialist per full trinary. As long as they're on the board, you get an initiative bonus, which is actually pretty good.
Because again, Diamond Shark understood a couple of things that the others didn't.
Yeah. Notes for the 3rd Shark regulars of the Omega Galaxy: destroyed on Tukayyid and abandoned. Disbanded after the Battle of Tukayyid for
basically. Notice not that kind of silo in grain mills.
Yeah, not that kind of silo. I love the
city fights. So let's say hypothetically, your Diamond Sharks actually do 1,000,000 times better because let's be fair. I think I could run a military outfit better than Harker could.
Yeah.
To give you an idea, the corpse of Nicholas Kerensky in his fursuit could like literally his corpse, his dead body.
Yeah. I
is a
like
slight
some of the
improvement.
notes that they make about like the notes about like these objectives. So for example, they have like the Cozy Prime is now like has a bunch of like little structures commemorating the battle. Uh, which includes the fact that they used one of this major big house that was built by one of the oligarchs to as a spotting location
Oh
for
shit! It's Pavlov's house from Stalingrad.
yeah, they left most of the communications gear there because the fact of the matter was that the house was completely intact. It was totally fine, and it was used as both a memorial and as a communication sub for the greater region. The next one is actually very interesting, where there's a little sign to the Battle of Tukayyid on the top of near Urquhart. Atop Hero's Stand is a life-size statue of a Comguard soldier with binoculars raised to his eyes and his arm pointing towards the landing zone to the west. The monument was constructed in 3103 after the death of Adept Level 4, Manuel Elanti and Bryant, the last survivor of the Bryant Boys, a Level 2 of scouts and observers attached to the 85th Division. The ancient and well-maintained ammo carriers that were used by basically Comstar forces was used for artillery because that's where they put a lot of their artillery was at Urkant. Where there's they also used tourist vehicles that they recommissioned to these old armored personnel carriers that were imported and then used for tourist stuff, like the old ducks that you see in like Wisconsin, like those like tracked boats for those sort of tours and all that. So they use those for
designed, many deaths associated with them.
yeah, but you know what I mean. Well, these ammo carriers were then used in the Battle of Tukayyid, and they now have proudly emblazoned on them their record of service during the battle, how much ammunition they carried, along with how many men that they medevaced out per unit, which is kind of cool fluff.
Also, if you're wondering, high ground. So basically, Comstar can get a +1 bonus on initiative because of that.
Yeah, and also picturesque, so you can change how the terrain is laid out. Then they have like the sharks are circled, which is this is like the last one. This is the sharks' last stand.
Yeah.
Breaking through these lines versus the objectives will be a challenge. Like this is their last chance to break out. Blood Frenzy is they've managed to push through the line somehow. You're as Comstar, you have to start to try to stop them. And you can. This is where you rig the fake grain silos to explode with.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is Swimming Uphill, which is the fighting along Route 16, along with armor assets uphill. You know.
Yeah,
You're
Diamond
dug in.
Shark was not in great shape.
No.
What happens if they somehow win?
Well, they mark that as a victory on the campaign and the campaign options.
Okay,
if
I was
you're
just
running a full
wondering because
campaign.
Smoke Jaguar legitimately cripples you if you're Comstar.
Basically, if you're as Comstar, if you can win that first battle, it becomes much easier from then on out because you're fighting at full strength. Which is kind of how it goes. Then we get the Ghost Bear campaign, which is a fucking meat grinder for both sides. So basically, the Ghost Bear lost a con earlier in the campaigning, so they want to basically prove that we can actually go for this. They decided to not go for the really prestigious targets, and so they were able to bid down for 3 galaxies,
Also, they were a
5
little more
hours.
careful because they actually did. They're realizing these guys can kind of.
These
fight.
guys are fucking assholes, and they're going to do everything. Remember, these are the guys that ran into Black Omen.
Yeah, so they're kind of aware. So that's why they didn't go for the cheapest and lowest option. They're not completely brain dead.
They're going with enough to know that they're going to need 3 galaxies probably. We're going to have to keep fighting. We can take things a little slow.
They're a half burned out light bulb they're a half burned out light bulb in a flashlight.
Yeah, and they also realize
to the
that
wet match in a dark cave of the previous 2.
The other thing is they realize is that we're going to have to they're going to dig in, but we're going to have to land somewhere outside of artillery harassment range.
Especially since we need to unfold our stuff first.
Yeah, and so they did. The main problem that would happen is that the first off, the Comstar commander of the defense of these areas was not very good. She was promoted to administration, and her personal bravery is not to be doubted by the clan historians, but her skills in actually commanding men was not very good.
This is Comstar Commander?
Didn't she
You mean?
pilot the
Yeah.
King Crab, if I remember correctly?
What?
Like I remember too because I have the Comstar level 2 pack actually, and what it was a case of the commander it was a case of nepotism, if I remember correctly, right?
I don't remember 100%. She was
King Crab pilot. It was a King Crab pilot or a Black Knight pilot. I forgot which one.
They probably will discuss that later on somewhere. I don't know exactly which one it was. If there's a presenter that's involved with this.
Oh, what does Desgra mean? Is it some of their
Desgra basically means disgraced unit.
Oh. Basically
Desgra
trash.
Desgra tactics, basically disgraceful tactics. Unclan-like behavior. Desgra.
Does it matter if I keep killing your officers and you constantly have to go back home to figure out who the fuck leads you?
That's Desgra tactics.
Does it really matter if I keep doing it?
Nope. That's why they're like, okay, if they're going to be Desgra, we're just going to not bother with clan tradition as much.
Good.
That's
exactly how you're supposed to fight. You're supposed to be a military.
Yeah, basically, they know that you're going to ignore fighting how we fight normally with, like, our honor rules. Fuck it, we're throwing those out the table too. We're throwing down.
And then the moment they said that, I'd actually go, congratulations, you're fighting like a real army.
And here's the fun thing about this. They essentially are then able to completely press back the comm guards. They manage to secure both objectives for a short time, get pushed off of one, and then just dig in on the second.
If you're wondering, it's not just that she is a nepotism pick, and she actually isn't completely bad at her job. The 4th Division was also kind of one of the crappier ones handed, on the planet.
Yeah,
like they're more green and a bit under-equipped.
4th Army. Yeah.
4th Army was a bit under-equipped, so.
4th Army lacked Mexican experience, which was a problem. There's 1st Army under Luarca, which is the one that was the lead commander. 4th Army was 1st Army was Luarca, which was that, and then she put the 4th as on the defensive.
Which is not a bad option because.
However, the problem with that was that Luarca was way too concerned about 4th and instead devoted basically all of 1st to fighting the Ghost Bears head to head, which was not the greatest idea and nearly wiped out an actually decent army. The fact of the matter is that the clan techs realized that after Spanik was taken, both sides, it had taken a week to get there. The 91st Division Supply Depot, the Ghost Bears found, holy shit, they brought food, they brought ammo, they brought mechs. We're going to rebuild some of these Comstar mechs, put a new paint job on them, and throw them into the front line again. And they did. Mind you, the 1st Army was also able to recover a bunch of clan tech, because there's a fight in the woods. The Ghost Bears also realized that they had counted on a much shorter timetable. They thought that, we could win this in a week, and that wouldn't be too bad. The problem is this is going on into possibly 2 weeks. That is a problem.
Also, I to give Luarca some credit, after the initial fuck up, she did personally lead and essentially smashed through a supply line and actually managed to threaten their depot, it looks like.
As the 91st was going to make a last stand there, it kind of, they've had to pull back and leave most of their supply depot behind, which was not very good. They rebuilt the best they could, though. The main thing that happened then is that they broke out of Spanik. They started probing into the 4th Army. They finally makes the Luarca finally listens to Focht and goes on to attack the Bear Chevaliers, opens a gap, makes an actual fight into the supply lines, and does a pretty good fight for Spanik, which is that they weren't able to dislodge the Ghost Bears in the city, but
It essentially became a partial victory, or it was treated as a draw.
Ghost Bear, the Ghost Bears basically made a draw. Interestingly, Ghost Bears, that's the clan who came the closest to achieving a second objective without actually doing so. The negotiated result was fairly simple. The Ghost Bears had already retreated from Luck and were settling in for a long defense of Spanik. There couldn't only be so much, the Ghost Bears were going to get eaten up by the comm guards.
But the fact of the matter is they took Spanik, and that is one of the objectives.
They took both the objectives, but they had to retreat from one of them.
Which technically
and then try to hold the other one. Which technically,
the first one.
Which technically makes them lose, but they decided partial victory.
Which is fair enough, because they did take it for a bit.
But was this the same campaign too, where they said, "Fuck it, let's play football instead"?
No, that was a different one. That's a different world.
But
that
basically,
was,
because the Bears actually kind of succeeded a bit.
Yeah. The fun thing is
their clan didn't go through a complete fucking overhaul.
Fucking shitfall. They took their lumps. They realized, oh, these worlds are actually nice, and they started integrating with the local culture a lot more into the Ghost Bear Dominion.
I know this was okay. So if we win, you guys don't get to go fuck with Terra. Did the Ghost Bears get anything special for winning theirs, or was it
nope.
No,
it was all or nothing.
It was
all or nothing.
They earned the privilege of not having their Con Jorgensen earned the privilege of not being overthrown violently for their fucking incompetence.
Yeah, he also realized that, you know what, we need to hold what we've taken in the Inner so far and consolidate what we got.
Because this is against a fairly bad officer. They realized that because when they finally started listening to good advice,
they were like going to start to
they
get
were
some
probably
problems.
going to win the long game.
Yeah.
So he's like,
so they were so fucking lucky. They were so fucking lucky they're in the Ratzelhoff district, because they were probably the only fucking group of people that wanted them, to be honest.
No, the Ratzelhoff did not want the clanners. They wanted them out. Ghost Bear had to fight several guerrilla campaigns against Rasselhog nationalists until they basically went, fuck it, fine. We'll create a Rasselhog civilian oversight group that will basically allow you to live as you want as long as we're overall in charge, and that's what forms the Ghost Bear Dominion. Where they come to an accord
with chill with it because they were left alone.
Well,
the Rasselhog would have rather dealt with the fucking Caretans.
Rasselhog wanted full independence. They were like, the Caretans suck. Get the Caretans out of here, and we might be okay with you.
We hate you both, but you are slightly less trash.
But you are oppressive and awful in a different way that generally doesn't affect us.
You are slightly less trash.
Compared to making us all have to speak Japanese.
Or Swedenese, that horrible
Swedenese,
fucking Creole.
But yes, they actually got some early C3 systems, one of the 12th division, which means you can run a C3 alliance at the Battle of Tukayyid, which is fun.
And here's the battle map. Spanik is there. And look, and you can tell why the Ghost Bears were able to hold on to Spanik. It has a river. There's a good fortress there for them to guard. Forested area. It's pretty good defensive territory. And the Ghost Bears, because they actually were kind of expecting a war, fought it like a fucking war.
Yeah, it was a meat grinder for Spanik on both sides. Then you got some of the other armies here. Like, there's a lot of artillery units in
pure waveforms. Yep, Omicron, Vision of Words, veteran.
Yeah, and force composition, it basically gives you like, what is it actually made up of?
Green units, unfortunately, but yeah.
Yeah, like for the most part, this isn't too bad.
To give you an idea, it's more like in the actual. If you replay this fight, there's a chance you could have the Ghost Bears lose
easily.
Again, they lost mainly because the commander was a little too worried about their other army, and they were a little too complacent.
Hesitant. Yeah.
And the Bears kind of were smart.
Now, this is interesting to note. So they even talk about, how do you build a Ghost Bear force? They also did this Black Jaguars, and they say, Smoke Jaguars, they go, okay, the Executioner, Mad Dog, Viper, and Fire Moth are common Ghost Bear mechs. So you can replace an Omni mech of the same weight class with one of these and select your configuration. All Ghost Bear galaxies must select more heavy and assault mechs than lighter medium mechs.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have a unique ability, which is family. Because Ghost Bear is unique among clanners, and they actually encourage a family structure.
Taking lessons from Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
So the campaigns are Teddy Bear's Picnic, which is you try to ambush Ghost Bear through the forests.
Yeah.
So
There's
this
assault
is
on the
a big.
Divigrad Fortress.
Basically, Teddy Bear's Picnic is a real fun visual only. Like you can't see. That's a fun one.
Yeah.
Fortress Assault, which ain't pretty for you.
And then a Matter of Luck, which is a recon operation to try to figure out if you can get into luck or not. And then here's this is a pretty fucking metal picture here. That is a panther just charging down a vulture, which is a mech that weighs about 25 tons more than it. And it's about to smack it in the face.
And it's in the
It should
burning
be
forest
mentioned
of
the Panther is considered a light mech, even though in urban environments these things really shine when they can just jump you on top of the building while it flanks you, and you have nothing to do but to accept the PPC straight to your back.
Yeah, and plus 4 small short-range missiles too. Panthers are decent little mechs. They're slow though for a light mech. They're actually
That
like
PPC.
but they've got a PPC, so it's like, that's not too bad.
Next one is Steel Viper. These
Steel
are the
Viper.
ones that are more cautious.
They're more cautious, and honestly, this is the thing that turns Steel Viper from moderately crazy to batshit insane. So first off, the fact of the matter is that that they expected that the Comguard would behave honorably. They immediately found out that they were not, and the Vipers, who very seriously take their honor and all this, and they have expectations, and there's just like
That could not be right.
yeah, this broke them. Mostly because they ended up being one of the few chances the clans had to pull a draw, and they decided to back out to preserve their own clan.
Is that a good idea or a bad idea in the long run?
In the long run, they ended up getting obliterated in the Wars of Reaving that they started.
Yep. So it was kind of a bad thing.
The logic at the time was pretty sound, which is destroy most of my clan's military.
Because this is like around the time of
a draw.
Yeah, this is around Diamond Shark's complete obliteration, so they have that in mind.
Yeah, and Ghost Bear is still fighting too. So they're looking at this like, we can maybe get a draw, but we're relying on the other clans to get it. And to do so would probably destroy what I have left.
Because
or
I see what happened to Diamond Shark.
Yeah, I can pull back and salvage my clan's forces.
Eat the loss and eat the honor temporarily.
And then go fight the other clans for their territory. Guess which one they pick. Yeah.
So yeah, Steel Viper.
It was days of horrific fighting inside of a volcanic mudflat.
And that's where we bring up that a lot of them, because remember, Falk picked the targets. He knew that these motherfuckers, because they brought in heavier, just mechs in general, would sink and burn to death inside those fields.
Yeah, they
and
basically.
He knew the terrain, so on top of that, his units basically could dance around those goddamn mud pits.
Nobody could. It was the Devil's Bath. It's called the Devil's Bath for a reason.
One of the worst places to fight, but
Comstar decided to fight there. I love this, by the way. As Alpha Galaxy began to withdraw from the Bath, Presenter Batchall of the 6th Division saw his carefully laid ambush begin to fall apart. Having learned some clan ways from Vogt, he opened a satellite link from his Atlas to broadcast a challenge. On Terra, there are 2 kinds of snakes, the kinds with fangs and the kind that slink away to hide. I guess in clan space, there's only one kind. So they're back to the periphery, Tin Vipers. You'll never see Mother Terra, but don't worry. We free births will keep it safe from any dirty little snakes. Bye now. Have a safe cower home. Every soul on Tukayyid heard his words. Unfortunately, he didn't understand the difference between a proper challenge and a grave insult.
No, he knew. He knew what he was doing.
He thought that basically that was he went too far is the thing.
That's the point.
He was then by the way kicked begging and screaming into a mud pit. They found this guy and they hunted him down to kill him.
I don't blame him, but still, it's funny as shit.
Yeah. The reserve ended up getting crushed. The reinforcements crushed the elements. The Steel Vipers finally exited their thing, and they could see that the valley where their first objective that they need to take is, and it's right there. It's 10 kilometers away. They can do it. And then they realize there's 2 more divisions coming in, and they're like, the devil's back at their backs. They're so close.
It gets better because after falling back from that, they consider maybe trying one more time. Khan almost dies.
Yeah.
Artillery shell destroyed their mech, and a lung was collapsed.
And they're like, okay, we're pulling out. 25% casualties.
Which is pretty light for what happened.
Which was the lightest of all. They slaughtered nearly 4 divisions of con guards. So for every dead clanner, there were like 2 dead con guards. It was a pretty... it's very possible that they could have won, but it would have been essentially...
What price is victory?
Yeah, the price of victory was way too high for them. And you can see the terrain here of where they landed, which is not a terrible place to land because there's no other good places to land.
Oh, by the way, if you're wondering, the clans blamed them for this.
Oh, yes, they did.
Because they fled, and on top of that, that guy shat-talked them.
Yeah. Again, there was...
there it is. That's agony.
That is not a very good place to fight. And they talk about like the rules here of like, same thing. They also talk about the fact that the 6th is probably the least experienced Comguard army, despite having the 1st division of the Comguards, which is an elite. They fought pretty well, but they were basically destroyed and kind of parceled out to repair other Comguard units after the battle because they got mauled by the Steel Vipers.
Yep, they specialized in ambush tactics, but their commander sucked.
Their commander was actually, well, depending on which commander you're talking about. For example, the 1st division of Strong Retaliation was actually really good. They get to do an initiative role with functioning ECM. Presenter Yekel of the 6th division, which was a green division, by the way, he never failed to overestimate or oversell the ability of his troops, leading them to be the first to face the Vipers and the first to die. They got wrecked. Their next 2 were actually regular divisions, which is not terrible, not great either.
They'll be fine for what you need them. Also note that at minimum, you'll see a bunch of veterans and elites for the clans.
Yeah. With the clans here, the Fang is actually very cool. So the Steel Viper gets to dismount at any point, their elements at any point during the carrier's movement, instead of only at the end of their movement. Mm-hmm. Which means you can do some really fun drive-by tactics with their mechs.
The problem is you're fighting in the Devil's Bath.
Yeah, also you're fighting without aerospace assets for some of these units.
That's more of a clanner problem. So
the 1st never retreats, for example. Like you can't do certain things. And then there's like the deltas. By the way, there's crocodiles in Tukayyid in the Nestle River Delta. Mm-hmm. The next thing is they talk about the Devil's Baths, where it's like a confounding maze of geysers, mud pits, and towering granite pillars. Few areas define the term hellscape as well as the Devil's Bath. The terrain boils atop a vast volcano, which will one day resurface the entirety of the valley, but for now, just simmers. The original colonists gave the region its name after a single flyover, dubbing it a place of unrelenting horror, which they will not go into. Subsequent explorers have been kinder, recognizing the benefits of the area, but retaining its name for historical significance.
Basically, when that erupts, that entire region is basically done.
Mind you, it's also unique because of its weird volcanic activity, and also because its local ecosystem is very unique.
It's cool, but at any point the volcano could just erupt.
Every tourist who enters the Devil's Bath does so at their own risk.
If you're wondering why, poisonous gas, sinkholes, lava eruptions.
Yeah.
All of them are possible.
The fun thing is the labyrinth makes it an ambusher's paradise because the infrared sensors are fucking gone. Seismic data is useless because of all the geysers and seismic activity. Geysers themselves can just randomly disrupt combat.
By the way, this is where the 6th Division bled and died.
Yeah, there are mud pits, which, conceal that. Some are just ankle deep, while others have basically no bottom. There are, even decades after the battle, occasionally you'd still see like mech parts resurface shortly before going right back down under, as the mud is churned underneath by tectonic activity.
So, and then there's the ranch station, which is their goal.
Yeah. Which, by the way, has the herd condition, so you can actually have a herd of beefalo that can stampede over battle armor and mechs and knock them
The
around.
fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can get your shit wrecked by giant cattle.
Which is fun. I love that.
There's also Kelly Springs. That's another one. The campaigns include Desgra Demolition, which
Which
is
is the fight
these
fight in the
guys.
Devil's Bath. The sad time at the station, which is that you have to defend the station, and of course the Vipers have to seize it as fast as possible. Then the Springs Eternal, which is the last one, which is that
Suffering.
suffering. The thing is that Comstar forced the locals to evacuate, but one servant family refused. Now with the Steel Vipers closing in, the Comstar scrambles to evacuate them in the only available vehicle, a coolant truck. Steel Vipers believe that they have cornered important Comstar personnel, perhaps even the President Marshal himself. So that's quite fun. You've captured the stunt doubles, by the way, is one of the objectives. Capture the coolant truck. Gone to played. The coolant truck exits on the defender's home edge, blast them, and then of course across their nose, not up it. So it's a giant Spaceballs reference for these objectives.
That's cute.
That's fun.
They should really have a thing in the horrible nightmare place.
They do, which is the Desgra Demolition, which is the fight in there. Vengeance and Annihilation are the objectives.
Here you go. This is them in the mud pit of pain and suffering.
Yeah, look at that.
Imagine fighting there. Look, he's already sinking into his death.
Yeah, and then the Novacat campaign.
Good old Novacat. They get pretty much wiped here.
Tukayyid was Novacat's first step on eventually being destroyed because they decided to trust Kurita. Never trust Kurita.
Oh, it's like the time the Tau trusted the Dark Eldar. I mean, the Drukhari.
I mean, yeah, whatever. I mean, the legally distinct term that we can use to guarantee that our copyright won't be infringed. Anyway, Novacat steps out. It doesn't go too well. They actually are one of like the second or third clan down. And Focht had studied their tactics and realized that they were going to probably do a hover drop maneuver, as mentioned before, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his goal was really simple then with the 417th Division.
Coming down.
Shoot him down in. Not only did the plan work, but to do either a very skilled or very lucky suicide attack by a single Comstar pilot, who, by the way, is that guy in the initial fiction.
In the rape, yeah, that madman.
Yeah.
Only 6 mechs remained upright. The others were either salvageable or total loss.
Yeah, they managed to take
their mech forces were shredded. Their actual men, not as much.
Not as much, but an entire clan ran out of ammo, by the way. Novacat was completely dependent on those dropships landing to supply them with more ammunition.
Shredded.
Uh-oh.
Absolutely fucking shredded.
Yeah. By the way, the ammunition that they tried to grab from Comstar kind of blew that up as they were getting it too. So they retreated with ultimately less supplies and even fewer troops that they had before they took the supply depot from Comstar. Like the Novacat got fucking bodied. And here's their environment, and you can see their objective there of
underwater gamble
and Doji. So underwater gamble. They literally went under a lake in order to try to catch Comstar by surprise to get that ammunition dump, which is actually pretty brilliant.
Every remotely intelligent clan member, I'm surrounded by assholes.
Basically. Yeah. So yeah, they realize we need to get the ammo dumps by that objective. How do we get there without being spotted? And someone has the gigabrain plan of, there's a lake there, isn't there? Battle mechs can go underwater. Let's just walk there.
Didn't they get stumbled into in the lake?
No, they did not. They actually exited the lake, surprised the hell out of the Comstar, overran the depot, and then Comstar blitzed in assets to counter that. So they then had to retreat back into the lake underwater and losing mechs because of it, because battle mechs don't like water when their containment is breached, like their armor. When their armor is fine, they can go underwater, no problem. But once they lose armor protection, the Myomir does not like water. It shorts out the electrical charge that they use.
As
and-
opposed to in Gundam, where my favorite is the Federation solution to fight. You know those aquatic mechs I mentioned? Do you know what the
Yeah.
Federation's response was? We'll just caulk the gym. We'll just caulk the gym to be waterproof. I'm drowning.
Every
Yeah.
single one of those pilots at the aquatic gyms dies a horrible death.
Yeah, it's hilariously bad.
Yeah.
They either drown in their fucking mechs because the caulking fails, or they got shredded because the gyms weren't
Getting
really
back on
designed for water.
To get back on target, yeah, Tech Priest.
Yeah.
Deck?
He's here.
I said yeah.
Oh no, I thought you were still going. I thought I was.
I am. So they go through here. By the way, they're talking about like the combatants. A few fun, bountiful words, peace through words, and made for trouble as one of their divisions. The whirlwind. My favorite here is North Lasaji. So during summer, by the way, the whole thing is it's a very beautiful place on the planet, which is a nature reserve, along with a fun park. During the summer, valleys and forests are well visited by the citizens of Tosajoji and tourists from other regions. The local wildlife are friendly, large 8-legged animals called the Tukayyid boar spider, which look like oversized wild boars with 8 legs.
Neat.
Families introduce even their smallest children to these wild but friendly animals without danger. The biggest ones are a theoretical danger to even battle mechs, being able to drive them to the ground while charging while enraged or frightened, or ripping off whole limbs with their large claws. They're generally peaceful.
Oh, they almost got extinct because of the Nova.
They almost, Nova Cat campaign in the area, because the Nova Cats ended up disrupting and shooting a bunch of them because, well, they stampeded into them.
If you're wondering, I actually like how the map kind of looks like the RLC.
Yeah, it's a nice
That's
little.
their fault to be stupid and the laps not go extinct.
It's a drying lake out area, which is kind of neat. It's like little grasslands. Then in the southeastern, by the way, they mention the whole thing of like the hover drop method. They say, yeah, here's how you do that for your battles, for your fighting. You can also say you can fight in an open pit mine if you want to.
Yep, there's windswept, suburbs, oil fields. That's another thing. Hover drop. Yep.
The first one is broken landing, which is like, oh yeah, the disastrous landing, which is they managed to sneak up the
This
clanners.
is where you always have to start with.
Yeah, and this is the stampede, which is from the start of the game until turn 3. The Tukayyid boar spiders stampede on the half of the battlefield containing the attacker's home edge. Because remember, the fact of the matter is that they accidentally, by a dropship exploding in the middle of a herd, caused them all to stampede.
And they're big, they're horrendous
big
critters.
And then, of course, swimming to victory, which is just fun.
Rush job, by the way. Yeah, every one of your Nova Cat mechs are already damaged, by the way.
Yeah. Then there's herding sheep, which is
this is the one you're pretty much not expected to win.
If you do win it and you move on, you get some pretty fun ones too, where it's like the Fisher approaches and the comm guards are trying to fight. You have to fight the comm guards in a minefield. The next one is swimming to victory, which is the objectives.
Sheep and then swimming to victory. Yep.
Yeah, I like the objective name. So they drive them off for the attacker, which is to seize the defender's forces, and then keep your shit together, which is the defender only. At least half of your force must survive to the end of phase 8. Then this is really fun. The park and ride, the Lozji Fun Park. The Fun Park was on the brink of failure before the Battle of Tukayyid. While it attracted many tourists for almost 3 centuries, most of its Star League era rides have broken down and could no longer be repaired to the technological downfall of the Inner Sphere during the Succession Wars. Things that Maris have ruined. The dreams of small children on Tukayyid at the amusement park.
Damn you! Damn you, Amaris, and damn you, Nicholas Kerensky. You deep fifth columnist agent.
It's cute. So the battle, they fled the park. Unfortunately, the comm guards have prepared the park's attractions with automated weapon systems that activated when mechs
Killer amusement park.
Yes. So they have it's the end of the track, obviously, but the park was almost completely destroyed. Combined with the attacking comm guards, they destroyed the scouting force, which prevented the clan force noting what was happening. But the park was almost completely destroyed during the fighting. Comstar paid for repair. The park only reopened 5 years later with a new amusement, a labyrinth built from destroyed Nova Cat mechs.
God,
I fucking love that little bit of fluff. I love that little bit of fluff. It's really cute.
Yep, Nova Cats are fucked.
And then you got a nice Novacat Nova there, with that Atlas behind it that it cut the arm off of with all those
No, that's
fucking
the amusement
lasers.
park. No, that's the amusement park Atlas.
Oh. Then we get Jade Falcon, which is kind of the Jade Falcon realizes that we need to win something.
Because we already lost our guard through an amazingly insane
So
man.
fuck the idea of holding anything back.
No, we're bidding. We don't give a shit. We're like second to last here.
Yeah, we're going down with almost everything. They have a bit of an issue, namely that they decided to land far enough away that they wouldn't get hit by anything else. However, they're also having a bit of a problem where well, actually, they have the luck of they're actually not having to fight anything but a major river crossing to get to their objective. There's not a lot of terrain in the way. So this is basically a head-to-head combat between the Falcon Guards, well, the Jade Falcons and Comstar. But that's what it looks like, right? Well, remember when I mentioned how Comstar made fake cities and villages and rigged
Yup.
everything and created like tunnel networks?
Yep.
Guess where they put most of those?
Where the Jade Falcons landed.
Yes, they did. Yay! The Fresno River, for example, they can't wade through it with a battle mech because it's way too fast. So they have to build actual pontoon bridges over the damn thing that can take mechs.
Which, that's pretty damn hard.
Yeah. So 21 full Falcon clusters landed here just 2 hours after Diamond Shark. So they landed relatively early, but they basically go through this where the main issue is that they got ambushed everywhere. Out of nowhere, the entire the comm guards are basically like just slowing them down with ambush after ambush after ambush after ambush.
These are planes. Where are they coming from? You just see them like pull off like little trench lines and like pit traps with little explosives.
Pit traps, yeah, explosives, hovercraft, mechs in the dark.
At one point, some mad bastard undams the little stream, which floods it, which causes the mud to get unstable, the floodplain to get unstable.
Like just a lot of shit like that. Now the main problem is that they have a plan, and their plan is not the worst.
Which is amazing, given they're clanners.
But the problem is politics.
Because clanners.
There was Mark Helmer, who is a hero.
Surprise, the political senior con, Elias Kriffed, recently promoted the wily, certainly brilliant, but nondescript Vander von Kistu as Sakan.
Yeah, so therefore, Kriffed always delegated field command to Sakan. As a result, strategic planning of the whole Falcon devolved in basically a political charade. Had politics not hijacked all planning, Star Colonel Rard Hoyt would have been named the hero of the first half of the campaign, and a mutually agreed upon battle plan would have been a formality. Because this is the guys that got them to the river.
Yeah, basically, they managed to get to the river. It was bloody, but they fucking did it.
So, however, Mar Helmer managed to negotiate that he can take both the bridges that they need over the river.
Because he wanted to prove glory because, well, he got kind of cucked out of his promotion.
Yeah, he got cucked out of... A, he got cucked out of his promotion. B, he really does not like Hoyt.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't... Well, not only does he not like Hoyt, he doesn't like Chistu either.
Yeah, so he negotiated it, and basically, Comstar has other plans, which is Death on the Fresno River and Operation Skipping Stone. So the 111th Division, the White Clan, by the way, at Plow and the Tenacious 388th, along with the 201st at Robbins Crossing, the Comstar, they need the bridges, right? Falcons had declared their dropships and landing zone as non-combatants so that they could bring in additional clusters. Which was very clever of them because it kept Comstar from just artillerying them all the time.
They have to have some standards at least.
Yes, because they're non-combatants. They're undefended. It's literally it's our dropships. You know, it's safe passage.
Which is smarter than every other fucking clan so far. So at the moment.
Yeah, they legitimately negotiated with Comstar for a safe passage down to the planet. Most of the clans did too, aside from Novacat.
Gigabrain,
Or
Novacat.
more accurately, as soon as you're in atmosphere, we're gonna count that as on the planet. T Fox.
But Jade Falcon was like, no, these guys literally they're merchant cast. Like
They're
they
merchant
actually aren't
ships.
soldiers. They're transporting soldiers, but that's as cargo. You can't blast
Yeah, the
ships.
Falcons.
Now if they get off the ships, that's fair games.
Yeah, so the Falcons basically, Comstar organized the resistance so that both Jade Falcon elements would cross the President River at both locations at the same time. Especially after suddenly Comstar pulls back across the river.
Because fake.
They rigged the bridges.
Yeah.
So,
but no, it's even better. They waited until the clusters were getting onto them and moving, and then right when they were about to cross, boom.
Boom. So the Falcon forces fell back 30 kilometers after this because the Falcon guards finally were able to be let off the leash.
Guards.
Yeah, the reconstituted guards under Aiden Pride. He has a trio of novels written about it, which is like, this is the only relatively sane clanner in Jade Falcon, by the way. And he fucking dies here.
You have to keep in mind if you have to use.
I'm grading on a scale. I'm grading on a scale here.
No, I'm
still
just
a
pointing out if you have to use novels, I'm of the opinion that you have to kind of like.
They're decent novels. It's
Look,
more detailed.
Novels are
than anything else.
supplement. No, novels are
It's a supplement.
You can't argue from them, in my opinion, because that's not what in the main course.
Well, what he does here is actually pretty impressive. Basically, he manages to secure the retreat of the surviving guards and punk Comstar's attempted counterattack over the river to basically wipe them out.
Which allowed them to at least rout rather than disintegrate.
Yeah. And after this, they basically see an area of shallows between the bridges, and they decide that here's what we can do, right? So Aiden and Martha Pride are actually from the same Sibco. They know each other pretty well. Aiden's kind of known as a dark sheep of the Jade Falcons because he kind of lied a lot to get back into the warrior caste after washing out because Martha shot him in the fucking back. So he's kind of notorious for being unorthodox by clan standards because, hey, a win is a win.
Oh no, he fights a real war. Call him Desgra.
Basically, yes. He basically is able to get across the river, establish a small beachhead, and start to get basically submerge damaged Omnimex into the river to create an actual foundation for a pontoon bridge. Because you're putting like a breakwater down to slow down the river.
But then they got the counter offensive.
Yes, the descent into hell. So the Fresno River is, like they're getting across, so they need to get to Olala. They don't get any resistance, but Aiden is looking at this like, this seems suspicious. So he sends in a recon unit. The recon unit finds out that the entire town is a fake and full of comm guards.
And that's the only reason they weren't absolutely fucking shredded.
Yeah, they managed to take the town for a short time. And if they had better coordinated, it would have been prepared for what happened next, right? Which is that the comm guards have a thing where it's like, we're not just staying in one location, we're rapidly redeploying across the planet whenever an objective is over. So Novacats are off the planet now. Guess what happens to all the Novacat comm guards?
Sup, motherfucker?
Sup, motherfucker? They're back and over here. So there's a bunch of supply depots that eventually get destroyed by Comstar, and basically Falcons are like, all right, tapping out. We've done what we can, and we need to get out of over here.
And they were just barely able to negotiate a draw because they did take the town for a bit.
And the main thing is that Aiden Pride it becomes a legend in Jade Falcon because basically he basically volunteers that I am the rear guard. We in the Falcon guards are basically pilots that are going to die anyway. By clan standards, we're old, washed up, like has-beens.
Because our good units were destroyed by a crazy man who blew himself up.
Yeah, so let us go out in a blaze of fucking glory, and that is exactly what they do. And the fact of the matter is, he was entirely responsible for keeping the clan intact in basically its worst hour at this point, because they were fighting for 30 hours straight to break through and get out of the way from the Comstar.
But here's the thing: Jade Falcon got kind of pissy because
Oh, they were so fucking mad about this because it was declared a draw. Let me repeat that. Ghost Bear managed a victory by taking one objective. Admittedly, they held it, but they still managed a victory.
well, no, it was called a partial victory. Yes.
You know, like that. The thing is what's the difference, right?
Because we took it.
And yeah, like there was some real salt from Jade Falcon after this, especially
but
towards Clan
the
Wolf.
big reason they got drawed was they didn't hold it.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're very pissy, especially since they got outdone by some bears.
Yeah. Some sources argue, and a lot of it is basically that the Jade Falcons were also the only clan to negotiate terms with the Comstar directly to get out of this fucking
There's
mess.
one other reason why they get so pissy. The clans that actually succeeded the most were wardens.
Yes. Ghost Bear was a Warden clan. Well, they were a Crusader clan, but they were leaning there. Jade Falcon didn't do too well. The Diamond Shark didn't do too well. They were kind of there. Like Smoke Jaguar got shredded. Steel Viper, which is technically a Warden clan, but not really.
Out of all of the Crusaders, though,
Jade Falcon did the best, and they got a fucking draw.
Which is a testament. Like, this is also proving maybe those Wardens were right.
Yeah.
Not pretty. Here's the map, by the way. Oh, I do love the maps.
But by the way, the town of Hump Tulips is an objective.
Hump Tulips, yeah.
Hump Tulips. The Fresno River.
Yeah, the Fresno River, which is not only deep and fast, but very, very big.
Yeah, it's
Mississippi wide, but with the speed of like the Blue Nile rushing down from the headlands of Ethiopia.
Yeah, it's nasty.
And they landed in some nice old farmlands.
Yeah, the thing is that they actually had
kind of pick up the pace a little.
Yeah, sorry, because this is the last one before that, but I just love the name Hump Tulips. I'm sorry.
No. I understand. I like going through each of the things, and let's see what you get just very quickly. The comm guards are fairly solid. You got veterans. You got regulars.
Veterans. You get.
You have a green unit, but that's fine.
The Jade Falcon guards, which are Pride's pride at this point, get some pretty good specialization and all that, and you can actually build them pretty well. Third Falcon Talon was pretty important. They were, I think, part of the revival trials. I could be wrong on that
one. Gear Falcons also elite.
Basically, none of yeah,
Jaegers.
Except for the Jaegers and a few other like units. These are just example units, by the way.
There's the southern plain where you land. This is very nice and fertile. It's pretty good land, but it's kind of a mixture of bocage, and they plan to fight here for months.
Yeah.
The river, horrible.
Horrible.
Olala, one of their cities, and I think that's the one they managed to quickly take.
That's the one that they turned into a all but one house was turned into a absolute all the buildings were turned into fake bunkers. Yeah. The Stevenson house is purchased by an like there's the last house now stands alone and empty, the final remnant of Ola, which is the last only townhouse that was not destroyed by the comm guards.
Yep, and Hump Tulips, obviously.
Lamau.
It's named for the tulips.
It's named for the tulip, but it's just not actually a tulip, but it's actually a flowering plant that is similar looking to a tulip.
They have a festival. They were threatened by the giant battle mechs. They never actually neared here.
Yeah.
So yeah. And look at that!
Flowers. That is cute.
look at him.
Look at him. What a good boy.
I love it. So crossing the streams, which is a Ghostbusters reference.
Yeah, they do.
It's a real weird piece, almost, isn't it?
Yeah. Then they basically get to Shed Honor and all that. City of Death, which is Olala, which is oh shit, this is weird.
And while they never made it here, the Jade Falcons had the chance. The Jade Falcons actually had a pretty okay chance of getting.
They had a pretty good okay chance, and then Novacat, the reinforcements arrived from stomping another clan.
Mm-hmm. And then the retreat of the Falcons, because they did lose Olala as well eventually.
Yeah.
Legend denied. So you could actually destroy their legend Pride. You can destroy Pride and destroy their legend.
Yes.
Which would have probably shattered their clan, actually.
It would have rendered them something more akin to the Steel Vipers in terms of like they would have had no real political leadership. They would have been basically going after each other with a fury over who is responsible for this complete disaster.
Oh, good. The last, but my least favorite.
The last one is Clan Wolf, which is
this? Did they win?
Yeah, Clan Wolf. Yeah, they win.
Eat shit and die.
They
shit and
fought
die.
the longest of all of them. They fought pretty fucking hard, and they lost a lot. They lost the least of any clan, but that was
Of
more
course
because
they lost
were
the
actually.
least.
That was more because they actually blitzkrieged through their first couple of objectives.
Of course
and
they
managed to-
blitzkrieged.
Yeah, because they actually planned ahead for this shit.
They actually had plot armor for this shit. I'm sorry, eat shit and die, Clan Wolf. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna quickly skip through some of that.
Yeah, we get a nice art though at the end of this of a
You don't
of a
wanna
mad
fight?
cat and
You
a
like wanna
crusader
fight?
having a smackdown.
No, I'll show the map at least. Like, I'm being a bit mean-spirited. It's just
We also we get some pretty good art in
Why do you
this.
hate Clan Wolf Dog?
Maybe it's because they're the only ones that won, and it's also the author's favorite faction out of the clans, and on top of that, they won the fucking title of King of Shit
Yeah.
Mountain.
Much
Basically,
honor. Wow.
oh god, I hate it.
There's a nice on page what is it?
I like the map.
140.
I do like the map. It's pretty good terrain. I wouldn't have as much issues if, say, one of the other clans also won.
Well, I mean, Ghost Bear did technically.
Partial victory. These guys won
Yeah.
cold. That's my problem.
Yeah, and then we get into the really fun part of this, which is the technical readouts.
So just here's their force. I'm gonna be fair. I'll show their force modifiers. They're just pretty standard regulars. They have a couple of elite units, of course. I just realized I have to say this, Tech. I'm looking at the Comstar units to really sell home how much these Mary Sue pieces of garbage, these fucking piles of shit.
Yeah,
are.
they faced an actual elite.
Not a single
elites
one
and
green.
veterans.
Eat shit
Yeah.
and die. Eat shit and fucking die.
Adam, they're just that good.
Anyway, I'm just gonna let's see quick. The Palisades, little mountains. Okay.
I
Yeah.
look figuring on right now
Mining
because I'm looking at a really cool art piece.
That's
Right
right.
On
now.
page 140.
Mountains.
140. Okay.
Wolf with
Yeah.
gun.
Let me know when you get to 145.
That's good art, but again, I have to repeat: eat shit and die.
I
Glenn.
fucking love it. It's the Timberwolf
it's a Mad
fighting
Cat.
Crusader.
Yeah,
No,
Mad
yeah,
Cat fighting a Crusader at point blank range like that. It's pretty fucking cool looking.
Forest's End. These are the scenarios. Wolves advance
Yeah.
towards Scuba is temporarily halted as
I mean,
Clanks and forces.
Technically, the Timberwolf's the correct pronunciation. I'll have you know, motherfucker.
Mad Cat. Anyway, storm in the mountains. And here we go. The big old fight. It's just a big old slobberknock between her. Like, you have to be kind of mad to actually pull shit like that off. He actually manages to shoot the leg underneath. That's pretty cool. Great art.
Yeah. And then
Great
the
art.
technical readout, which is fun. So
But
remember
before we do one, I just have to say it one more time: eat shit and die, Clan Wolf. Anyway.
yeah, so this was a temporary configuration that was mostly done by Clan Diamond Shark, namely only by Clan Diamond Shark. This was a idea behind the idea that the Diamond Shark scientists were basically looking at what was probably they were facing on Tukayyid. They were like, they're probably going to bring a lot of vehicles and infantry, so we need something that can kill vehicles and infantry.
Which isn't a
And
bad
oh
idea.
boy, they brought something that can kill vehicles and infantry.
I mean, it's pretty smart given how they usually fight, which is combined arms.
Yeah. The Puma has a flamer built in, and
there
then
he
16
is.
tons of pod.
I like him.
Yeah, Puma.
Shadowcat. There he is.
Shadowcat. They also have the notable mechs and mech warriors, which are pretty neat.
Yeah, I'm just kind of Shadowcat was not well regarded or widely used, but the Shadowcat gained popularity after the battle.
The current temporary configuration that they use, which is designed for vehicle hunting. And
what I hate
anti-infantry
Alaric
work.
because his name also translates to wolves, and he probably touches dogs.
Probably. He's the other
So a
real
question
Mary Sue of the Dark Ages.
Yeah, I'll hit
A
him.
question I want answered is a lot of these Clan Buster mechs were brought in on Tukayyid and were literally only field tested during this battle. So what's stopping us from saying your pants on head retarded for bringing in your new weapons without testing them on Tukayyid on
Nothing's
Comstar?
stopping you. I completely agree that it's pretty goddamn stupid.
It's stupid, but it worked.
No, it isn't, because guess what? At any point, they could have lost all of their models, and then they would have been picked over by the Boffins and Comstar.
These
Fucking
are Omnimex, by the way. This is just the temporary
Fucking
configuration.
stupid.
This is just a configuration. This isn't actually like the.
Oh no, I'm just pointing out that if you're gonna bring your prototype, like that's some World War II Germany stupid shit. Right
I mean,
there.
they did for like a small amount of stuff for. Actually, all sides would put prototype units in the front to test
the Mad
some
Dog
stuff.
Vulture. This is them trying to
The
make it more efficient.
The Vulture S is fucking cool. Basically, it's the Ghost Bear realized that, fuck, we're running low on ammo, so we need to do something about that. So they decided to swap out their ammunition load to of like usually the prime, because the Mad Dog was their primary primary heavy mech that they were using.
I do have to confess that they do have a pretty snappy chicken walker.
Yeah, it's a fun chicken walker. So the configuration is actually really good. It's 2 ERPPCs, one in each arm.
That's the electron beam rifle thing, yeah.
Yes, which for clan versions can actually decapitate a mech with a single shot.
Fair enough.
They put in 5 jump jets, an active probe, 4 more heat sinks, and 3 medium pulse lasers. So this way.
Okay, I have a question though.
Yeah.
Did they were these designed for them on the spot, or did they pull like a Stalingrad Tankergrad factory
on the spot? Because Omnimex can be reconfigured incredibly quickly.
Okay,
that's their advantage.
I just wanted to make sure.
So it's like they realize we're running low on ammo. Let's grab some Omnipods that have energy weapon configurations and slap them in these mechs.
Fair enough, perfectly fine. Hey, it's the Loki. This thing, I love this thing.
Yes, so this is the Loki M, which is actually a really good mech. Let me explain why in a second. So the first version of this is actually done by a.
This is the thing that literally you scream "God is great" as you cook yourself to death. I
love
this thing.
Yeah. So there was a in the Falcon Guard books, they detail a duel between 2 mech warriors because they're fucking bored and it's clanners, so it's to the death. There's a one of them, which is Star Commander Mandaka, has sworn that she will never eject from a mech at all.
You then eject from a mech.
She disengaged her auto eject systems. So she's fighting this Timberwolf, and she kills it with her Hellbringer, which is pretty impressive. Unfortunately, the amount of
Mad Cat.
She blew up and died. So she, yeah.
Alaric is part Federated
go.
Commonwealth incest clone, raised in clan, eat shit and die, and his mom was the crazy lady who started. Okay.
Yeah, Alaric is.
I'm just gonna call clan eat shit and die. I think. From this point,
so
not from now on, just for the rest of this stream.
So the configuration, by the way, of this is
so happy
genuinely.
They put Mad Cat. Thank you.
Yeah. So the configuration is that somebody realized that the configuration she made her Omni-Mech in was actually really cool. So the Jade Falcon had a few mech warriors decide to configure their mechs after hers, because it's like, this is a really long-range sniper version. It has 2 ER.
I'm just looking at the Mad Cat model here.
Yeah, the Mad Cat model is pretty cool.
Oh, it has a Black Widow configuration.
Yeah, that's a Wolf's Dragoons Mad Cat. But yeah, the Jade Falcon, I love the Hellbringer M. It's so good as a sniper mech.
The Hellbringer's hilarious because it's just if you choose to just embrace death, it's glorious, and it's also pretty good even if you don't choose to embrace death.
Yeah, because it can carry a huge amount of weapons. The main thing about this one, though, is that it actually runs relatively cool for a Hellbringer configuration. I don't think there's a way you can really overheat this unless you're firing the short-range missiles. And it can just snipe mechs to death from long range. It's actually really good.
And then on to the Mad Cat, and then good old Gladiator Executioner. There he is. Look at him.
This configuration would eventually become a standard version, with slight modifications.
All right. I'm just kind of speed. Hey, look, it's the Robotech. It's the Macross.
Yeah, this is the Phoenix. This is the Phoenix 1BC, which is a slight configuration change, if I remember correctly, over the standard
Oh, it has heels.
1B.
It should
Yeah.
fall over and
I like
kick
the
its legs
Eelcon Phoenix
uselessly.
Hawk better. Because I like how it has the little guns on its chest. It's
But yeah, the
guns.
Shadowhawk 2 HT is actually something I want to read the information about. So reports.
Oh, this is cool.
This one is really cool. So as Comstar received reports about battle armor, engineers on Mars had to crash refit a battle mech to deal with it.
And
so they picked the Shadowhawk because they had a lot of them.
Slap the big ass cannon on them. There you go, boy.
So what they did is they ripped out the original cannon, which is they've got there. They ripped out the original head lasers. They added a second laser to it. They second medium laser to it. They added a large laser where they put the autocannon in there and mimicked the barrel on that laser to mimic the autocannon barrel, and then shoved in a bunch of Streak SRM-2 launchers into where the LRM-5 launcher was, out of the same holes, because they just double launched the missiles out of them.
The Shadowhawk's just armed with the standard ammunition latch coming. Fooled you!
Fooled you! And so basically, what would happen is that, and also they added extra jump jets to it, so they could actually move at its full.
They fly now.
They fly now. Well, more accurately, they fly further now. So you're expecting a Shadowhawk.
Yeah, this is
you're expecting a Shadowhawk that, oh no, I'm a slow poor Shadowhawk. I can't outrun you big burly toads.
And then it just leaps in the goddamn air and shoots you with its big fuck off laser cannon, which you weren't expecting.
It hits you with a laser cannon, and then it hits you with a bunch of Streak SRMs. The funniest thing about this is that the clans basically saw this and had a shit fit, because these things were incredibly effective at killing elementals, like they were designed to be. So essentially, elemental squads started to just avoid the shit out of normal Shadowhawks because it's
rip and piss, you froggy fucks.
Yeah, they had no idea what would they'd try to close in quickly because it's like, it's a Shadowhawk. It has an LRM and an autocannon. If I get within 90 meters, it's fucked. And then suddenly it blazes away with you with a large laser and a bunch of SRMs. And you're like, no. So they then one of the pilots that they mentioned, she got 29 confirmed elemental kills, the highest count of any of those in these Shadowhawk configurations. And you can fit this thing in almost any lance. It's only a 1453 battle value. 1453, best year of my life. Fuck you, Byzantium. So yes, it is an incredibly based refit.
And then here's the Rifleman. Oh, look at him.
The Rifleman 5C. It's a bit of a. It's not very good. Its main advantage is it's much faster than a normal Rifleman. It can, I think, it cannot jump. However, it strips out all of its close range weapons and puts all the weapons in the arms. So if it loses its arms, it's absolutely useless.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's cool looking.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones that they mentioned is that there was a mech warrior that literally soccer bicycle kicked an elemental.
Beautiful.
Then there's the Archer 5CS, which is a complete change of the standard Archer into a completely dedicated long-range missile boat.
Yep,
2 LRM-15s with Artemis 4 systems. Normally it has 2 LRM-20s and some medium lasers. This one strips out all but 2 of the medium lasers, and so it is very vulnerable.
But also more missile-y.
But also much more missile-y. It also has an XL engine, so it doesn't want to get into close combat, unlike a normal Archer. It also has reduced armor over a normal Archer.
I like how you can see the actual optics down there. That's cool.
Yeah.
I like that. Good old Warhams. There he is.
So it was, the Warhammer 7CS is actually pretty solid.
I'll be honest, I like the Comstar mech designs a bit more here, but that's just
these are the reseen. Basically, these were the original. The Archer, Rifleman, Shadowhawk, and Phoenix Hawk are all mechs from various licenses that have been redesigned to be like their original anime counterparts, but much more in the style of modern BattleTech.
Legally
distinct. Yes.
I think it's just, though, in this case, it's because they're more gritty.
They're rugged, yeah.
Like, you can tell these things have actually fought, unlike the clan mechs look pretty cool, but there's something kind of
the 7CS is really solid. It's 2 particle projector cannons ER models. They're not the clanner ones that can decapitate you, but they have no minimum range. It's got SRM
lasers there, too.
And it's got four medium lasers. and
good.
it's got 17 heat sinks. It's pretty good.
It ain't bad. And last, not last but not least, but this motherfucker.
Then we get the Black Knight, which is this is the Clan Buster variant. This isn't the one the one on the cover is the Clan Buster variant. The one they have over here is just the standard, which is annoying, but whatever. The fun bit about the Clan Buster variant is it has an ER an ER PPC, a large pulse laser, 2 large lasers, and 4 medium pulse lasers, plus a fucking hatchet.
Which they don't show
the
that
best part about the best part about this hatchet is they figured, fuck it, we're not gonna make an axe. Let's make it look like a sword.
Yeah. It actually does, if I'm remembering correctly, it's a 75-ton mech. I think it will do
Critical 5, tonnage 5.
15, yeah, it'll do 15 damage on a hit. So it will just decapitate a mech if you hit the head.
And here's the Marauder, good old chicken walker with a big fuck off cannon on top.
Again, this used to be the Glog battle prod from Macross, and then they kind of modified it a bit, so it's legally distinct. The Mad 5 CS is actually a pretty solid mech as well. It has ferrofibrous armor like most clan mechs. Well, actually, no, it doesn't have ferrofibrous. My bad on that one.
Not yet.
It's got a LBX-10 autocannon. It's got pulse lasers. It's got extended range PPCs. It's got 18 heat sinks, so it can actually fire most of that weaponry without immediately going into, oh god, I am burning alive territory.
Just to let you know, I only know about the heat sinks and autocannons.
Yeah, LBX autocannons. Imagine a big mech-sized shotgun.
Yeah.
So this basically tells light mechs to get off my fucking lawn.
And here's the order of battle.
Yeah, so here's
quickly.
all the units that were deployed, and then we get into the paint schemes for fun.
Here's some toads. Here they are.
Here's some Clan Wolf elementals there.
Oh, Clan Eat Shit and Die, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Camo specs for how you paint them.
Conguards usually apply appropriate camouflage in combat, but otherwise paint their machines white. So here's some scheme ideas.
These lads.
Then here's Diamond Shark at the first, which is like, I love Diamond Shark's paint jobs.
Yeah,
I really do.
A little goofy, and I like that. Ghost Bear has pretty good paints. Jade Falcon actually is among my favorites, just because
Jade Falcon has some very distinct ones. Yes, they have Jade Falcon Galaxy uses appropriate camouflage with Jade or blue, depending on.
These all died. The Smoke Jaguar is kind of boring.
Smoke Jaguars, aside from
I mean, paint scheme wise, I should say.
Yeah. The Steel Viper ones have a really fun one. I like the Stripey Boy.
Stripe Boy
which is fun.
Good.
And then you can do scales on some of your mechs.
Yep, and then each
Clan Wolf has a couple of interesting schemes, which is mostly that you've got the 2-tone color schemes. And then a timeline of the battle.
Let me just before we do one more thing. One more eat shit and die, and here's why. These stupid motherfuckers gave him 5. Eat shit and die. Compared to the 3 of the other clans, eat shit and die.
Well, that's because Clan Wolf deployed 5 entire galaxies.
I don't care. Eat shit and die. You know why. You know why.
They're just that good, Adam.
Variations.
They're just that good.
Anyway,
yeah, here's a link of like everything, and then record sheets. So you can actually use this book to be like, I want to photocopy a mech and use it. Here you go.
And with that in mind, as fuck stream, but that had to be done.
That's almost it. Almost it. There's a map beyond that of
yeah, let's show
almost
that
done.
Very quick.
But there's a map yep through the record sheets.
Here we go. Tukayyid battle map. Look at it. Look
at that. It gives you a map of the system. It gives you a map of like where's everything fighting and all the units that were involved.
And remember that you can get this also at Catalyst Labs as a physical copy.
Yeah, you can order a physical copy of this book if you want to. I like how they named like everything here, so you can actually take a look on that map key to say, oh yeah, where's this city? Where's that?
Here's and it shows you where they are.
And then it also gives you a space map so if you wanted to do like space combat stuff, you can do that.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm still fully ignoring one of the clans. You know which one. You know what they did.
But if you scroll down, there's a hex map, so you can do like strategic operations.
Yeah. Don't calm down. And with that in mind, an Odyssey 4 hours long, deservedly.
Deservedly. It is the largest battle in the setting by sheer mech tonnage until we get into like the Jihad and arguably like the Ilkhan trials in Terra, which were also huge. But
What I learned here today was clearly Clan Wolf is the greatest clan ever to ever live. They're
You
the
can try
best
shit
at
posting
whatever
on
they
me.
do.
You can try shit posting on me,
And
but I can ignore it just fine.
You do know about Biggie that he can just ban you.
I am
It's
that
not
scum
really
bitch.
that. It's not really that. It's just you see, I am very good at ignoring things. You know, like how the clans are really good at ignoring things like logistics. It's just going out one ear and into the other. Oh
I
no!
am Dice Scum bitch. You can't kill me.
Oh
It's
shit!
like how
Oh shit! I think Biggie hid in my closet.
Oh no.
He was trying to pull an Anastasia's fucked.
But yeah, what do you think of this book
Just
overall?
kidding. This is a good book, high quality book. I'm not even going to make the joke of the only reason I'm going to give it no. It's clanner. It's a clanner book. You're going to have to deal with that. That doesn't downgrade it. It does, however, make them very mockable. At least some of the clans are very mockable.
Yeah, and it is important that they give you some information because a lot of what we know about Tukayyid comes from the fucking novels in general and the scenario book.
You kind of need those. You kind of need this book if you're going to run a Tukayyid campaign.
Yeah, this is a very good way to. How do I actually run like a?
It also reintroduces.
Show you what they've got.
It also reintroduces stuff that was squatted because of Harmony Gold.
So that was already reintroduced before, but this is just extra variants for it, which are also mechs that you can get. I think all of those are available in the Game of Armored Combat box aside from the Black Knight. So if you bought one of the starter boxes for Battletech, a lot of these mechs are just you have them physically.
So you could by the way, you are welcome, One Arm Dude. I'm okay with running through the source book. I may hate clanners, but I do find the setting kind of interesting. I wouldn't have done this stream otherwise if I didn't. I like the Inner Sphere a lot more than the clans, if you can't tell.
Yeah, the really neat thing about like when we look at like the
what I like about the book is it gives you the set piece battles. It actually goes into little fun lore details like Humtulip, where they have their festival. There's the little amusement park with which is failing, and then there's like little cute things like that where it's like this is an actual planet. This feels like
planet. Like people lived here. You know, like this isn't just the site of a massive catastrophic apocalyptic contest between, you know, the Inner Sphere and the clan and the Inner Sphere represented by a telephone company and the clans. This is an actual planet where people lived and these were actual objective cities where conquerors legitimately took people off of the planet so that they could have their big smackdown with the clans with no collateral damage because they're Comstar.
By comparison, let's compare this to, say, Istvan 5 or Istvan 3, you know, of Warhammer fame.
Where it's like
you don't really know much about those planets. It's just you know
there's
where
some details.
all the massacres are.
There's the massacres here. There's like the war singers. There's all that. There's like, oh yeah, this is the village of this. It was founded because of this. It has this here. There's a crocodile that lives in this delta river. So there were probably pilots who got eaten by it. Then they go into like
here's this hellscape that's under a caldera. That's a caldera of a volcano. It's terrible to negotiate, but it has a biological diversity you wouldn't see elsewhere, and it's also very scenic with its weird granite. Yeah,
pillars. Just stay on the paths or you will die.
Or here's this river that's mighty wide but fast, and like this is great agricultural farmland with like little hedgerows which have been converted into essentially little. This is, I would say, this is easily one of the best BattleTech books I've read.
Yeah,
and that's saying a lot. It's on par with the Inner Sphere stuff we covered earlier. I think this one's
like it's in the same style. I would say definitely in terms of like
it's in the same style. But another thing I'll give. Another thing I'll give is I think it's actually slightly better because it's actually fairly focused.
It is. How do you run this as a game? How do you play this?
One of the
it isn't books. It isn't just fluff. Like let's be fair, the house books were mostly fluff,
which I like, but this is nice blend of fluff and crunch. It's accessible. You don't have to I was able to get along with most of it. I may not remember exactly the types of weapons. I know bigger number mean I shred you harder.
Yeah. But then it says like, oh, do you want to do a random assignment? Here,
it also tells you what the mechs get, what their stuff is about. It gives you really good art of them,
The supplemental has record sheets for everything, by the way.
which
Like
is beautiful.
every mech that they mentioned in
Which
this
is why I
game.
kind of really skipped quickly through, since you got to see that. In
Yeah,
the book.
the supplemental, we're not going to bring that up because it's mostly just expanded stuff for, like, I want more detail on how to run the campaign here. Okay, here you go. I want more of an operational planning guide for, like, I want to run operational level encounters and tactical level encounters at the Battle of Tukayyid. Okay, here's some maps, here's some rules, here you go. Here there's like
the only blight
everything.
is just it's a foible on the author's part where they have to make clan big dog the big dogs.
Yeah, because they are the
Which
canonical.
I
Yeah,
find horrendously.
they don't want to. They don't want to. Yeah, they don't want to retcon it.
Well, no, I don't blame them for not retconning. It's just you're really gonna make like
Clan Awu the winners. Yeah.
I mean, I know they're canonically the winners. It's just when you factor in what happens later. It's
Oh yeah, no,
really
the wolves don't actually
goddamn
come out of
egregious.
this the best. They actually end up in a really devastating war with Jade Falcon that splits the clan in two. Into basically the Warden and Crusader factions. The Warden faction runs into the Inner Sphere and sets up shop, fighting mostly Clan Jade Falcon for like the next 100 years.
And
While
that's Clan Wolf in Exile, is that right?
Yes, Clan Wolf in Exile. Basically, led by Khan Wolf.
Not only
Well,
Con Wolf, but don't forget the stupid clone thing that they did.
Yeah.
So can you explain to me what exactly that whole thing with that whole split
Okay,
between
basically,
Clan Wolf was, or is there not enough time?
basically the clan that okay, the refusal war is pretty simple. Clan Jade Falcon's really fucking salty about the Truce of Tukayyid. They're really salty about it because remember, of the Crusader clans, they did the best. They still took a lot of casualties, but they did the best. Meanwhile, Clan Wolf is sitting here with the fact of the matter is Clan Wolf's sitting
Kind of slightly plot armor, but at the time it didn't feel like it because they didn't do what. Well, no, remember, Clan Wolf didn't do what it eventually would, which is why I'm angry at them now.
Yeah. So the thing is that they're sitting there, and there's a lot of internal tensions in Clan Wolf to begin with, but also that there's a political maneuver that's taken by the Clan Jade Falcon. He decides to declare a trial of refusal against Ulrich Kerensky for setting up Tukayyid. It's clan or culture stuff. So, of course, bidding, whatever else, Ulrich decides, as an absolute fucking madman move, that what are you bidding as your forces? He says the entirety of Clan Wolf. Because, obviously, the Jade Falcons are aiming to destroy their major rival right next to them in the Inner Sphere and seize their worlds in the
how
invasion
dare these
zone.
motherfuckers win?
Yeah. So,
I'm
what
surprised
happens
they didn't
then?
Also pick a fight with the Ghost Bears at the same time.
Ghost Bears are on the other side of Clan Wolf from them, so they're not next to them. Ghost Bears stayed out of it mostly. They just occasionally raid into.
They were,
Wait, this is leading to the Wars of Reaving, yeah?
Later on, yes.
Okay, so because of the right of refusal,
thing that happens that leads to the Wars of. Yeah, the main thing that happens to cause the Wars of Reaving is actually what's happening in Clan Steel Viper right now, which is that.
Do you mind if I kill the stream? It's
oh yeah, that's fine.
I'm
sorry. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. This was a long one. We're sorry.
Well, I mean, it would have been 3.5 hours without me. So yeah.
Have a
Come back
good
next week, Gerard, when we talk about the strongest Battletech character, Devlin Stone, and how he set it up the Republic of the Sphere.
We are not doing the Jihad. I am flat out saying we are not doing the Jihad ever.
It's like how we're probably never going to cover another Chris Fields book ever again.
It's more because there's like 3 major Jihad books. They're a fucking mess. That basically cover like half of it's just rumors, half of it's inner sphere propaganda, half of it's outer sphere propaganda. It's a mess because they needed to try to justify what the fuck happened during the Jihad without giving many concrete details at the time because WizKids didn't want like too concrete information on the Jihad.
Anyway, next week it'll be an interesting little series. I'll just spoil it. Next week, we're covering something Star Wars related. West End game style, baby.
Oh my god, there's an AT-AT. I'm going to see it and I'm going to clap.
I saw it and I clapped. It broke new ground.
It's about family.
No one's ever really gone.
I hate all these memes and I hate all of you people.
Send that, y'all.